rivalry week. You guys know the deal. Michigan State.
Oh, is that this week?
Well, that's the thing, right, John, is it's kind of going under the radar. And if you believe 2-6, Mike and Rico, the narrative that they have pushed is that Michigan State fans aren't interested. They don't care, might not watch the game, which to me it can't be true. So I want to give MSU fans a chance to speak for themselves. Because to me, this rivalry has always been, no matter how good or bad the teams are, you tune in. If it goes south, if it's 28-0, find better things to do. But the idea that you're not even a little bit interested, and I know where it comes from. MSU's program is in a terrible position. No one's going to dispute that. What Mel Tucker left them with, the situation they're in, dire. But Michigan State has beat themselves the last couple weeks. They've gone on the road and built leads into the fourth quarter. But this team is the most turnover-prone team in football, and they're one of the most penalized teams in football. But if they come home, clean up their act, they're playing this new quarterback, Hauser, who showed a little bit of a spark.
Yep.
Why don't you watch and see, hey, maybe we can give them a hard time. Maybe we'll be in this thing. Maybe our team will challenge Michigan. And even if you don't believe it, don't you still tune in a little bit just out of curiosity? Because this is the only shot you get for 365 to spoil their season, to get a little glimmer of redemption on your miserable season. The narrative has been, don't even show up. Don't show up and then hope the program burns down. Do Spartan fans feel that way? 248-539-9797.
Well, I think you look at this game, and if you're just watching it, I mean, I'm not going to speak for Spartan fans because I don't know what it is that they're thinking, they're feeling right now, and I understand the cloud that's over the program, but it's not the players that did this to themselves. It was a bad actor, and all of these players have had to answer questions, had to live with this constant cloud over their head. This is their opportunity. And there have been players that spoke out this week, not in bulletin board material, but in regards to how hard they are going to play, what this game means to them. And if you're a fan, I'll ask the question too, don't you want to at least see kickoff and watch the first drive, watch the first couple of drives, and maybe you stick around for another one. Maybe the Spartans, they come out, they're flying around. This is going to be a physical game. No matter what happens in this game, it's going to be a physical game at a very minimum, at the bare minimum, in the first quarter through the first half.
John, your team was way better than them in 97. Wasn't easy.
No. In this game, this is where it kind of blows my mind.
Was that in East Lansing in 97?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. And I went back and looked at it. In East Lansing, MSU tends not to get blown out. I mean, historically, you got to go back to 1985, the last time they lost by 3 or more touchdowns in their own place.
You see, it just doesn't happen. And in this game, because there is so much emotion and there's so much passion, like the team can stick around. They're going to, like I said, they're going to come out. They're going to be flying around. They're going to try and make some plays. I wouldn't be surprised as well to see, they're going to go full Dan Campbell of 2021. Where maybe there's some onside kicks.
Punts.
Yeah, because they're going to try and steal some possessions. And that's okay. That's if that's what you feel like you have to do. And then you pair that with a very motivated group of kids, 18 to 22-year-olds, that they believe, the magic of believing is that they can be in this game and they can play above their heads for a while. Now, can they do it for 4 quarters? I don't have the answer to that question, but I think at least to start with, this is going to be a very fast-paced, physical game.
You mentioned the players. Dylan Tatum is one that spoke this week, cornerback on the team, and he said, we believe we can win the game. What's he supposed to say? I know. But he also said, you can doubt us all you want. We're going to give it our all. So for people say this team has quit, I think this game is immune from the quit factor. They may quit down the stretch. If they lose this game ugly, there's all bets are off. They may fold and actually quit down the stretch. But this is not a game that they quit. This is typically a game where they make their last stand. Whatever they have is what they're going to give this week. And what I don't understand is, as a fan of the team, how you just opt out of that. Because so much of what makes college football great are these rivalries, and we're so sad that, partially, they're going away. This is still one of those rivalries in our state that even if your team's an underdog, even if your team's no good, you tune in just to see, to give yourself a fighter's chance. It's always been that way. To opt out of it, I think, is weak.
And I think that just tuning in, that's one thing. Are if you have tickets, are you selling your tickets? Are you just not even going? Like, I
was told you can't bring the wife and kids, so.
Yes, I know, yes. Danger.
I would totally understand selling the tickets. I think checking out and selling the tickets are two separate things. If you don't want to go up there because it's a night game and the team has made you disgruntled, but you're still going to watch and you're still going to just tune in at least that first half to see the fighters' chance that they always bring in this game. I mean, you go back to 2016. They had lost 5 in a row. That was a 3-9 Michigan State team. But they gave Michigan a game that day. That was the Peppers return at the end or whatever thing. You know?
Well, D'Antonio was trying to keep it close.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think this might be the game where D'Antonio kind of rallies them beforehand and brings up little brother and brings up all the stuff and gets these guys jacked up. And Michigan just has not jumped on teams early this year, really. It's taken some time. It's been Nebraska, they got out quick. But yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't care.
Is he going to walk arm in arm with the guys down the field?
Maybe he will, and if he does, that's great. If we turn on the TV and see that, or you turn into your pregame with Doug and you're like, oh boy, he did it again. You know, that's the juice that you throw on. That's on the fire in this, and you try to ignite something that makes this fun.
Well, and I'm giving Valenti a hard time. Clearly, the dynamics for the rivalry have changed since he made the comment about don't go to the game. Now it feels like.
You think? Yeah.
Now it feels like if you're a Michigan fan, like, hey,
right.
bring your second cousin, bring people you haven't heard from since high school, like have a good time, go in there and beat them up. This is a wounded animal for MSU. I wonder how much fight their fans feel. 248-539-9797. We've got Jason in A Squared. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm a Spartan, and here's the deal. I'm still going to watch, and I'm still going to pull for the Spartans. It doesn't look good. We're probably going to get our asses kicked, but this is the difference. I don't live under the blue wall fantasy world that U of M fan does. We've won 10 out of the last 15 years, and all those years when we were good, I had to listen to, we're better, we're going to beat you, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to be that same guy. I'm not going to sit here and live in a fantasy world and say, "Oh, the Spartans are better than U of M this year. We're gonna kick your butts." You know what?
Of course not.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
We live in facts and reality.
Well, you don't have to be delusional. I'm not asking anybody to say things they don't believe or bring false bravado to the table. But like Jason, you are still going to watch, right?
I'm going to watch. And hey, maybe we'll get lucky, and maybe we'll get 11 out of the last 16 years, and instead of 10 out of the last 15. But the elevator goes up, the elevator goes down. So
I thought talking about the past was bad.
You can never win in this rivalries. Susan Metamora, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I have been a diehard Spartan since Muddy Waters and a graduate. My daughter's in the Spartan marching band, and that's what I keep reminding myself why I care about football. But then I start having little fantasies about, us winning, and it's probably because my other daughter was in the marching band when this trouble with the snap happened. But you never know. So I'm going to keep the faith, and I'm just glad to be a Spartan. And that's it.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, everybody's got a reason. And I hope that Spartan fans show up. I really do. I want it to be that hostile environment because that's part of what makes the rivalry great, but it's definitely what makes college football special and unique. It sets it apart from everything else. And in an era where we are losing a lot of what makes college football unique, and we're losing some of these rivalries because of college football conference expansion, this is one that we know is going to be here. We know is going to stay. We're going to play it next year. We'll play it the year after. We've played it for, however many years. And there's been, like the one caller said, elevator up, elevator down. There's been a lot of that, especially over the last 30 years.
Texter says, you Michigan fans really want us to care. You got what you wanted. Our program's dead. Leave us alone and enjoy your blowout against a MAC team. Is it really a bad thing that fans want the other side to care too? Is that really such a bad thing that both sides in a rivalry might give a damn going into the matchup? Some more ticket text, 248-539-9797. Mike and Rico are right. I don't care at all anymore about this program, and I went to MSU during the D'Antonio era. Lived and died with MSU football. College football just doesn't do it for me anymore. Mel Tucker killed the sport for me. We're going to lose 50-0. It's an impossible task, Dan and Dexter. This one says, nobody cares, Jim. It's going to be 54-0. Programs in disarray. Just not fun.
I just don't see why people think it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. There have been some very, very low points. I guess the only one is the Bobby Williams game, the 49-3.
That was 0-2.
And it was one of the low points of the Michigan State football program, and I do think they're at a low point now. I mean, if you look what they've done just as a team and why they should at least be able to make Michigan squirm maybe a little early in the game, make it compelling to watch and not just be 54-0, is they started Hauser last week. He played okay.
Mm-hmm.
If they can bring the 3 quarters that they played in Rutgers and not the one hangover, and I think the fact that it's Michigan, there won't be a hangover. If this was Wisconsin coming in here this week, I don't know if the players care. I think they might check out. But I think they're going to – I think it's fun just to tune in, watch your team. I made the point earlier when we brought this up. People watch the Lions when they're 2-11 on Thanksgiving. Okay? You watch your team. It's ugly. The Titan 47-14 Chris Johnson show way back, you know?
You could turn it off. You could turn it off at halftime and go on to Thanksgiving dinner.
And we would do that. You'd trying to check out in the second half. But in terms of getting in, dialing in, this is your first time you've hosted this game at night in your stadium. You know, I think they're going to make Michigan squirm a little bit early because that's what's always happened in these games.
You're getting a lot of pushback. MSU grad here. Team's garbage. Season's lost. Says, I'll tune in because I always do, but there's no excitement. Why do I care about this game? We will lose, period. John, you know what it's the equivalent of is like you go in for a handshake with somebody and they give you like that dead fish limp hand. Like rivalry should be both sides going in with their best. And if your best isn't good enough, welcome to sports. You don't win every time. But to go in with this like limp dead fish handshake, like this, we only get this game once a year and you're just opting out of it.
Well, and here's part of it is, you know, Michigan State did play Caden Hauser. They did look better.
He didn't turn the ball over.
But then they find a way to lose at the end. They're 0-3 in the Big Ten. In their non-conference, they played Washington and lost bad. And I think that's where people are, is like they just don't feel like they're going to be in the game. So if this game was at noon, I think more people would be like, yeah, I'm going to tune in. Because it's at 7:30, even though it's prime time, there's going to be other games that people want to watch.
My bad. We'll keep the conversation going. 248-539-9797. People on hold saying they are not going to watch this game. Explain it to me. 97.1.
Hey, football season's here, and if you want to dive into the best pool in history, that is Stadium Swim, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football. It's got swim-up bars, Insta-Ready selfie walls, and a one nonstop football party going on. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, and grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, right on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Couple texts, then right to the phones. MSU fans are doing this, quote, "we don't care" routine because it sets them up perfectly either way. If they get blown out, see, we expected this, we don't care. But if they compete, it's go Spartans. And another one says, listen, Mel Tucker put our program in a really bad spot. But it's not a reason not to watch our biggest rivalry game. That's fair weather fan mentality. Matt at work. Let's get Ronnie and Grosse Ile involved. Ronnie, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
You're talking to a fan who's not missed the game since 1965. And in 1978, the game at Ann Arbor, I actually sat behind Millie Schembechler, Bo's mother, and Shimmy. I went as a guest of Bill McCartney, who was then the defensive coordinator. He's a personal friend. So Bill always got his tickets to go to a game.
Ronnie, what's your thoughts?
Okay. To me, this is just a culmination of so many factors. You've got, disillusionment, dissatisfaction with the college game. It's just changed so much for fans of a certain age. Between NIL and the portal, it's just a joke. It's not amateur football anymore. Then you've got the behavior and the actions of the U of M administration last year. I don't know if you read today's New York Times, but there's a big op-ed on how this rivalry has become so toxic. And you have a coach at U of M that is playing a gun felon and has lied to the NCAA, and then he's going to preach to all the green and white about integrity. And then you've got an AD at U of M that's going to back all that up and created conditions that allowed that big fight to take place. And, of course, the media in Detroit never really give that the real focus. And as the root
Never give
cause,
what the real focus, Ronnie? Never give what the real focus?
Never lays the responsibility on U of M's administration for failure to provide a safe environment for the Michigan State team to exit that stadium. And it wasn't the first time.
Ron,
it was the third time.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Greg. I just wanted to get to the bottom of where that was going, and I'm sorry for everybody's time I just wasted. Michigan State's responsible for their actions in the tunnel, period.
Yep.
No one needs to write an op-ed. Michigan State is responsible for their actions in the tunnel. Do you want to say Michigan was antagonistic? Michigan won the game. And in a rivalry game, when you win, you get to brag for 365. And in Spartan fans' minds, apparently another 365 before they've even kicked off the game. So I just wanted to know if he's going to watch the game or not. I didn't need to know that he watched it behind Shem Beckler's family. And let's get Larry and Warren. Larry, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I got a few things. First of all, I'm going to address the Michigan schedule. I'm a diehard Michigan fan, and they keep saying that Michigan had a cupcake schedule. Well, they've basically had the same schedule the last 2 years, and they beat Penn State. They dominated Ohio State. They dominated the Big Ten championship game. Guys, it's got to play out. They play who they play. You got to beat who you got in front of you. I'm tired of hearing cupcake schedule this, cupcake schedule that. That's ridiculous. Number one. Number two, this is all Michigan State has. Their program's in disarray. They need something, and they're going to be dangerous. They got nothing left. This is like the last grasp at having any type of a season. And third, people who don't want to watch this game or don't want to go to the game, they have tickets, are idiots. When you lose games like this, or if you go to any game, you're a fan, you go to the game. If you lose, okay, you lose. It's not a good thing, but it makes winning when you go that much better. These fair weather fans are just horrible to me. I don't understand it.
Larry, I'm a subscriber of, as a Lions fan, the misery does make the winning feel that much sweeter.
Oh, sure.
Can't disagree with that. Now, I'm not going to tell you have to sit there like chained to the bench and watch with your eyes pried open if your team's losing 50-0. But they haven't gotten down 50-0 yet. It's Wednesday.
Yeah, they haven't played here's the thing: the deck is stacked against Michigan State this year. And for a lot of things that have been out of the control of the players, I mean, they're the ones that were recruited there. They're the ones that are playing. They're playing for the coaches. But everything that's gone on outside of just practice and games, and this to me looks like a team that's exhausted. Mm-hmm. Exhausted of having to answer questions and deal with stuff that they had nothing to do with.
Chad and Holly, how do you see it?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Michigan fan in a household full of Michigan State fans. And I just wanted to comment on a previous caller who was complaining against our Michigan fans, and he was saying that, they've won 10 of the last 15 years. Let me just say, again, as a Michigan fan in a household of Michigan State fans, no one's been more unbearable than Michigan State fan over the last many, many years for Michigan fans. Been called a Walmart fan. We're always told what poor sports we are. And I've had to sit here and take it for, many, many years. And I just want to say, Michigan State fan, you guys are the most unbearable fans out there. So that's it. That's my take. You guys have a great day.
I think you guys are both unbearable for very different reasons. Michigan and Michigan State fans.
This is Mr. Directional.
I feel like that lets me call it. I don't have
You can call it fairly, yeah.
Okay.
Some Michigan State fans just want to disappear when times get tough.
Right.
That is what the one caller pointed to, fair weather. It is. When Devin Gardner was getting sacked 800 times in East Lansing, I stayed and I stuck. Now, if you want to tune out of the game as it goes, I get that. I'm not really ripping that. I don't get why you don't sit down and watch this game. You're just kind of, it's very minor leaguish.
To me, part of a rivalry is you take your medicine when you're bad. You don't get to opt out of the receiving of medicine when your team is bad. That's what a rivalry is all about. We know that. That's 365 in this state, the bragging rights. When MSU pulls off big wins in this rivalry, they love that. It is the elixir that keeps them moving. And in a season where they have very little life, this is absolutely a game you at least pay attention to.
Yeah, because in this game, you could say it on both sides. This is where legends and lore becomes what makes this rivalry great, what makes any rivalry great. And you think about all of the great players on both sides, and you think about the great careers. And in those great careers, you look to this game. What did they do in this game? It's the Charles Woodson catch. It's Tony Banks It's, I mean, all of those different things, and I'm not even going to say the receiver's name, Najee Carter.
Eddie Brown.
That become legend in this series. And this is an opportunity on both sides.
Duckett and Spartan Bob. I mean,
for legend.
This has so many great moments in it.
Yeah, if this thing's tight, you never know what they'll pull up there.
Get a 61-minute game.
Greg and Dearborn, before we get to Wojo, what are you thinking?
Man, I don't believe any of these people saying they're not going to watch the game. Including the VIP that you're going to be chaperoning back from the game, Cookies. What's going to happen with that. He's going to have the iPad going, both, two phones, and then, watching the game. It's like the Lions Free fans. Remember those guys? They would call, I've been Lions Free for 10 years. And then what would they do?
And then they could tell you everything that happened in the game. Exactly.
Yeah,
in vivid
in
detail.
The fourth quarter to a T.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And then 2nd and 10. You're not Lions Free. All right, we'll get Wojo's thoughts on this. I'm sure he has thoughts on both the Lions and this rivalry. It's 97-1.
Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today. Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Are we interrupting anything over there?
Whoa. Hello, how about a little heads up? I was in the thralls of thinking of sandwiches.
Was that you thinking about Saturday?
Not yet.
Wojo joins us.
Are you still in Lions mode?
Absolutely, John. But we'll squeeze in that game Saturday night. Don't you worry.
Well, we were talking about it.
Are you going?
Yeah, let's get your thoughts.
Of course I'll be there. You kidding me? I haven't missed a Michigan State. Honestly, I don't know when I missed a Michigan State. One of the great rivalries in the entire state of Michigan has been for a while. Thoughts on it?
So it does still matter?
Yes, of course it still matters. And listen, I totally get the feedback, Rico and the man in the afternoon and people saying that when that ball kicks off Saturday night, Michigan State fans, it will revert to the norm. Michigan State fans will be kind of interested in thinking you never know. And Michigan fans, despite what they might say and their confidence in their team, which they should have, they'll feel a tiny bit queasy, especially if there's something goofy in the first quarter and all of a sudden it's midway through the second quarter and it's 7-3. There will be a queasy moment or two, I hate to tell you, Michigan fans. And Michigan State fans, I think, will tune in and perhaps later tune out. That won't change.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, there's always going to be that uneasy feeling in any game where you're heavily favored. And even if there's going to be moments in this game where history plays itself out every single time. Something will happen, and that place is going to go nuts in favor of Michigan State. Now, how many times that happens, how long that goes on, that's up for debate over the course of 60 minutes. But at the beginning, it will be there.
Right. And how long it goes on will depend on how many pins Mark D'Antonio has to stick into his Paul Bunyan voodoo doll on the sidelines. Because the master at maligning Michigan with his witchcraft, to a certain degree, is D'Antonio. Now, I'm mostly joking. He really has not seemed to have much of an impact since he's been there on the sideline for these last 4 games. But I don't know. I think that's an image that would make Michigan fans squirm a little bit, I guess. And I'll also say this, and I'm not here to make a fake, pump people up fake at all. But just look at it for a second. Michigan State has had some awful games and moments this season. But the last 2 games they played, they were leading a Big Ten team on the road in the fourth quarter, Iowa and Rutgers. Now, I know they fell apart, special teams, whatever. If you're counting on them to just make mistakes and fall apart with special teams, I'm not sure that's going to happen again. And I don't think they're going to lay down or anything like that either. But they do. I mean, Michigan State's better than Indiana and some of those teams. They've been in these Big Ten games. So I'd be a little careful for maybe the blue fans will do like the Lions fans and do a blue takeover.
Well, I mean, resumes. It's really hard to throw the resume out there because Michigan it's well documented, has had a soft schedule. But
Correct.
When you're talking about, hey, you've competed with Iowa, who can't score an offensive touchdown, and definitely not one through the air, or Rutgers, I mean, that's a tough sell.
That's all I got. What else do you want, man? They switched to a better quarterback, Kaden Hauser. Okay,
yes.
There's that.
Yeah.
I mentioned D'Antonio with the voodoo doll. There's that. Nate Carter's a good running back. I'm emptying all the barrels right now. What else do you want?
You're like a vacuum cleaner salesman, but the vacuum's broken. You're just going door to door doing the best you can. I've made similar points today. I do think Michigan State has made a lot of self-inflicted mistakes, and if they play a clean brand of football at home at night in a rivalry, it's not. I don't think it's a 50-0 football game like some people insinuate.
I wouldn't bet that or pick that. It's not out of the realm of possibility. We know that. There is a history. And actually, the Valenti kid alerted me to this history. In the year when a Michigan State coach is either leaving or gets fired or leaves at the end of the year, look at the Michigan State scores in that year. And, even the last D'Antonio game, 44-10, going back to all of them, George Furless, everything else. Now, I don't know what that means, except that once Michigan has them down and has a chance to knock them out, they historically have done so when the head coach was teetering, and the head coach is already gone, of course. That's something maybe that can alleviate any Michigan concerns. I don't know. I do think it'll be a fairly straightforward game, but I don't think it's going to be, like you said, 50-0. I don't think.
Wojo.
Not at halftime.
Not at halftime. We go to you because we have started having the conversation about the 1 seed for the Lions in the NFC. Now that you tell me, is that a conversation worth having at this point?
Well, you know why it is, and why not? I mean, it doesn't do any harm, I don't think, is their schedule the rest of the way. They are 5-1. They have the weakest schedule in the league, I think, coming up, and they got 4 more games against the Vikings and the Bears, and throw in another game with the Packers. That's 5 more games against the Big Ten West for the Lions. And I mean,
that's a good one.
How can you not start thinking the 1 seed? I mean, I still think the 49ers and Eagles, and they'll get things, squared away, and watch out for the Cowboys. But absolutely, I don't know. Do they have betting favorites right now on number 1 seeds in either conference? I don't know if they do that, but if they do, I think they'd be like the second best betting favorite. I think people would still go with the 49ers or Eagles, but yeah, partly based on the schedule and of course based on the way they're playing, especially the way Goff is playing. Yes, let's have that conversation.
Okay, so the second conversation that you can have is not just, is this a team that could have home field advantage throughout the playoffs? Is Goff, and maybe this is what it takes to get there, is he having an MVP season?
He is so far. Again, here's the caution. You know me, Mr. Cautious. I believe we had this conversation probably 2 or 3 different times when Stafford was here. When the Lions, I think in 2011, when they started 5-1, and there was another. And I remember even thinking, like, at the midway point, is Matthew Stafford, in the NFL MVP conversation? And he sort of was, and then he would always hurt his hand or his finger or whatever and fall apart as the Lions would. But as of right now, absolutely he is. I mean, you got 2 guys in Miami, Tua and Tyreek Hill, the receiver, although receivers don't ever win it. But all the other great, iconic quarterbacks are been okay. Mahomes and Josh Allen and guys like that. Tua obviously has been otherworldly. So I'm putting him in the conversation, although it will become the same thing that Michigan faces. Okay, weak schedule. Okay, that doesn't really pan out in the NFL, but we'll see. And, it's a little bit of a system. They have a great offensive line. They have an improved running game. Does Amon-Ra St. Brown replace Calvin Johnson in the conversation when you have such a great, dependable receiver that helps them? That'll come into it, but Jared Goff is the one who's tying it all together. And absolutely, I think right now he's a top 4 MVP candidate.
And last week, they don't have a run game, and on the road helps salt it away. It sounds like Montgomery going to be out for a bit. He may have to do that again this week against an even better team in Baltimore. Like, this is a big swing game for both conversations, 1 seed and MVP.
Oh, absolutely. And being there in Tampa, and it was interesting listening to, like, Tampa people. And, like, after the game, I heard writers and fans, talking. And they were absolutely amazed and so annoyed by what Goff did. Like, every third down, and I heard one of the writers saying, they were getting to him with the blitz. Why did they stop blitzing him? And the other one said, well, because he kept beating it. And he really did. I mean, Tampa's defense is good. And Todd Bowles can unleash a hell of a blitz package, too. And he just stood in there, got hit a few times, fired a few absolute lasers in traffic, threw it up for Jameson, who caught it. that was amazing. Now, can he do that in Baltimore, where I don't think there will be the same amount of Lions fans there as there was in Tampa, which was amazing. If he does it in Baltimore, I think we've said this every. If they win this one, okay, now everyone's gonna notice and tout the Lions for, I don't know, Super Bowl, whatever. I think they're already there. But if they do it in Baltimore against the Ravens, I don't know. And you know what the Ravens did too, that sort of showed their hand, what they thought of the Lions? They came back from London, and you have your option that you can take your bye week after your trip to London. And when the schedule came out, when they were doing it, the Ravens said, no, we're not going to take our bye week. Now, they didn't know what the Lions were or even if the Lions would be on that schedule, but a little bit of an advantage. They were just in London last week. I don't know.
Maybe. Wojo, last thought. Worst Halloween candy, what is it?
Okay, people yell at me. I love the Mounds and the Almond Joys and Twix and Kit Kat. People that do the chewy, fruity, gummy things are idiots, okay? Kids may think they want that. They don't. They want the chocolate. Lots of chocolate. That's it.
So no Skittles, no Skittles, no Starburst.
Yeah, no. I mean, you just want to have your teeth get pulled out by that taffy or what are the Milk Duds, whatever. No. I know Milk Duds are chocolate, but no. Good old-fashioned chocolate.
How about the Baby Ruth?
What is it? Now, I saw Costa getting... What's wrong with the Baby Ruth?
Apparently kids don't like it, Wojo.
Yes, they do. It has all the candy bar food groups, chocolate, caramel, and nuts, right?
Yes, it does.
That's all you need.
Some have called it old man candy, Wojo. Apparently it's old man candy, Wojo.
Would you stop it? No, it's not.
I don't make the rules. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. Wojo, we appreciate it. Good stuff.
Woohoo!
It's 97.1.
Hey, during the month of October, is he still there? Check out the exciting sales events happening at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. Shop Jeep Adventure Days to find great deals on new vehicles. Lease a 2023 Jeep Compass starting at only $299 a month, or shop other special offers happening all month long. The best part is Fox CDJR of Southfield's easy 3-step process for purchasing a vehicle. First, work with the expert product specialist to pick out the perfect vehicle for yourself and your family. Next, the team will help you find the best price or payment for your budget. And finally, after you say yes to your new ride, you can take delivery in less than an hour with their expert delivery team. Stop by the dealership today at 11.5 and Telegraph for the best guest experience you've ever had, or you can visit them online at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. That's Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. See dealer for complete details based on bank approval, proper and required documentation, including employee number, registration, and funds.
All right, little context there. That's Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on Instagram Live talking about Deebo Samuel. I'll see you in the playoffs. You're a running back.
Yeah. So it started, obviously, this past weekend when San Francisco was in Cleveland. There was a little scuffle before the game, and CJ tweeted out, "You see Deebo run, typical wide receiver behavior, then act hard when Trent save him." You know, it's basically he's hanging onto the back of Trent Williams, pointing, I got you, I got you.
Is that typical wide receiver behavior, John?
Sure, yeah. But what else is typical is your offensive linemen come and they will stand in front of you because they're the bigger dudes. But the back and forth, and then obviously Deebo responded after the game. He was busy at the time with I don't know if it's a meme or it's an actual video when CJ played for
the Saints.
New Orleans. He was standing on about the 40-yard line, and Deebo tweeted out, "Boys, stop playing before you get a rewind of this." And it said, again, "Boy, sit down," with the clown emoji, where one of the wide receivers, it was Javon Wims for Chicago, came up and just gave him the right hook. So there was a little bit of a back and forth, and obviously, CJ came back again saying, "I'll see you in the playoffs." And then, Gov, did you find the response that Deebo had last night?
Yeah, there was more piling on.
Says something about guy who's on a different team all the time.
He goes, "This is comedy. Catch me off the field because you barely on the field or bouncing around on different teams." Talking back to CJ.
Yes.
So what do you think of this, John? Trash talk. He's not playing to back it up either.
Right. Well, that's the issue. Is I have no problem with trash talk. It wasn't part of my game, but I have no issue with guys that want to do it. Had a lot of teammates. The problem is you got to be able to back it up. And we don't know if he's ever going to get that opportunity, at least not for the Lions. We'll find out, if San Francisco and the Lions meet in the playoffs, but CJ's got to get back on the field. He's talking a lot of trash, and he can't even play right now. There's no chance to back it up.
He's someone the fans like. When he's on your team, you love him. When he's on the other team, he's obnoxious and he's loud. But when he's your guy, he's a galvanizer. And it didn't work out with the ski masks, but it was an example of how he can bring people together. There are a whole bunch of those ski masks.
Sure. And how long have we talked? First of all, we've wanted a good team. We have a good team. We've wanted a personality, and now we have a personality. I wish he wasn't hurt. Mm-hmm. I'd love to see him out there. I'd love to see the trash talking on the field.
After a big play.
Yeah, and I'm not going to get after him for this. I hope he has the opportunity to back it up. More for us as Lions fans, because that means things went well in the playoffs.
He currently does not have agency in the outcome. That is your issue.
Correct. That's a very intelligent way
So
to put
when
it.
we host the Niners at home in the NFC Championship game and we're up 13 late and the Niners are trying to get back in it, there's going to be some major jawing going back and forth.
Oh, I'm sure there will be.
You like the scenario he painted? Lions at home, up big, NFC title game.
Yes, 2 scores.
Yeah, well, they're blowing everybody out.
Double-digit Lions.
Uh-huh.
Texter says, start putting respect on the Lions' name. They might be the most complete team. San Francisco has a great team, but their quarterback play is still suspect.
Okay, pump the brakes on that one. It was suspect last week, and maybe it is suspect. We don't necessarily know because while he's been the starting quarterback, Brock Purdy, he's had Christian McCaffrey and he's had Deebo Samuel. And then we saw what happened when he got hurt, and there was really no quarterback left. Last week was the first chance we had to see him. Now, the question is, was that Brock Purdy without Christian McCaffrey or Deebo Samuel, or was that Brock Purdy going against the Cleveland defense? That's a damn good defense.
He missed some throws on the outside part of the field that looked like, hey, NFL quarterbacks got to hit those throws.
Yep.
So I don't know if he was just all out of whack because of all the above, the injuries and the environment, raining and the defense. Cleveland arguably the best defense in football. But the Lions have the edge at the quarterback position when these two teams meet up head to head.
And again, I'll pump the brakes a little bit. I have questions about Brock Purdy, but that's his first, correct me if I'm wrong, that's his first regular season loss.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, and I think bringing down the Niners in that game against that defense is giving up 1,002 yards this year in 5 games.
It's like 500 yards better than the number 2 defense, which is Baltimore, who the Lions will play this week.
It is a very underreported story so far in this league. Just like if you're watching national shows and stuff, nobody's talking about Cleveland's defense. And it's the lowest amount of yards allowed through 5 games since 71.
Wow. Ticket Texter says, speaking about quarterbacks, he says, I was getting ready to tweet out a celebratory GIF when Costa said those 3 words, if he continues. Jim, I don't know what else you need to see. It's time to extend Tom in Flat Rock. I just mean he's got to round out the season, right? I mean, if he goes in the tank, then it's a very different conversation. But he's playing at an
really
unbelievable level. Unbelievable level.
Since they started 1-6. And he was a large part of that 1-6. He's also been a huge part of now going 13-3. And the fact that they have been very good offensively, minus a lot of the things that we talked about this offseason. You got to golf-proof the offense. Well, okay, you give them a running back, you give them a running game, but then you take it away and you say, go down to Tampa Bay. They didn't know at the beginning of the game that they weren't going to have Montgomery, but all of a sudden, now they don't, and he goes out there and is able to convert 3rd downs in the 4th quarter when it was vital that you needed to have a quarterback go out there and win a game for you.
You guys mentioned the 1-6 start that he was clearly part of and contributed to. It looked like that old Jared Goff back then with lots of turnovers. Remember they had that, kind of come to Jesus meeting with him specifically. Yep. And Dan Campbell talked about it. He said, look, we had a hard conversation and he's got to be better. And he called him out and he answered the bell. And since that point, he's been ridiculously good. I mean,
near flawless.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, quarterback ratings over 100 and what he's done this year, it's like each time he stepped it up a notch. And the way he's playing right now, I heard you guys talking with Wojo. Yeah, he's playing an MVP level without a doubt.
What do you guys got coming up today?
Well,
By the way, I like the Wings attire.
Well, thank you. It's my Red Wings sweatshirt.
Doug, yours is red.
Yeah. Is this an issue?
No.
We're both wearing red. Red Wings do play tonight.
Red Wings do play tonight.
They do. They're 2-1. As Costa would say, if the season were ended right now, they'd be in the playoffs.
Right. Get your car flags, baby. Let's go.
That's what I'm saying. Dare to dream.
Yeah, here we go. College football questions today at 10:30. We got some Michigan State talk. Interesting Lions trade proposal that's out there. Ooh. I don't know if I like this one.
I'll tune in.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in the 11 o'clock hour.
Oh, all coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. You're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Hey, what's up? It's Hump Day. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I'm Doug Karsh. That's Scott the Gator Anderson. Coming to you live. How should I open the show now?
Thanks,
Coming
Brent.
to you live.
Thanks, Brent.
Yeah.
Look how high Costa had this microphone set.
He did have it pretty high, yeah. He's not a tall guy.
Well, he's not short either. Easy tall guy. Wow.
I think he's short.
I think he's like 6 feet. That's what I'm saying. Easy tall guy. There's a little discrimination there.
You're a short guy.
Yes, I'm a short guy at 6'1" and shrinking, but
you know what's funny?
But I'm not a little guy.
You know how, like I said to Rich Eisen, I was trying to think of something that, whenever I meet somebody famous, I don't want to say the thing that everybody says to them.
Right.
Especially if it's somebody I really like and respect, and I've got a catalog of things, of observations or their career I know something about. And I said to Rich Eisen, I completely choked and said the thing that I heard the next 10 people say to Rich Eisen. Hey, I love when you run the 40 at the combine. He was down the field during a Michigan game, and I said, I'm Doug Carson, the sideline reporter. Can we get you on at some point? And he says, sure. And I said, okay, well, we got a commercial break coming up, and so about 2-3 minutes. He's like, yeah, great. And I said, by the way, when you run the 40 at the combine, that's just awesome. And he said, thank you very much. And as I stood there and waited to do our on-air hit right next to him, I think 5 people came up to him and said, hey, when you run the 40 at the combine, it's great. Hey.
Right,
and I'm like, oh my God, I gave him the cliche thing. When I could have said, hey, you went to the University of Michigan, were you in student radio? Like just something.
I was about to do this for you. Giving you a fresh slate, a new chance.
Yep.
Rich Eisen's outside.
Yep. What do I say to him?
Yeah.
Yep. I got 2 kids at Michigan. Where'd you live? I don't know. What dorm were you in? Were you at student radio? Something about his time when he was a student, because everybody likes talking about that. But something along those lines. The one thing that gets asked of me now all the time is because of Inside Michigan football.
What time is the Michigan State game?
No, that gets asked a lot. But the other one is, I thought you were tall.
What?
People say to me, I thought you were tall.
Who thinks you're not tall?
Well,
John Jansen?
Exactly. They see me next to Jansen, and they suddenly think that I'm not I'm not like giant. I'm 6'3" and 3/4.
You're 6'4", man. That's with shoes on, and maybe even 6'5" with shoes on. You're tall, man.
Yeah. The people will say they see me and go, "Oh my God, he's short," because
Jansen's 6'7".
Jansen's 6'7", and he's a big dude. We take a picture prior to every game, and I stood on my tiptoes this time. Makes a difference.
Look at you, all tall and whatnot.
And of course, people thought you were black. That was
true.
maybe the greatest moment in our 17 years together, the greatest off-the-air moment that I could not stop laughing. We were at spring training in Florida, and I apologize if you heard this story before, but it was such. A woman comes up to us and says,
"We're broadcasting from outside Joker Marchant Stadium. When normally we're inside on the concourse, or the last couple of years that we've been out there, we've been broadcasting from the club that they have.
Sometimes we've been in the play-by-play booth.
Yeah.
We've been in like 4 different places, literally. And this time we were outside the gates, like in the parking lot, with a card table. Which is fine, whatever.
It really wasn't the card table.
And there's a lot of Detroiters there. And a woman walks up and says, you're with the ticket. Yes. Hi, I'm Doug Carson. This is Scott Anderson. You're Gator? Gator says, yes.
Yes, I am.
And she said, I thought you were black.
Fair enough.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Interesting. So from that will always resonate. I burst out laughing.
That's why since then I've had street cred.
Yes, you do it. You have enormous amounts of street credibility, indeed. So anyway, how are you today?
I'm well. I'm kind of wishing we were down in Florida. It's getting cold now, but it's all right. It's football. This is fall.
I was about to say this is like perfect football weather.
Yeah, no,
right
it's today is
just be this.
Yeah,
be this for the rest.
Yeah. Be 60 degrees, no wind.
Of the rest of fall. And my bad.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it.
I didn't want to distract you. Be this for the rest of fall, and we're all set, right?
Yeah.
Because this right here, this works.
This is good.
Chance of rain Saturday, I saw. Pre-game.
Yeah, chance of rain on all weekend, I guess. Or was it Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Was it Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Just chance of showers. Not like rain, but just showers.
Yeah.
So not like you're going to get downpour.
Yeah. could put a little bit like the tailgate situation, but we're hardy people here in the state of Michigan.
Yeah. We still know how to have a good time.
That is correct. That is correct. So Michigan State Saturday. We'll get into the game a little bit today. Look, we all know the situation. Here's the thing, Gator. Have we not seen like rivalries bring out of body experiences?
I mean, there have certainly been games where you didn't expect. It's happened more times that people wouldn't expect Michigan State to put up a battle, and they do. And sometimes they've even won those games. Yeah, that's happened. I don't know if that's happened with the Michigan games where you thought going into it, like 99% of you thought Michigan's going to lose, and then they somehow found a way to beat Michigan State. That hasn't been the case in our lifetime.
No, that's happened with Ohio State a few times.
Yeah, but it hasn't happened with the Michigan State game in terms of Michigan.
Probably not.
Michigan's never. Has Michigan ever been a double-digit underdog
against
State?
Michigan State? I don't know. I don't
Antonio
recall.
years? I don't think so.
No, but like Rocky Lombardi, went out of body.
Yes,
and so did Ricky White.
Yes,
on one day, and Michigan State beat Michigan. And you know who's the offensive coordinator that day? Jay Johnson, who's still the offensive coordinator, which obviously doesn't please you, but he was the guy. And Michigan is certainly aware of that day. I can tell you that. And aware of that game plan, which seemed to be go deep, I'll throw it up. It seemed to be backyard football playbook. I go deep, I'll throw it up. And that kid, Ricky White and Lombardi. Now, if you sit down for football reasons, line it up. If Michigan protects JJ, I don't know how he doesn't have a big day passing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing and he should be protected because Michigan State has no pass rush. The only way they generate a pass rush is through blitzing. And even when they do that, they don't really get home. And this is the best offensive line that they'll face. And it's going to be a long, long day. I think Michigan State can do well against the run. If they're focused on stopping the run, they can stop the run. But unfortunately, that means that you're not focused on stopping a pass, leaving guys on islands, usually not a great recipe when you're a young and experienced team as Michigan State is in the secondary. Outside of Gross, it's a little inexperienced back there. So I would expect Michigan can do what they want to do in the passing game. Mm-hmm. I think that they can. They've got advantages all throughout there. But it's what can Michigan State do? Like, if you try to carve a path to victory for Michigan State, it's so difficult because you're talking about a near perfect game. Now, there are things you can do to slow things down in the Michigan State game for Michigan State. If you want to try to slow things down, you can do it.
Special teams. I was thinking about Michigan State special teams. You could directly point the finger in the last two losses.
Yes.
Iowa with the punt return, the two colossal catastrophic mistakes against Rutgers. Thinking back to last year, Indiana had a kickoff return, then a missed chip shot field goal that would have won the game for Michigan State. And last year, they dropped the punt against Michigan inside their 20-yard line. Like, the special teams are often the way you craft a path to success. But again, it's going to have to be, and you have to make exceptional plays in the special teams. Right now, exceptional seems to be just be mistake-free if you're Michigan State.
That's part of the plan. The other things are really obvious. Don't turn the ball over, and don't commit penalties. If you're going to tell me Michigan State's going to commit less than like 3 penalties or less, and they don't turn the ball over, and their special teams are not the story, then I'm going to tell you they're going to cover the line. But that's not enough to win the game. You've got to do so many other things. To win the game, now you got to chip away at the other stuff. You got to see Michigan going overboard with their penalties. You got to see Michigan committing turnovers. You got to see Michigan making mistakes in the special teams. And then you got to add to that bucket. Then you got to be like, oh, Michigan State's able to run the football and control the clock. And they're able to get home on a couple of those pass rushes where they're able to hit J.J. McCarthy. But you start to unpack that.
There's a lot there.
It's so much.
Michigan right now is the least penalized team in America.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so you don't expect those things to happen.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson will swing around the country. College football questions coming up today at 10:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today. Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans there.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Paul Sarah sitting in for Kang today. Kenny on the phones. Evan here running our website. And we do appreciate everybody who participates and helps out with the Karsch and Anderson program. And thanks to you for listening. Of course, you can listen in a variety of ways, including the Odyssey app, which you can download for your mobile device today. AUDACY. It's great way to take in the program. More and more people are doing that. Then you can listen anywhere in the United States and Canada. And the thing about it is you can use a rewind. Yeah, sure. It's one of my favorite states. You can use a rewind feature. I'm joking. I have Canadian relatives. I don't mean to be disrespectful. The rewind feature allow you to go back anything up to 24 hours. Also, there is streaming with video. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and bang, there we are. Streaming chat there. And you can participate and listen on our website, on YouTube. Go to youtube.com, and there you go. You can watch the show those two ways. And again, in YouTube, search up 971 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Red Wings back at home tonight against Pittsburgh. Infancy stages of a season. First couple of steps out of the block. Not bad. Not bad.
I like what I see.
Yep.
Rolling 4 lines. The offense has been there. Scoring some goals here. It's a lot of goals to score in the last couple of games. I like that. Coming off a shutout, you got to like that. So the backup goaltender getting it done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got a test tonight. Sidney Crosby and company are in town. That's an old team now, Pittsburgh.
It's weird, isn't it?
And they added to that by bringing in Carlson, and he's an older player. So they're trying to hang on that last. If that window is still open, how many more years is Sidney Crosby going to play? And he's still good. He's still really good.
Yep. Do you know who leads the NHL in power play percentage?
The Detroit Red Wings?
That's correct.
I think they were.
I love early season
Right. How crazy. What's the percentage at? It's like 38% or something?
Higher.
45?
They're 40.
I think they were 2 for 5 the other night.
Rest assured, 40% would have led the league last year.
Yes, that's a healthy percentage.
And the year prior. And the year prior. And the year prior. Yeah, so, I mean, look, it's obviously extraordinarily early, but, I mean, if you're going to try and capture our attention, that starts one way to do it, right?
That's a way to do it. Yep. You definitely want to get the people excited about it early. And they are, by all accounts. I mean, that home opener on Saturday night against Tampa, I mean, check to make sure that the roof didn't come off the place.
Mm-hmm.
Because LCA was hopping that night, and I suspect it'll be hopping tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I championed the fans of Detroit this past weekend because I thought we've been through a long drought. And if you look at, Michigan fans have had something to cheer for last couple of years. I mean, State fans, it wasn't that long ago that the team went finished 11-2, right? So, I mean, it wasn't that long ago. You've got the Lions that have come around. Red Wings with this, the desire and the hunger is still there to support the hockey team, right? And I thought the fans showing up at the Big House in the rain last weekend was something else. Then the Red Wing fans blowing the roof off of LCA on Saturday night was something else. And then the Lions takeover in Tampa was remarkable. And the power of the desire of Lions fans to see a good team, I mean, it's powerful as hell. Let's start with that. And, an unprecedented force. I used to look at Pittsburgh and be jealous of Pittsburgh in almost every way of their success. Rust Belt town, who has had a quality NFL product for 40 years, and their fans traveled. Our fans are hoping that our football team will reward us at even a fraction of what Pittsburgh's Steeler fans have, because they've won Super Bowls through multiple coaches, multiple quarterbacks, multiple eras. But their fans are great. I mean, they're annoying when you're not one of them, but the fans are great. And our fans are showing up like this Baltimore game. It feels to me like an ultimate test of how powerful. Can we harness this and take it to Baltimore?
Yeah, the fans have traveled really well. I don't know how well you can travel to Baltimore, because I think that's a pretty good fan base, as you talked about. But so is Kansas City, and they had plenty of fans there. How many fans are going to show up in Baltimore? It's a closer trip. If you want to drive, it's not it's a 10-hour drive or whatever, 11-hour drive.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great city to go to. It's the Inner Harbor in Baltimore is a lot of fun, a lot of stuff going on there. At least last time I was there, it was great. But this is that game, right? This is the one where you feel like if the Lions can win this game, anything is possible. Like that they could like crazy stuff going on. Is it? You'd think to yourself, no, you can't go 16-1.
You can't, and they won't. But
you can't without winning this game.
Yeah, right. But if they win this game, it's going to be delirium. If they lose,
yes, that's a great word for it.
I don't know that a loss leads to panic.
I don't think a loss leads to panic. I think a loss leads to a little bit of concern if Green Bay wins and the Lions lose. Because it's a double whammy there with an opportunity to move up in the North standings, and this big lead that the Lions have gets cut in half.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with you. I don't think Lions fans they wouldn't be decimated by that if they were to lose, because you look at that schedule the rest of the way and it's light.
Well, Green Bay's at Denver, and you got to like their chances to win at Denver. I like everybody's chances to.
Oh, but it's on the road.
Beat Denver. Do you know what the spread is on that game?
I don't, but I can find out quickly.
I'm trying to look it up here real quick, but I mean, I would suspect
it is Green Bay -1.
-1, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's closer. I mean, they're a favorite. Detroit is not. So what you just talked about is what Vegas expects to happen.
Yeah, Lions are now according to ESPN, who I think uses Caesars. Yeah, they do. Baltimore -3 in that game.
All right, coming up, let's swing around the country. College football with the NIL transfer portal live animal mascot marching band thingy. That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. I want to get to this proposed trade that was out there as it pertains to the Lions. We'll get to it at 11:02, and I will tell you I'm not happy, but we'll get to that at 11:02.
Not happy.
We'll get into the reasons why. All right, every Wednesday, we swing around the country with college football. Sitting in for Kang today will be Paul Serra. Well, let's go. Heads.
Heads.
Heads it is. Gator, you won the toss. Will you receive or defer?
I will receive.
All right.
Go right on offense.
All right, here we go.
Let's go, Paul.
All right, so call your shot, guys. Who wins at Columbus this weekend, Ohio State or Penn State?
Listen, getting healthy matters. Getting Ibuka back, getting Travion Henderson back, it matters. Home field advantage matters. They're playing at the Shoe. What's at stake matters. Staying undefeated, staying on top of the Big Ten East. But ultimately, Doug, it's about who's better. That's really what matters. Penn State's better. Penn State wins.
I was thinking of this today, and I didn't go back and check it, but you tell me, is this the first time that Penn State goes into this game with the advantage at quarterback?
I'm not sure they do go into the game with the advantage.
I really like Drew Aller.
I like Aller too, but
he's that big, strong guy who can deliver the football, and I think he might be the best Penn State quarterback we have seen in the Franklin era.
He might end up being that.
He hasn't thrown an interception yet.
Oh, there it is.
I like their big tackle. I think James Franklin rides Drew Aller to a win in Columbus Saturday. That's my early read.
So we both have it.
We both got Penn State.
There are 9 unbeaten teams in the top 25 right now, aside from Ohio State or Penn State, because they play each other, so one will have to lose. Which will be unbeaten the longest?
Okay, so this goes back to a preseason prediction that I had, and that was, is the question which
no,
the question
will be the next unbeaten to lose.
Next unbeaten to lose. Okay. I'm going with Oklahoma losing next week to Kansas.
I knew you were going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, QB1 there, Jalen Daniels, has been hurt. He's had a back injury. They've got a great backup. Jason Bean's got a ton of experience, and he threw for over 400 yards last week against Oklahoma State.
They're well coached.
I'm gonna continue to ride it out. I'm gonna say Kansas beats Oklahoma, which might have some residual effects on people's opinions here locally. But I'll say Oklahoma's the next unbeaten to lose.
Interesting. I mean, there's a couple of reasonably tough games. That was one to consider. You got Florida State and Duke this weekend. It's also on Saturday night that could be interesting if Duke's able to take down Florida State. But I think both of those teams end up winning their respective games. I look at the game coming up November 11th in Happy Valley. It's two times in a row. I'm going with Penn State. I think Michigan's going to be the first team, or the next team, I should say, that loses, because I think Florida State will handle Duke.
Well, I know how you feel about James Franklin, and you're continuing to ride that.
God, I can't stand James Franklin, and I've got them beating Ohio State this weekend and then beating Michigan at home. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. I don't like this at all.
So, barring quarterbacks, who is the best player in the country?
Well, this is even more interesting, I think, because of the injury to Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers gets hurt, and I think a lot of people thought that perhaps he would be that punch-button answer. He's gone for maybe the rest of the season, at least until perhaps the championship games start coming around. I have a few players in mind, but the one who stands out I can't get away from is Travis Hunter. He's back. He's playing the stud athlete from Colorado. He's a fantastic corner and a phenomenal athlete who plays wide receiver as well, and they just feed him the ball. He plays both ways, and it's not like he plays a little bit on offense and all the time on defense. This guy is always on the field. He is a phenomenal player.
We're halfway through the season. This guy is 400 yards clear of his closest competitor. Halfway through the season. Torrey Taylor, the punter at Iowa, has outpunted the closest competitor by nearly 400 yards, averaging 448.
Come on. Just stop. Just stop. You're not serious.
No, I'm not.
Okay. It's a great answer. I think it's funny. Okay.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Brock Bowers is probably the best player I've seen, but he's hurt. Seriously, there's a player at Iowa. Cooper DeJean is pretty freaking awesome, the cornerback. And then I'm going to go with 2 wide receivers, though, and I'll narrow it down to 1.
Thank you.
One is Keon Coleman.
Yeah, that was one of my guys. I wonder if you get the other one, too.
Luther Burden at Missouri is ridiculous. This was one of those recruits that Missouri managed to get with their NIL deal. He is ridiculously good. So if I can't say Bowers, and you won't let me say 22,
I'm not going to say that.
Luther Burden, wide receiver, Missouri.
You know, the other receiver I was thinking of, can you guess my other receiver? Because Keon Coleman was definitely on my list.
Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Was not.
Okay.
Roma Dunze from
he's pretty good.
From Washington, who's got 6 touchdowns, averaging nearly 19 yards a catch, has 736 yards receiving already.
There's no Torrey Taylor.
Who is?
So Iowa is 6-1 and perhaps the most boring team in the country.
Yeah.
Will they finish 11-1 only to get blown out in the Big Ten championship game?
No. They will not finish 11-1.
Oh, who's the stumbling block?
I don't know. But I don't
look at the rest of the
Iowa.
schedule.
I'll tell you, I'll give you 3 teams that can be tough to play. Minnesota, Illinois, and Nebraska.
Okay, and where are they playing those games?
They are playing Minnesota, Illinois are in Iowa City.
Yep.
Nebraska is in Lincoln. But
on the last game of the season.
The thing is, Iowa, because of their offense, every game is going to be close to the sun. Every game is going to be a close game because they're not going to blow you out.
But with that punter?
It's tough to overcome that punter. So I'm going to say they win the West, but I don't, and they will get blown out in the Big Ten title game. I just don't think they'll go there 11-1.
I think the biggest test might just be this weekend against Minnesota, but they're playing at home. Their defense is legit. Their punting game is legit. And like we joke about the punting, but the punting is a big part, right? Because if you're going to be pinning guys back as much as you can, then your defense takes over. You got a long field to defend, and that's hard around other teams. The other thing might be that Iowa punts probably more than any other team in the country.
They certainly do. That's why
that's
why it's even more of a joke what I said.
But I do think they go 11-1, and of course they get blown out by the Big Ten East champion because it's just there's no competition.
Will the Pac-12 be represented in the CFP?
They will not be represented. I just think there's too much cannibalism that happens out west between the Huskies, the Ducks, the Beavers, the Cougars, and the Trojans. Not to mention one of the bottom feeder teams in the Pac-12 always seems to wreak havoc on one of the other teams. Like you think you got it going, and then all of a sudden what happens? Arizona comes up with a big win. Or Arizona State will beat you. It just happens every single year. And I don't think it takes away from the great story that is the Pac-12 this season because they have a number of really good teams, but no one's going to go unscathed.
Okay, I agree with you. And I the weird thing is the team that has the easiest schedule the rest of the way has already suffered, not a bad loss, but a loss. The easiest schedule is Oregon State. They only have to play 2 of the big boys, and they won't play them until the last 2 weeks of the season. They're going to be 9-1 going into games with Oregon and Washington.
But who'd they lose to?
They lost to Washington State, which isn't a bad team.
It's not a bad team.
But they've already chalked up a loss, and so...
And didn't Washington State just lose a horrible game?
Yes. Oregon State, they play Washington at home, and then they have to travel to Oregon, and I would give Oregon State the best. It is a brutal finish, but everybody's got brutal finishes. Like it's the best conference in college football, and they might get left out, and something seems wrong about that. But I guess
that's why
this will get corrected, and there's going to be more teams in the playoff next year.
Well, not from the Pac-12.
So with the implosion of the Pac-12, what should happen to the Rose Bowl?
Well, look, it's sad. The Big Ten, I hope, maintains its tie-in. So I want the best matchup. If a Big Ten team or the Big Ten runner-up doesn't go to the playoff, right, they still go to the Rose Bowl as it stands right now. So what's the best matchup? I think the Rose Bowl should call up Notre Dame and say, if you get to 10 wins, we'll take you every year. Because, if you're getting a Big Ten team against Notre Dame, then guaranteed every year. And if they don't get to 10 wins, I would call up the Southeast Conference. Because you got to remember, Big 12 champ, ACC champ, and SEC champ. If they don't go to the playoffs, they have bowl tie-ins. So you're not likely to grab one of those teams. So I'd call up the Southeast Conference and say, if Notre Dame doesn't get to 10, we'll take the loser of your title game in the Rose Bowl to play a Big Ten representative.
I think it's interesting the way you've kind of laid it out, but because they're going to 12 teams in the college football playoff, it has really diluted the waters of what college football is, and particularly of trying to find a way to let's get the Big Ten team that's not represented in the college football playoff, which might be Big Ten team 3 or 4 for that matter. So I just say this. It should always be a venue for a major bowl game. It should host a college football playoff game every single year. It's one of the semifinal games every year, and that's it. I can't. As much as your idea about Notre Dame.
My idea is dumb. My idea is dumb because
it's not dumb. It's not dumb.
But is a 10-win Notre Dame team not going to the playoff?
Of course they are.
So a 9-win Notre Dame team, if you get to 9 wins and don't make the playoffs?
But we're doing it just to hang on to history, and at this point, it's bastardized history. So don't do it.
Yeah, maybe just make it a constant
clean
semifinal.
cut, and it's always a semifinal game.
Probably makes more sense.
It can also be a final game on some years in a rotation because it's the best venue.
It should be.
It's the best venue in college football.
It should be. Yeah, my idea is dumb, but I'm trying to hang on to something and guarantee a Big Ten tie-in. Because if you ever made that trip,
I like the creativity,
the trip is beautiful. But you're right; it would have to be a 9-win Notre Dame team in the SEC 3 or 4. So there it is. Why not? No, it's the NIL transfer portal live animal mascot thingy. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for a long term, or if he was just out for
So look,
that game
there's a lot here.
if he's out long
follow
term,
up with the
that torpedoes what they're trying to
NIL
build.
transfer portal live idol mascot thingy
tour. This is why we do it, because it comes up with some great topics.
The Tory Taylor stats are amazing. This is the Iowa punter. Iowa is 10-1 when he punts 8 times or more.
8 times or more?
Yes. They're undefeated when he punts 9 times or more. But they're 10-1 when he punts 8 times or more. I mean, there are shirts that go around Iowa City that says punting is winning. And the thing about it is the possibility of them going at 11-1, having an 11-1 season is there. Like they could go 11-1. Now let's think about this, Gator. They win out, which includes, I think it's Rutgers, Illinois, Northwestern, Nebraska, Minnesota. Not in that order. Which they could do. They go to the Big Ten title game and they pull off an upset. Do they make the playoff at 12-1? Big Ten champion?
If they knock off, let's say they knock off, well, we know they have to beat one of the big 3.
Yep.
Right? Is that big 3 team an undefeated team? Like is Penn State undefeated? Is Michigan undefeated?
I don't know. If they are undefeated.
If they're undefeated, I think they're right.
Iowa gets in at 12-1 with the worst offense in the history of football and the biggest weapon, their punter.
Yes. Okay. But if they were to have beaten, an undefeated Big Ten East team, then they deserve to be in there. The Big Ten deserves to be represented, and why not? You have to be represented by the Big Ten champion. They beat the best team in the Big Ten.
One would think, and they'd be 12-1.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing about this is that the whole stat that they're 10-1 when Taylor punts 8 times or more. It probably means their drives aren't ending in turnovers. And so teams are being forced to go the length of the field against an Iowa defense.
Yeah, I'm just looking at their turnover. They've got 5 interceptions this year. I'm not sure how many fumbles they have, if they have those.
They got all of them
stats, but it's it's a team that They do well with penalties. They average only 26 yards a game in penalties. So they're smart. It's a well-coached team. Everybody knows Kirk Ferentz is a heck of a coach.
And their biggest issue is his son is the offensive coordinator.
That is the biggest issue. He's going to have to fire his son.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they put in his contract for people who don't know it. If they don't win, I think if they don't win 8 games or don't average 25 points a game, Brian Ferentz contractually is out.
Now, here's what's tough, and I guess something I don't know if you considered it. I know I didn't. I totally forgot about this, but now that I bring this up, I would probably change my answer. I totally forgot. They do have a quarterback change because McNamara is out and Deacon Hill is the quarterback, and he's not good. He's got, I would say this. If he could tone down the pass a little bit, drop it by 30 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm. Take a little heat off the fastball.
Take a lot of heat off the fastball. I think he'll have more success. But he's only completed 38.6% of his passes. He's 27 of 70. Now, watching him play against Michigan State, I swear to God, more than half the passes that were dropped because he just throws the ball like Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
There's no need for that. Just take it easy, relax a little bit, and you'll have more success. The other thing that's crazy about Iowa is it's a 6-1 team. And we talked, is it possible they go 11-1? It is possible. Michigan State had them beat.
Yeah.
I mean, and we look ahead to this game, Michigan State on Saturday night. This is what's so aggravating about it. It's a total different mindset. If Michigan State beats Iowa at Iowa, and then they follow that up with a game against Rutgers, which they should have won, you win both of those games, and you're 4-2 with a little bit of momentum.
The question is why does Michigan State keep imploding? And is it because they get tired because they don't have the depth? Is it because they just right now are kind of a mess in terms of leadership? Why do they keep imploding? Because they have. The last 2 games, they've imploded.
My gut tells me it's because it's the change. It's the change in leadership. It's a different voice that's coming to them with a different tone. Harlan Barnett is an awesome guy. I don't know if, Harlan's demeanor on the sideline comes even close to what Mel Tucker's was. And I don't know if the coaching staff, now that they're a coaching staff under Harlan, do they coach the same way that they did under Mel Tucker? You know what I mean? I think Mel was much more aggressive on the sideline. He was very intense. Harlan is, I'm not going to say he's more relaxed, although he looks a little bit more relaxed, but he's not as maybe hot-headed as Mel was on the sideline. So it's different. And I don't know. I have to believe that plays some role in it. And
so
I don't know. The moment just becomes too big for this team. I don't know.
The Penn State Ohio State game looms so interesting. I think that this might be the first time Penn State has the advantage of quarterback in that rivalry. Penn State has played last year. That was a close game. Remember, JT Tuimoloau had that huge second half. Marvin Harrison did, and Penn State blew a lead there. I remember they were leading it stunningly in Columbus a couple of years ago, and I feel like Ohio State program they're having to do something they haven't had to do, which is they haven't had to get better every week. They've come in with such a dominant team in recent years that you have to allow for them to get better every week, that they might be building towards being something better. I will say what we know is Saturday, come about 4:00, I feel like one coach is going to have a very uncomfortable press conference. Neither of these coaches nobody ever wants to lose, but I feel like they're both at a tentative place in their career where they're both having success. But there's a big thing looming out there. And for Ohio State, it's in Ryan Day in particular, losing to Michigan 2 years in a row it's 2 games, right? It's not a huge sample size. But if they lose this game, the fans are really going to get down on him going into a late season game against Michigan. And in James Franklin's case, it's Penn State trying to find a way to beat Michigan, trying to find a way to beat Ohio State, and they've struggled. Remember the game they won a couple of years ago? It took a blocked field goal return or blocked punt? It was a blocked field goal return for a touchdown.
Yeah, that was more than a couple of years ago. Wasn't it?
That won the game for them.
It was
like five or 6 years
whatever
ago,
it was.
whatever, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's no pressure on James Franklin like there is on Ryan Day. James Franklin has done a remarkable job at Penn State of keeping Penn State being this double-digit win per year team, but they're not breaking through like everybody wants them to, but there still isn't any pressure on him. You talk about Drew Aller. I saw a stat, it wasn't a stat, I don't know if it had to be a tweet, I guess I saw, of his spread chart of where he throws the football.
Yeah.
And his completions and touchdowns. He doesn't take shots downfield. That's the difference between Drew Aller and previous quarterbacks at Penn State. You talked about the arm punt ability of Rocky Lombardi, just throw it up for grabs or whatever against Michigan, and that worked for Michigan State. That used to be Penn State. Remember, they did that to get to the Big Ten championship game and won the Big Ten championship game all those years ago. I think it was against Wisconsin.
Was it Trace McSorley?
Yeah, I think it was Trace McSorley. Just kept throwing it straight up in the air, 50 yards downfield, and his receivers came down with the ball more than 50% of the time. It was just a gamble. They don't do that anymore. Everything Drew Aller throws is within 20 yards, but it's smart. because you don't find yourself making mistakes. And that's why he hasn't thrown interceptions. You throw into that a consistent running game that averages 4.5 yards a carry, and they've got 1,200 yards already on the season. It's a tough team, and they play great defense, and they're a really, really good football team.
Here's a couple of things of feedback. What should happen to the Rose Bowl with the Pac-12 imploding? Play the Big Ten championship game at the Rose Bowl now. That's from an unnamed texter.
I kind of like that.
If we took a couple more Pac-10 teams and we did an East versus West division and had the Big Ten championship game in the Rose Bowl, would be sick. We made that joke originally when we were talking about the Big Ten. Well, we made it as a joke. The Big Ten just enveloping the entire Pac-12 and play the title game in Pasadena. And yet I think a combination of these ideas are better than my idea, because my idea in expanded playoff really doesn't work. But your idea of just make the Rose Bowl a permanent venue for a playoff spot, which the Rose Bowl would accept, and the Rose Bowl has I'm sure they're going to want to put it out to bids, but the Rose Bowl has a special place in the fans of at least the mid. I mean, probably not in the South, but I think they recognize it's a special spot.
I think that what I would like to see the Big Ten do is rotate that Big Ten championship game, a rotation of Indianapolis, Detroit, Minnesota, and Los Angeles, Pasadena. I think that would be really cool, because Indy's a great venue. It's a fantastic stadium. It's a great venue for a bunch of reasons, staying downtown, walking right to the stadium. Detroit, Ford Field's amazing. We know that the stadium in Minnesota, by all accounts, is unbelievable.
I've been outside it a few times. It looks like an art gallery.
Yeah, and we know how great the Rose Bowl is. I'd like to see a rotation of those 4 venues, and maybe that the Rose Bowl gets it every other year type venue.
Yeah.
But changing it up from just Indianapolis, I think that's the way to go.
All right, Carson Anderson, we'll get to some Lions stuff next. 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, "I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today." Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans there.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep. Feedback. Iowa's defense is a product of their schedule. They haven't faced a top 50 offense all year. The two they played last year, Michigan took no chances and just ground them down. Ohio State carved them up. They should move the Big Ten championship game to the Rose Bowl. That keeps the Big Ten Pac-12 in the Rose Bowl. It won't be January 1st, but can you imagine Michigan playing Ohio State in Pasadena? That'd be awesome. That's from Ryan and Lansing. I was going to joke and say, it should be the highest rated Big Ten team not to play in the playoff. Future Rose Bowls. Contractually, the Rose Bowl takes the highest rated Big Ten team not in the playoff to play Oregon State. Every year. That'll be,
go Beavers.
That'll be what it'll be every year. 248-539-9797. Okay. So do you want to get to this proposed trade, or do you want to get to quite a prediction and huge question about the Lions? Which sounds better to you?
Let's get to the proposed trade. Okay. Everybody gets it. I mean, we're 13 days away from the trade deadline. So
okay. So I don't like spending a whole lot of time dedicating to ripping on other media members. But every once in a while you see something and you go, come on, man. And this was put out by one of the absolute places that I respect the most when it comes to sports content out there. And I think you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, not you.
Oh.
The Athletic. Do you respect The Athletic?
I do.
Yeah. The Athletic does a lot of good work. And I kind of feel like The Athletic, the content on The Athletic is to me today what I think Sports Illustrated was years ago.
Yeah, like Sports Illustrated lost that a lot.
Yeah, but The Athletic, they had two writers put together trade proposals. And I hate this trade proposal as it pertains to the Lions. The trade proposal is...
You're already poisoning the well, but okay.
Not intentionally, but let me read you this trade proposal.
Yes.
The Broncos trade cornerback Patrick Surtain to the Lions.
Yep. All in. Let's go.
For a 2024 second round pick and a 2025 third round pick.
And what else? Which first round pick did they give up?
That's it. That's it.
A second rounder in 2024 and a third rounder in 2025?
Yes.
All right. Look, you had Matt Surtain, right?
Mm-hmm.
This guy's an all-pro corner on a rookie contract. I think he's in year 3 of his 5-year rookie contract. He's outstanding. But I understand what you're saying. It's a ridiculous to say that it would only cost you a second rounder and a third rounder. And by the way, in different years, no, you got it. It doesn't. So that doesn't get it done.
The trade
it makes sense. Lions going to Broncos. Broncos are a bad team, and if the Broncos want to get a lot of draft capital, here's a player that can offer up.
The player,
great.
Yep. What we'd have to pay is, I can't even imagine doing sports talk in Denver, hearing that our team gave up a first team all-pro corner still on his rookie contract for a second and third round pick. I mean, all that would speak to, in my view, would be insane incompetence on the part of the Denver Broncos.
Was there some give and take between the two writers about this? So one guy says this is what I would do. Does he get called out for it? Or is it just
there
like
is a little bit of give and take?
Because clearly the first thing that comes to mind with you and I is that doesn't get it done.
No. The give and take was, they give their 2 cents and then they say why it won't happen. And then they say Denver probably be looking for a first round pick and one of those mid round picks. And I'm like,
yes.
I'm not even sure that gets it done. Later, I found a story, again, on The Athletic, which is a website I really, really respect, where the possibility of Denver cleaning house came up to this writer. And he was like, yeah, they'll look at moving on from Jerry Jeudy for sure. And they said, and any call about Patrick Surtain starts with 2 first-round picks. Like It feels like it has to hurt to get a player like that.
Yeah, it would have to hurt. And, the conversation could start on Denver's side at 2 first-round picks. And if you're a team like the Lions who'd be interested in Patrick Surtain, you don't have to say, yeah, I'll do it for that. But, I mean, would you do it for a first and a third?
No, see, again, I don't think they would. And if they did, I would jump on it. But why, I think it's by starts with. When I hear starts with, I think that means that's the beginning of what we want back. We want more than that.
Yeah.
And a lot of it has to do with the established quality player rookie contract. As best I could tell, the cap ramifications, if the Lions pulled this off, he would cost them, I think it's $944,000 on their cap this year and $1.05 million next year.
And then the 5th-year option.
Next year would be the 5th year.
Oh,
option,
next year's
I
the 5th
believe.
year.
Yeah,
okay. So he's in year 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not much of a contractual obligation at this point, but signing him to a long-term deal, that's where it jumps to $20 million a year.
Here's the line. Trading Surtain should be viewed as a non-starter if the theoretical offers for him don't begin with a pair of first-round picks. When I read that, I'm saying, okay, we want 2 firsts and.
Yeah.
And, I wouldn't blame Denver for asking for that, and I wouldn't blame Detroit on passing on that.
But it depends how desperate Denver is. I mean, Denver could always hang on to him for another year, keep him for that 5th year, and then move him at next year's trade deadline, or move him in the offseason, or whatever, or how about this? This is novel. You re-sign him.
Yes.
Because he's one of the bright young players in the National Football League, and I don't know if you want to build around a corner. I threw an idea to you off the air that I think, my view of the secondary positions with safety and corner, I think there's so much attrition year in and year out because those guys get banged up all the time.
Yeah.
That I have a feeling that at some point the NFL is going to get wise to that as well. And they're going to start to devalue that position in terms of how much they pay for it, like they do running backs. Running backs are used and abused. They're spit out. They're disposable. I feel like at some point, it's going to start to come down that line for secondary players, defensive backs, because they get used and abused and spit out, and they're hurt all the time. Nonetheless, it hasn't happened yet, and Patrick Surtain will be in line for a $20 million a year contract.
Let me correct something, too. He's in year 3. Next
So
year, he does
more
have a 5th-year option, so you could have him for 2.5 years. There's no way in hell Denver's giving him up for anything less than 2 firsts.
Would you do it?
Well, and let me say this. I think what the writer wrote is 2 firsts and. Would I do it? I probably wouldn't, because I think that's just too much. Because here's what the Lions are going to have to do. They're going to have some affordable, cheap players in the future, because they're going to have to sign some guys.
Yes.
And so giving up high draft picks, I mean, the Rams have done it, and the Rams did it, and they built a Super Bowl champion. And it's one way to do it, but another way if you're trying to sustain long-term success is going to have to pay Jared Goff and Sewell and Amon-Ra and, these players coming up in future years. And so you're going to have to you might have to let a Jonah Jackson go or an Aleem McNeil go or some. I'm just pulling these names out of thin air. I have no idea what their plan is, and replace them with cheaper young options that you hope can play, that you're trying to get the next guy, which is tough, but it's how you sustain success.
It is tough, and only the Lions know.
The league's not set up for you to sustain success, right?
Correct. Only the Lions know how they feel about, Coyote, the offensive lineman, the guard, or how they feel about Sorsdahl, if those are, just speaking specifically on the offensive line.
Right.
Only the Lions know how they feel about those guys. Like, oh, well, we got our next guys.
Yeah.
We're going to be okay.
That's why behind the scenes, Broderick Martin's development might be key, because they might have to let a defensive tackle go in the future that they want to re-sign and have a 3rd-round pick that doesn't cost you anything play not the same, but comparably in some ways.
What's really appetizing about Surtain, other than his talent, is that it is 2.5 years.
Right.
Okay, so if you're trying to rationalize giving up 2 first-round picks and a 5th-round pick, just for the sake of argument, well, you're not going to get a better player at, let's say the Lions are drafting at 26 or higher. You're not going to get a better player than Patrick Surtain. So to give up a 1st-round pick for that, that's fine. Now, if the cost is now another second first-round pick and a 5th-round pick, I think I could rationalize it and say it's okay.
Again, if I'm a Denver talk show host, 2 firsts and. The and isn't 2 firsts and Jamison Williams. The and is like 2 firsts and a 3rd. Or
I threw 5th, actually.
Okay, right. So 2 firsts and a 4th. Let's meet in the middle. Right. Would you do that for Patrick Surtain?
I'd really consider it. Now what I have to do is reconcile, does that make more sense, or is there another deal that makes more sense if I had to give up the same type of draft capital? Because if I had to give up, let's say I'm looking at another position, like a rudge escher, if you will, or edge rusher, as some people might say. If I'm looking at the rudge escher, Doug, does it make more sense for me to throw that package at Carolina or at the Raiders? Yeah. Is that possible that gets one of those done, or do you have to give up less to get Brian Burns?
Probably less to get Brian Burns.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Let's get 10 texts. Would you give up 2 firsts and a mid-round pick, or 2 firsts and, not an elite player, but a good player for Patrick Surtain? First 10 texts at 248-539-9797. Give us yes or no and the reason why. We'll read them on the air. Coming up at 11:20, would you do that? Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand-new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So story in The Athletic, which is just it's a really, really, really good sports website, and they do a really nice job, and it's pay. I mean, it's a subscription site, but I have found it worth it, Gator, and I know you do as well. And the thing about it is they put out something that I wish could be possible, but they said trades we'd like to see, and one of them was the Lions send a second and a third to Denver for Patrick Surtain. I'm like, come on, man. I mean, look, yes, every Lions fan would say yes, and every Denver fan would be irate that they just traded a rookie contract, all-pro third-year corner for a second and a third when they've got him for another 2.5 years. So I found a Q&A, and a Denver writer said, any offer would have to start with 2 firsts. So if we work with that, start with 2 firsts and a mid-round pick, would you make that trade for Patrick Surtain? And we asked for 10 texts. Here's what has come in. Gator, are you ready?
I am.
From an unnamed texter, yes, we've got the draft capital and the roster depth to make this a worthy deal. It's from an unnamed texter. Dennis in Allen Park, hell no, I'm not giving up 2 firsts for a cornerback. Imagine what our GM can do with 2 first-round picks. Brian in a car in Flint, hell yes, it's now or never. Marcus in a box truck, no, I don't want to give up that much capital, guys. Would rather get a big fella or just keep the picks and let Holmes cook. Wade in Roseville, yes, I would trade.
What do you got?
I would trade Will Harris,
a
first-round pick and a third-round pick for Patrick Surtain. Again, that's not that you got to give up 2 firsts and a third, or 2 firsts and a player. So Wade, that's not the question. You just said I'd like to buy a Range Rover at a Datsun price.
Datsun?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. Does the analogy work?
Ish. Yeah. At a Nissan price, I guess that's where you would go.
Yeah.
I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, no disrespect to Will Harris.
Or Datsun.
Or Datsun, for that matter. Remember the 280Z, that sports car? That was fun.
It was hot.
That was a nice car. Yeah, the idea that you could get Patrick Surtain for something like that is laughable. I mean, you got to pay the piper on this.
Yep.
The ideas of letting Brad Holmes cook in the draft, look, it looks like, knocking on wood here, for the foreseeable future, the Lions could be drafting in the 20s, the late 20s, maybe beyond that, for a couple of years here. I have full confidence that Brad Holmes can turn one of those picks into multiple picks of players of consequence, because that's what he's proven to do. At the same time, at some point, you just want to flat out improve the team for right now rather than, building up depth. This team has depth. This team has a chance to win right now. I'm excited because I do think there's a deal out there that could be made, whether it lands on a Patrick Surtain or a Brian Burns, Danielle Hunter. It can be done, and I'm excited to see him cook that way.
Joe and Troy, I would not trade 2 firsts for Patrick Surtain. Holmes is too good with his draft picks to take those away. Unnamed texter, no, the Detroit secondary is great with Brian Branch. Brad Holmes has proven he can draft at any position. No sense in trading 2 firsts. Next text, yes, Brad was going to take Witherspoon. He wanted another lockdown corner. Get Surtain. Yes, make our secondary legendary once everyone is back. That's from David in Minnesota. Yes, do it now. If we lose some players in free agency, we get compensation, and I trust Holmes. Well, I'm actually I'm excited. It tells me we got a decent topic when we got about half 50-50 split here.
Well, think of it this way too. Let's just say they make a move and it costs them 2 first-round picks and even a 4th-round pick, right?
Yep.
That's the trade, and it happens.
Yep.
People that are upset about the trade, you're upset about what it could mean for the future. But what about what it means right now? Would you be excited about what it means right now?
Is the Lions would be launched into a full-scale Super Bowl run. Now, I'm not sure they're not in that already.
They may they may have enough to compete there, but you want to be over the top.
Yeah, but you don't have to give up any first-round picks to be in it already.
I get that, but if I want to, ensure that I have the best opportunity possible, I'm adding. I think the Lions are going to add at the trade deadline. I don't know how big it's going to be. My gut tells me it's not going to be some some massive piece, but I kind of want it to be a massive piece.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we find out there are rumblings next week, late next week, hey, the Lions are talking with Carolina. Ooh, right? You look at it, okay, there's got to be Brian Burns. It's got to be Brian Burns or Derek Brown. I assume it's Brian Burns they're talking about. And adding an edge rusher to this team, the opposite side of Aiden Hutchinson, all of a sudden takes this defense to a different level altogether. They're really good right now. We've talked about the statistics and where they're at. But if you watch the eyeball test, the pass rush can be better, right?
Yep.
When they dial up the pressure, they really get home. Sometimes when they just rush forward, they get home. But if you added another piece like a Brian Burns or Danielle Hunter, then it's Katie bar the door. This defense has been taken to a new level. You're reducing the amount of time a quarterback has to throw, which makes every defensive back even better.
And I think those guys come cheaper than Surtain. If I'm the GM and
I would
I've got
agree.
any of those,
Hunter certainly would.
Yeah, if I have any of those commodities, I'm not realistically getting 2 first-round picks.
Surtain's on a rookie contract, 2.5 years left, and he's already an all-pro player. So that's why he's got the value for that return.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls next. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Dotson. I said Dotson.
You said Dotson. Like Santana Dotson?
Yeah.
No, like D-A-T-S-U-N. Like,
which became Nissan.
Yes.
Right? And
Yeah.
so the analogy was you want a Range Rover at a Nissan price. I said Dotson. I don't know. I don't know, Gator. I have absolutely no idea.
What made you go with Range Rover?
I don't even know that. I know it's an expensive vehicle.
Yeah.
I could have said Rolls. You want a Rolex at a Timex price. How do you want, whatever you want to put it at.
I like that better.
Yeah. But anyway. Aruba vacation on an up north budget.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, there are all kinds of them I could have went. I went with Range Rover at a Datsun price. No idea. So
I had a roommate who had a 240Z. 1971 240Z.
Yeah, they just put numbers and letters together, right? That's how Datsun named their cars.
Yeah, I mean they represented different things. It was a sweet looking car.
Is it the RX-7?
That's Mazda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was another one. I learned how to drive a stick on an RX-7.
Did you?
Yeah. Very, very patient friend of mine, Mark Papierski. Thanks, Mark.
Mark.
I haven't seen Mark in 30 years.
Neither have I. 248-539-9797. The truth is, if I look back in the first 90 minutes of the show, I think I'm having a rough day. I think I'm honestly having a rough day.
It's fun. We're having fun.
Let's go to Doug here on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Doug.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right, Doug.
I just like to comment what you talking about, maybe a trade happening or what we should go after.
Mm-hmm.
I just think if someone like that Burns, isn't he from Carolina?
Yes, Brian Burns. Yep.
Yeah, but I heard not too long ago that we should even up trade Jameson Williams for Burns. No way on that.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I heard somebody I might got a subscription to YouTube,
mm-hmm.
and I seen an article on there from some writer saying that we should change or trade Jameson Williams to them for Burns.
For Brian Burns.
Even up. Brian Burns.
Well, I mean, you got to look at. Well, you're saying no way because you're valuing Jameson Williams at, I guess, really, really, really high. I mean, I don't want to do it because I think it makes another position group weaker.
I'm looking down on feedback coming in here on Twitch saying Cookie said trade JMO for Burns. I probably wouldn't do that. I see because I mean the Lions have done just fine offensively with very little from Jameson Williams.
Correct.
But what we saw this past Sunday is exactly what you hope he can provide, and that is big play capability. And take the top off the defense guy, because if he establishes himself as that, everything else that they're already good at becomes easier, right? And there'll be more respect for the deep ball against the Lions offense. But that's a bit of a gamble, right? It's a bit of a gamble.
Was it Baldinger that had the video of him?
Yeah, Brian Baldinger put out a video of him. I can't remember where the defensive back was. It was a play where Jameson kind of dropped the football. It wasn't a great throw, but he dropped the football. So why don't you put the brakes on and came back?
Because he has to, because he's expecting it in some place. He has to lurch forward and kind of dive for it.
Baldinger's point, though, was Jameson put the brakes on and created 7 yards of separation, and you just don't do that.
No, only certain players can do that because their speed has to be respected, and we haven't even scratched the surface with him. That being said, I'm not going to overvalue him. I like him a lot. I think Brian Burns would be an excellent addition, but my hesitancy is how much are you weakening the wide receiver group by strengthening the defensive line? And maybe it's a balancing act, and in the end, you come out ahead. But then you have to re-sign Brian Burns, and that's the thing. Like you've got Jameson Williams cheap because he's on a rookie contract, and he has 3 more years on it after this year.
248-539-9797. Sean, you're next. Hi, Sean.
Hey, guys. Yeah, Costa's point was that they'd want to reunite Bryce and JMO. That's what he was trying to
Well, I get that.
So
Yeah, from Carolina's standpoint, I totally understand.
So listen, I don't want to argue with you guys, all right? This is all speculation. Can we agree on that, right?
Yes.
We don't know what Denver's going to ask for, right? So, but I think you saw the second and third and thought, that's not enough, right? So then you went and cherry-picked, and you're being responsible. I got it, right? So, like the opposite extreme. I don't know, 2 first plus, right? So, but I don't know that Denver asked for that. They got some real problems, right? I mean, so if you think about a fifth-year option on Surtain and then a franchise tag, let's just say, I mean, right now I think a corner is over $18 million. So by 2 years from now, I mean, they've got some real tough decisions on Russell Wilson, and they're going to have dead cap that is going to be extremely painful to deal with. So now, will they have bidders? How many people can even bid? The Lions have done a fantastic job of protecting their out-year cap space, right? So, and they're in a contention position right now where they'd want to make a deal like this. So there's only so many. I don't know that it's 2 first plus. It's probably somewhere in the middle, I would say. Is that fair? Or no?
I don't know. You're right. I had that thought to myself. Did we go too far the other direction? But this is a writer from Denver that set the price.
Yeah,
and that
exactly.
writer from Denver might be doing it. Could you get him for less than that? If you could, I would jump all over it.
But, Sean, here's where you counter it with the other one with 2 first-round picks. Just look at what the Rams back in 2019 sent first-round picks in 2020 and 2021, along with a 4th-round pick to Jacksonville for Jalen Ramsey. Now, and Jalen Ramsey was the best in football at the time. I think you can make an argument at Surtain, the value in the Surtain edition would be the 2.5 years you have him under control at the rookie contract. And he's already been all pro for his efforts early in his career. So I guess that's the template. Are you looking at it because the Rams gave up 2 first-round picks and a 4th rounder to get Ramsey? Is it out of line to say that for Surtain?
I think the market always sets it, though, and you have no idea what other teams were bidding there, right? So I don't know how many teams are going to go all in for Patrick Surtain right now. I don't know how many. The Lions are a perfect fit for him, right? How many others? I mean, I'm sure you could say that every team could use him, right? But I don't know, man. I just think 2 first. I mean, he's not a quarterback, and I think the Ramsey trade was probably out of whack for a corner, and it didn't pan out either, right? So, I mean, I don't know.
I would say this, Sean.
They won a Super Bowl.
You might be able to get him for less, and that'd be great. And don't ever hesitate to argue with us. I don't.
Yeah, please.
248
respectful.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Juan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Juan?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Yeah, I just want to talk about these big trades. I think we have to come to the point talking about the Lions where we can't be to make the big trade. When you get to that type of team where you're a Super Bowl contender, you have to make the big trade. For instance, last 2 years, the Stafford trade, Rams, Super Bowl. Philadelphia, A.J. Brown, one big trade, Super Bowl. If Philadelphia don't make that trade for A.J. Brown, in my opinion, they don't go to the Super Bowl. New England used to do it. If we got that much confidence into Brad Holmes, if he give up a first round, be confident that he's going to draft somebody good in the second round or whatever we get. But we're at that point now where we can't be scared to make the big move because right now we're, in my opinion, a great team that is a contender for a Super Bowl. So, yes, we have to go over the edge and don't worry about the future per se right now.
So, yeah, I mean, look, I think you brought up some things that are all true. You don't have to be afraid. You don't need to be afraid. And you shouldn't operate afraid to make a big trade. I feel like New England did it, and you were always walked away from going, they only gave up what? And they got that?
Right.
So I would say if you could pull off a Belichick-like trade, I'm trying to look back here. The Patriots traded a 4th-round pick to the Oakland Raiders for Randy Moss. Okay. The Patriots traded a 2nd and a 7th to the Dolphins for Wes Welker. The Patriots traded a 2nd-round pick to Cincinnati for Corey Dillon.
The Broncos traded Von Miller to the Rams for a 2nd and a 3rd-round pick.
Mm-hmm. Like those are that's not 2 firsts. And those trades will help them.
Some guys are rentals and some guys are longer standing. But yeah.
Sure. But that one of those trades, like the big move, future high draft capital and go for it. That's one. The smaller medium move where you give up lower draft capital for a player that can help you is 2. And then there's stand pat, which is probably in play because of contracts coming up. I think if you ask me what I expect Brad Holmes to do, it's a smaller to medium move.
Well, there was a move made yesterday where the Eagles went out and got Julio Jones.
Yeah.
And signed to a 1-year deal. I don't know what the terms were. I just know it was a 1-year deal. The rumor is that Pittsburgh is going to release cornerback Desmond King if they can't find a trade partner. Is that someone the Lions could be interested in?
Well, let's talk about that. We'll get to it next. Plus more of your open line calls. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, hold on to your glasses because there's some exciting news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. It's not just about the looks. It's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka. It's the taste of excellence. Cheers. Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today. Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans there.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep. So every day at noon, I eat lunch, and people watch on the video stream. It's become a thing. I don't quite know how it happened or why it happened, how this started. I think the cameras were left up one day, and I was eating, and people started responding. Yesterday, my lunch was pathetic because we were near the end of a grocery cycle. Didn't get a chance to go grocery shopping yesterday. I just showed you what I'm having for lunch today.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Pedestrian at best.
Okay.
And I think it's a desperation lunch. And I think it's something that most everyone can relate to. I had that as desperation dinner a couple nights ago.
Yeah. Well, did you do the same thing? All right. Well, it's a desperation lunch, end of the grocery cycle. Got to make sure that we get to the grocery store today because it's getting bad. And for those that want to watch, go to twitch.tv. YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket, and there we are. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Mike who's next. Hi, Mike.
Doug, how are you? Gator, how are you? Doug, I feel your pain on the lunch thing. I made a big vat of pasta sauce a few days ago, and it tasted great on the first day, but boy, day 4 here of having spaghetti and meatballs is really rough.
We get to that
I'm
point.
Down to the bottom of the pot, thankfully.
Good.
But
well, hang on one second. Mike, the good thing about making homemade pasta sauce is that you can freeze it.
You can freeze it, and I have some of it frozen, but I've still had some in the pot, so I'm got to finish off what I didn't freeze. So container only holds so much.
Yes.
But I wanted to talk about the Lions from it. I think Brad Holmes has shown that he's going to take a very slow and steady pace to what he's doing, and he's not going to go out. I know he made the Jameson Williams trade, but he's generally not going to go out unless it's on draft night and make a big splashy trade. I don't think that's his MO here. So I think people looking for a Patrick Surtain, Chase Young kind of deal are probably going to be disappointed. And I wouldn't make that deal because I want to see, how Holmes can cook with the ingredients of future first-round picks. However, there's 2 names out there that I think are worth the Lions' time, and I think they're names that we could potentially look at. One of which is Adoree Jackson from the Giants. I know he hasn't played spectacularly, but the entire Giants team's been.
Your phone's killing us, man. We can't understand anything you're saying. What's the other name, real quick?
Yeah.
The other player is Montez Sweat from the Commanders to get another pass rusher in lieu of Houston and some of the injuries that we've had up front.
I think those are probably more realistic kind of deals that could get done. Gator, would you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, the Giants are 1-5. They'll take, I think, anything for guys that have some value like that. The Commanders are 3-3, but they're in a tough division with the Eagles and Cowboys. Commanders are an interesting team, though. Like, I feel like they're on the cusp of are they just the quintessential 9-8 team?
Yeah,
only because you have the 17 game schedule that gives them a chance to be better than 500.
Yeah, maybe.
I like Sam Howell. I love his competitiveness. Always been a fan of his competitiveness. But he ends up making some mistakes. But do you stick with him?
That team looks like so much like a Detroit team of years past to me.
They should be so much better defensively because they have all those studs on the defensive line. Would they be willing to give one of those guys up so that they can get extra draft capital? Maybe. I mean, I agree with you. It's probably a lesser price to go over there.
Yep. Those 2 deals feel more in line with what I would expect Brad Holmes to do. 248-539-9797. George is next. Hi, George.
Hi. How you guys doing?
All right, George.
Good. So like Mike was saying, I do agree on how Holmes is kind of more of the GM to sit back on his picks. I mean, I don't disagree with that either. Apparently with these last 2 years of the draft has been great. But I think Brian Burns is a pretty realistic offer. If Carolina loses this week too, or I think they're on a bye actually, but if they lose, go 0-7, I think really maybe a second-round pick, even a first-round pick, and I think they'd be willing to give up. I know it's not that much of a trade, but Pat Surtain is going to be probably 1 or 2 first-round picks. And honestly, I think the cornerbacks are really a reflection of the front 7, and if we can get another player right next to Hutchinson who's already a defensive player of the year candidate, I just think he could actually win, and it'd be just much better because the quarterbacks we've played, honestly, especially in that Tampa Bay game, you could see blown coverages, stuff like that. And I think that'll still happen if you don't have pass rush as much as we do have. And I've seen McNeil. He's gotten much better, obviously. And Aaron Glenn, his defensive style, he doesn't want to blitz anyway. So I think the perfect fit would be getting Burns, honestly, and at a cheaper price if Carolina keeps losing.
It seems to me like Burns would be more realistic and, yes, cheaper than a Patrick Surtain, and an impact player and a guy that, you know, they're looking for draft capital back because they've given up so much of it. So yeah, I could totally see that being a trade that goes down, and they might just go back to square one and say we're going to try and win in year 3 or year 4 of Bryce Young's career.
Absolutely.
Yeah. In fact, they probably are saying things like, you know, did you see how Detroit did it?
Well,
let's do it the way Detroit did it.
Yeah, if you do it like Detroit did, then you're not going to give up Brian Burns.
Oh, I think you are. I think it's like giving up Stafford.
Except he's on a rookie contract. He's the end of his rookie contract, and he's a piece to build around. It's not at the end of his career where it clearly hadn't worked out.
Yeah, I think that they go into a full-scale rebuild. They're going to take their lumps, you know, this year and next year, and hope to show some promise 2 years from now, and then be ready to win 3 years from now. If I'm trying to craft a path, if I'm running Carolina, that's how I'm trying to realistically approach it.
If I'm running Carolina, I'm not trading Burns.
You're not?
No.
Okay.
I've confidence that you can do things in the offseason with free agency and your draft to add players to build around Bryce Young.
You have to. The one thing that Detroit has really done, and what you have to do is you have to draft well. 248-539-9797. Coming up at 12:05, Gator did this a couple days ago. We had some listeners do it yesterday. I'm going to do it today. That's today at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. It probably sounds a lot more salacious than it's actually going to be.
What do you know?
Let's go to Fadi here next here on 97.1. Hi, Fadi.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Real quick, I was thinking about Chase Young. He's on the last year of his contract. Maybe we could pick him up for a 3rd, 4th, or a 5th. I don't know. And use him as a rental for this year.
Yeah, he's had injury issues. I haven't followed him close enough in the last couple of weeks.
Just for the depth, though. I'd take him for, we got the shot going all in, so.
Well, sometimes you get a player like that and you hope that you can get more out of him than the previous guy got out of him. Yeah, he's doing some stuff. 3 sacks. How many TFLs? I think TFLs are wildly underrated. He doesn't have a ton of tackles that much at all, but I love Chase Young out of college, but the injuries have been an issue. Here's his game logs: 15 his first year, 9 his second year, 3 last year, and he's played in 5 so far this year. So,
yeah, he's been slow. It's that staying healthy has been a big issue with him. Obviously, he's been in the league. This is his 4th year in the league, and he's only played 32 games.
Yeah. So, if you can get him for a mid-round pick, it might be worth it. That might be worth it.
But if I guess you're the Commanders. You're probably aiming higher than that.
Than a mid-round pick?
Yeah.
You might be, but I don't know if you're willing to give him up, you're going to take the highest offer. And if the highest offer is Detroit offering a 4th, conditional 3rd, I don't know.
All right.
Yep. 248-539-9797. So, raising the curtain here a little bit, yesterday we were about to talk with Jared Goff, and we were like, should we bring up the contract?
Right.
And we talked to Jansen a little bit about it, and it's not because, we're just, all right, what are we going to get out of him? Right? What are we going to get out of Jared Goff? Is he going to answer anything? Or is he just, if
we ask him about the contract,
does it put him in an awkward position?
Kind of did our own what would you predict he would say as a response?
Yep.
I think we both agreed on the same thing.
And our thought was maybe not this week, but at some point. But Dan Campbell just got asked about Jared Goff's contract.
Okay.
This is from Dave Burkett. Dan Campbell said he didn't want to get into where talks stand with Jared Goff on a contract extension with the Lions, but said, quote, he's playing at a high level and he needs to be with us. So I mean, is he hinting there?
I don't know if he's hinting at anything. I think he knows that he wants this guy. This guy's been leading this team for 2.5 years, and he's done a hell of a job of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he just turned 29. So prime of his career right now. They're getting the most out of him. Yeah, he wants him here for a while.
Yeah.
I think he's just letting him know that he's showing him the love.
It's funny because I almost think this is the perfect answer because he's not saying anything other than we want you here.
Right.
Which I'm sure they do. The only thing that gets dicey is if the price is way too much. So you say you want him here. I wonder how much they practice or prepare for that question. So he's got his punch button answer so he doesn't say anything wrong. I
don't know.
Oh, we like him a lot, but not for what he's asking for. I mean, you don't want to say something like that, right?
I mean, no, you don't. But the coach is always in a position where he can deflect and say, look, it's a Brad Holmes issue. We love him. We know how valuable he is. We want to have him here for a long time.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Lunchtime. I think people are going to laugh at this one. We can do your feedback and phone calls. Also, I'm going to do something, Gator, you did Monday, listeners did yesterday. I'll do it today at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So the lunch today was, I took tortilla chips and sprinkled some like a Mexican blend cheese on top and melted it during the last commercial break, like 11:44 in the microwave, which was, I mean, again, end of a grocery cycle. We don't have a lot of food. There were no leftovers last night. Didn't get a chance to get to the grocery store.
How long did you nuke it for?
30 seconds. And the problem is then it came in and sat for about 15 minutes.
Right.
And the cheese hardened. And it was bad.
Oh, bad, you say?
Yeah, it was bad because some of the cheese melted to the glass Pyrex container I've got, and I had to like scrape it up. It was just,
that's the good stuff right there.
I know, right? So I need to.
I'm surprised you threw enough cheese on there where it would, actually get.
Well,
to the
I mean, I didn't go over the top with the cheese, but we just are where we are right now. We're gonna have a real meal tonight. I'll just say, I got
meal.
I got plans.
What are the plans?
I got big plans.
Can you let us in?
I'll do some sort of chicken or something. Maybe like a chicken and vegetables kind of deal. Maybe do some potatoes on the side. Maybe grill a chicken breast. I might fire up the green egg today. It's a nice day. This is it right here. Heat up some cider. Sit outside.
Heat up some cider.
Oh yeah, get some apple cider. Nuke that. Put it in a little
Captain in there.
You can throw some Captain in there. I'm not opposed to that.
Fireball.
I've never done Fireball with cider. It would make some sense, I would think. Yeah.
I'm here for you.
I appreciate it. Team effort. When I'm sitting on the back deck, plastered, and my wife walks outside, I'll say, well, Gator said.
I never said to over imbibe.
No, you didn't say that. That's true.
That's on you.
Yeah, that would be on me. All right. So open the show, a little Michigan State talk, some college football stuff, rounded out the first hour, went to the Lions at the 11 o'clock hour. We had some Red Wings discussion. So hitting a lot of the major food groups here and as what's going on locally. Gator, on Monday's show, you apologized to Gil. Now, for people who don't know who Gil is Kang's friend. And at the beginning of the year, I guess Gil and a group of guys that Kang knows goes to one road trip every year. And they chose Tampa, and we're like, dude, they're opening the season in Kansas City. Why are you going to Tampa? It's not like Tampa in December where it's also part get away from the weather, although the weather hasn't been great around here. It's not like you're going to Tampa when it's freezing out. So why did you choose Tampa? And we kind of made fun of Gil and the boys for a few weeks, and then that turned out to be a reasonably big game, and you said, you know what? And you apologized to him.
I did, and I think in large part was because just to be part of that huge contingent that was there
of Lions fans
that were there that made national news for their appearance in there, and you could say you were part of that group. That's cool. And on top of that, you got to see the performance from this week's NFC Offensive Player of the Week, Jared Goff. End up being a pretty good game for you. So my apologies to Gil.
It's quite all right. And so then I say
it's
on
not
behalf
for you
of,
to say.
I was about to say I say on behalf of Gil apparently. Then yesterday we took two calls. One guy called up to apologize to Jared Goff. Say, I didn't think you could do this. I am so impressed. You're awesome. Another guy called up to apologize to Alex Anzalone because he signed that contract extension, and we all kind of, it's like, really? Do they need to do that? And it's funny because one of the topics that we've been kicking around for a couple of days is there any Detroit Lion that you need to apologize to? Now, they probably don't care, and nor should they, but maybe it's just the Lion that you were most wrong on. Because there was a Lion that I completely gave up on. A Lion that I thought, it ain't happening. And a Lion that I basically fully endorsed an aggressive plan to draft over. And I kind of owe him an apology. Because this guy is proving his worth. Let's just say that. Do you know who it is?
I don't.
Okay. If I'm going to apologize to a Detroit Lion because I completely dismissed him, it's Derek Barnes. Not only...
I don't believe this for a second that you dismissed him.
Oh, I dismissed Derek Barnes.
Doug, you went to Purdue.
No, I dismissed
How could you
him.
possibly... You love Purdue.
Who is A, I don't. That's a misnomer.
It's not a misnomer.
But B, 2 out of 3 years I picked them to be dangerous in the West.
Yep.
And that's it. Then maybe I did pick them to win the national championship last year in March Madness, and they only came up 6 wins short. But yeah, I dismissed Derek Barnes and fully endorsed the Jack Campbell first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And so I am going to say, Derek Barnes, I was wrong. You deserve an apology, or I deserve to say you were just the guy I was most wrong on.
Yeah, I mean, from a player's standpoint, I could make an apology as well.
Can you?
Yeah, I would apologize to Alex Anzalone.
Would you?
When they got him here, I thought makes sense. Okay, he comes from a system that Aaron Glenn is trying to bring into the Lions. He'll have some familiarity, can kind of get some of the players up to speed and what to expect from the coaching staff because somebody came from New Orleans there. Got it. And he didn't look great with the Lions. He was fine. The second year, he improved, but nothing that I thought was going to be worthy of anything special. They signed him to the extension, and he's come out this year, and he is balled. He has been great for this team. And I think maybe part of that is because of the development of other players, because Derek Barnes has developed, because Jack Campbell came in at such a high level, and now all three of those guys are on the field at the same time, and it allows Anzalone to fly and utilize his speed. And he has flown all over the field making plays. And even extending into the times when they take those other two guys out, Anzalone stays on the field because he deserves to stay on the field because he has coverage skills.
Mm-hmm.
And I would imagine it'd be a pretty popular one for fans to say, you know what? I was wrong. My bad. Way to go, Alex Anzalone. You're balling out, and it's you're a big part of why this defense is a top 10 defense in the league.
I wonder, how much people would apologize to either Dan Campbell or to Brad Holmes. I think apologizing is implying too much, but hey, that guy's proven me wrong. Because I know there were some people that weren't Dan Campbell fans. Even if you weren't a Dan Campbell fan and you still want to see more, you have to think this is working out. One guy called up, I'll never forget this call, early in the Dan Campbell era, and it was maybe last year when things started to go well. And he made the point that you don't see very many winning coaches that talk and act like Dan Campbell. Not head coaches. And he was like, what's the template for Dan Campbell? I think we talked a little bit about kind of a brash sort of, is he a man's man? However you want to put it. Like, who was a coach that was like Dan Campbell that's had a bunch of success in the NFL? I mean, you can say about maybe Rex Ryan, maybe Mike Ditka.
Ditka, probably.
Yeah, but it's
Ditka
not.
I don't know. Ditka came across as being mean and nasty. Dan Campbell is like likable and motivating in a good way. He's not like getting in players' faces and yelling them. It's tough to come up with one.
Yeah, and so and this guy was like, he's not going to make it, guys. I wonder where that guy is and how he feels today. We didn't get a lot of Brad Holmes doubters. I think people were cautiously optimistic, but I really don't think we had Brad Holmes doubters, did we?
Well, there's one.
A caller?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got one guy. Yeah, he still does to this day.
But he's got a direct line to Brad Holmes to apologize if he wants to.
He's got his email address if he wants to use it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. All right, speaking of the Lions, Gator, let's get into this Baltimore game a little bit. We'll do that today at 12:18. And then a Who's on Top scheduled for 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, discover how good your water can be with a new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Kinetico Premier Softener. 855-339-4242. Financing options available with approved credit. CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Okay, so I got to respond to something we brought up a while ago and didn't get back to, and I apologize. I hate when that happens. You mentioned before break Jerry Jeudy. Would we rue the day that Julio Jones. I'm sorry, Julio Jones. My bad. Julio Jones, we rue the day that he signed. The Lions didn't get him, and he signed with Philadelphia. And Desmond King, who Pittsburgh's going to try and trade. If they can't trade him, they'll just release him, which tells you what the trade market is for him already. I don't suspect we'll rue either of those. Julio Jones, I believe, is 35 and has had his seasons have gone downhill the last few years.
Yeah, he's no longer a number one, but he's a veteran guy to have on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like, we've already got that guy. We got a few of those guys. And I don't see him being a huge difference maker. I'm trying to find his recent stats. I apologize.
Well, I've got him up.
All right.
Last year, he played 10 games, started 5 for Tampa, and in the 10 games, he had 24 receptions for 299 yards and a couple of touchdowns.
Okay. And what was he the year before?
The year before, in 2021, he played in 10 games, started all 10 games, 31 receptions, 434 yards, and a touchdown. And before that, his last year in Atlanta, he played in 9 games, had 51 catches for 771 yards and 3 touchdowns. So that was a reasonably productive year for only playing 9 games, having 771 yards and 3 touchdowns. But obviously he has gone down since then. He's 34. He'll be 35 in February. I don't think it's any big loss that the Lions passed. Don't get me wrong. It's just another name. Like, would you rather have Julio Jones or Marvin Jones?
Right. I feel like Marvin Jones, having been here, and even though he hasn't done much, I wouldn't expect much more from Julio parachuting him midway through the season. Desmond King, one of the strangest stats I saw, because I saw you float his name in your show sheet, and I did get a chance to do a little intel on him. He has played this year 1 snap. 1 snap. I found the highlight of the snap. He came up in a run fit, completely took a terrible angle, and a run that went for a touchdown. That's his 1 snap.
It's not a good snap.
Nope. And if Pittsburgh's given up on you, again, I'll probably pass. This is an emergency break glass thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's surprisingly, he hasn't started much in his career, is what I would have thought he was, because I was playing the Big Ten in Iowa. He's from Detroit.
Yep.
Kind of a local guy. We know him a little bit. But he's played 98 games in his career. He's only started 53 of them. He started 13 games last year and 12 the year before while playing in 33. So he started 25 of the 33 games that he played in the last couple of years. I'm just curious as to why he's completely fallen out of favor. If it's because he just can't play, then fair enough. But is this a guy that you could pick up and put on your practice squad? Is he an upgrade over somebody else on the roster? I don't know. If he's not, then you don't do it. But it's a local guy. That's why I thought I'd bring it up.
I mean, maybe you kick the tires a little bit if as a free agent, but I don't even think I'd pull off the pick swap. I'd probably rather see the Gilmore kid, the rookie that looked pretty good in the preseason, get some run.
Yep.
But maybe kick the tires. All right, let's talk about this Baltimore game a little bit. Does Lamar Jackson scare you? Is Lamar Jackson still a guy? I mean, his name came up as a possibility to add. Is he going to be available? The whole contract issue, is he going to be available? I think Detroiters were stoked about the idea, but I don't think they would be anymore. And I think about Lamar Jackson that I always worry about the shelf life of running quarterbacks. Now, that doesn't matter Sunday. Doesn't matter what his shelf life is as a running quarterback. Just is it for this game? Gator, does Lamar Jackson scare you?
He's still a threat to run the ball, and I need the Lions to show me. This is like one of the last tests that I need to see is, can they contain a running quarterback? And he's gotten better as a passer. He's having his best year completion percentage-wise as a passer this year. He's completed 69.9%, so 70% of his passes have been completed. I think that because he is still very dangerous with his feet. He's got 327 yards rushing, 5.4 per carry. He runs in the end zone for scores. He scored 4 touchdowns. He's thrown 5. He's thrown 3 picks. Yeah, I think he's still a scary quarterback. He can get it done both with his arm and with his feet. Now, his receivers have let him down over the years. We've seen a lot of drop passes that would have been big gains. But, you mentioned that he has been hurt. He has. Started all 16 games his rookie year, and then went to 15, or played all 16 games. Then went to 15 and 15, and then the last 2 years, he had played in 12 and 12. And this year he's played in all 6. So is he due for an injury? I mean, that's the issue you have when you get guys who run like this. And I'm surprised more quarterbacks that try to make a living running the football haven't learned the lesson. You're seeing it in Buffalo a little bit. Hey, Josh Allen, stop running the way that you run. You don't need to take all those hits. But this is what he does. And I think he's learning to be a better passer. This is another game where prove that you can cover a tight end. Andrews is very good. But it's all about the short game. That's what Baltimore works with.
Yeah, I like the matchup because their wide receiving core isn't that. Remember last week when you weren't worried about Tampa's wide receiving core because of who was throwing it?
Yeah, because Baker Mayfield's terrible.
But this week, I'm not worried about the secondary because of who they're going against. As worried. Like, I'm not as worried as I was. Guys in the NFL got talent. They still might make plays. But
they got a great rookie.
Well, they've got – the thing about it is they've had a wide receiver problem forever.
Yeah.
It's the strangest thing. And Odell Beckham, as he lost a step.
Without question.
Do they got Aguilar?
They do.
Never forget the one news clip where the guy caught the baby being thrown out the window. And he said, I caught it, unlike Aguilar.
Yeah, and he's caught 16 of the 20 targets.
That's pretty good.
So good for him.
Yep.
But Zay Flowers is the rookie who's he's turned some heads in the NFL this year. A lot of people thought highly of him coming out of the draft. Seemed to be a complete package.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 35 catches on the year. He leads the team in targets by 14 over his nearest competitor, which would be Mark Andrews, the tight end. So they've got a couple guys that I think you need to be concerned with there. But number one is Lamar Jackson. You got to you keep him in the pocket, and you have one of those linebackers just kind of stay there and make sure that he doesn't score it out and run down the sidelines for 40 yards, because he can do that.
You know what's crazy about the wide receiving core? Their starters, all first-round picks.
Flowers, Beckham, and
Rashad
Bateman.
All first-round picks. Didn't we do this with the Bears offensive line a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
How they have poured a ton of draft capital into that offensive line. And they haven't got the results that the Lions
got the right
got.
guys, yeah.
So there's that. And then there's, Baltimore have a bit of a mystique about their defense. But, right now, in a lot of ways, the Lions' defense has been better than Baltimore's defense. Think about that.
They have been. But Baltimore has always been known as, the linebackers because of Ray Lewis. And now they've got Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen. Those are two really good linebackers. Kyle Hamilton, the safety, highly thought of coming into the draft. And, they're trying to build it the same way that they built that team before, right? With having a stud linebacker and having a stud safety when you had Ed Reed going with Ray Lewis. I agree. The Lions defense right now is better.
They are against the run for sure. Baltimore's top 5 in scoring defense, top 5 in total defense. Oh, maybe they're not in total defense. Hold on for a sec. No, they're top 5 in total defense. Their pass defense isn't quite as good, but I'm sorry, the run defense isn't quite as good. But they don't have that mystique about them anymore. That's for sure.
No, they're trying to recreate it.
Oh. Well, it's an interesting matchup. We'll get more into it as the week goes on. Got another edition of Who's on Top coming up today at 1:35, 97.1 The Ticket. seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today. Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing? Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 the ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in about the Ravens. Lamar's injuries haven't come from running. The last 2 years he's gotten hurt in the pocket. I'm tired of the narrative of him running gets him hurt. To be clear, neither of us said him running got him hurt. I said I am always leery of injuries to running quarterbacks. They have a shelf life, it seems. And on top of that, the accumulation of hits they can
That's
take
it right there.
can allow for them to get injured when they do get hit in the pocket. So now, it wasn't really specific to Lamar, although I think eventually that stuff catches up to you more so than a guy who's not going to run as much.
Yeah, I would say this. I think over the years he is going to have to learn, and I think he has learned a little bit, to pick and choose his spots a little bit better when he decides to run. And it's because you're taking shots, unnecessary shots in a lot of ways. And maybe it's just the way that he runs now. Maybe is he more conscious of running out of bounds as opposed to trying to fight for that extra yard? Because this is what Josh Allen's going through. Josh Allen tries to run for that extra yard, and he'll try to run through you, and it's going
to cost him.
Yeah, it already has a little bit. So I love Lamar Jackson. I love his talent, and I think he's an excellent quarterback. But he needs to stay on the field, and I think the best way to stay on the field is probably limit when you're going to go.
He used to scare me, not anymore. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one here, Lamar Jackson is far from scary. Dude can't win a game throwing the ball. Once again, a glorified running back playing quarterback.
He's completing 70% of his passes.
Yeah, he is, and he's more than a glorified running back. I would disagree with that characterization.
His second year in the league, he had 36 touchdown passes. 36 out of 400 attempts, which isn't many attempts. It's a ridiculous total. He hasn't been asked to throw the ball a ton. He's been very good. Awfully good in the league.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Are you ready for another edition of Who's on Top?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Found a list here, Gator. The world's most delicious chips, crisps, and crunchy snacks.
Oh, okay.
Now, this, because it's worded that way, I will tell you there's not a whole lot of international flavor like scary. You shouldn't be. Crisps is like a British term.
Yeah, right, for chips, right.
Yeah, but don't worry. I think you've heard of every one of these in the top 10.
Okay, this is tough because there's so many delicious treats like this, right?
Yep. So the way this works is I'm going to give you 3 guesses as to what's at the top of this list. And if for people, you only get 3 of the top 10 at best, and then everybody else tries to help you round out the top 10. Are you ready?
Yeah, so we line up the calls.
248-539-9797. Your first guess.
All right, I'm going to go because I think this is so wide and vast. I'm going to go with stuff that I like. Okay?
Yep.
But I think this is also widespread. Who doesn't love Cool Ranch Doritos?
Okay.
I think that's probably on the top 10. As far as a potato chip is concerned, I'm going to have to go with something outside of local because, locally in Detroit, we've got Better Made, right? But I'm not sure Better Made is big everywhere else. So I'm going to stay away from that. And I love the red hot Better Made chips. But I'm going to go with Lay's sour cream and onion.
Okay.
And my last choice, I thought about going with another potato chip, but I said, no, let's go with a different treat and go in the Frito family. But go with the best Frito flavor there is, and that's chili cheese Fritos. It may not be on the list, but damn it.
That's one of your favorites.
It's probably my number 1.
There you go. All right, so here we go. Gator got 2 of the top 10. He got number 8 and number 9. Checking in at number 8, Cool Ranch Doritos. Checking in at number 9, Lay's sour cream and onion. So number 1 is still out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10.
No love for the chili cheese Frito, huh?
It didn't make the top 10. I printed up, this list goes like 100 deep. I printed up the top 34.
Wow.
And Frito's chili cheese came in at 24.
24?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
It's awfully good.
Yep. So here's how this works. 248-539-9797. You have a regret?
I have a regret.
All right. Do you want to write your regret down?
Well, I don't know if it'll be on the list, but it's something that I love.
Okay.
And I can't believe I didn't say it.
Okay.
Do you have a pen? I'll just write it.
I do.
I'm sorry. I give this right back to you in a second here.
How do you never bring a pen into the studio?
I don't know.
You're writing it down?
Yeah.
All right. So line them up. 248-539-9797.
Thank you, Doug.
You're welcome. Gator got got numbers 8 and 9 on the list of best chips, crisp, and crunchy snacks. 248-539-9797. Marshall, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Marshall.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we doing?
All right. Thank you.
So this is my personal favorite, shot in the dark, but the Ghirardelli rye chips, the dark rye bread chips.
Those are good. I'm going to guess they're not on the list.
Good.
I love that you're speaking on your own behalf and what's on the top of
That's
your
my
own
own
list.
behalf and my own alone, gentlemen. Ghirardelli rye chips.
Gator, do you think it make the top 10?
I don't, but I love that he's calling his own shot.
It did not. 248-539-9797.
That's a man after your own heart.
After my heart?
Yeah. If nobody speaks up for him.
That's right. That's the way you do it. You speak on your own behalf. Alex is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Alex.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
You know, they're not really at the top of my list, but I feel like these got to be here. Let's go with Funyuns.
Ooh.
Funyuns, Gator. Do you think Funyuns make the top 10?
Not in the top 10, but I think they're in the top 34. I was never a big Funyun fan. And I love onions.
They check in at number 10.
Oh.
In your face, Gator.
Hey. Good for you, Alex. Good for you. Hey, teach their own.
No, that's a proud eater of Funyuns.
Yeah.
We go to Eric next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Took it personally.
Yeah, I did.
Hey there. I'm going to go ahead and say Cheetos.
Cheetos.
The original or the puffy?
Original, old school.
I hope it's in the top 10. That's a delicious treat.
Regular old school Cheetos did not make the top 10.
Whoa.
248-539-9797.
Were they in the top 34?
Yes.
Please.
13.
Oh, lucky 13.
Josh is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going?
All right.
You said Fritos, but I'm going to have to say the barbecue Fritos got to be up there.
Like the honey barbecue twist?
Nope, just barbecue Fritos. I don't know if maybe you don't have them in the States, but we got them in Canada.
Doug was trying to lead you to water there, I think. But the honey barbecue twists are delicious. But
barbecue Fritos did not make the top 10, nor do I see them in the top 34. Although I'm bringing up the whole list, which is going to take some scrolling, but we'll get to that later. Wow. 1 through 7 still out there. Best chips or crispy snacks.
A lot to choose from.
There
That's why.
really are. Who do we got next here? Alex, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Alex.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I got Ruffles, cheddar, and sour cream.
Gator, do you think that made the top 10?
I do. That's a great chip.
Number 6.
Yeah.
Well done. That's the highest one we've had so
Just
far,
a
Alex.
great chip.
248-539-9797. Tommy, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tommy.
Yeah, hey guys. What about Better Made barbecue chip?
I love them. I just don't know if Better Made's going to be on a national list.
It is not. Did not make the top 10. 248-539-9797. Chris is next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
So I'm going to go outside the box a little bit. Everybody's throwing chips at you, but you said crispy snacks, so I'm going to go with Ritz crackers.
Ritz crackers. Gator, do you think Ritz crackers makes the top 10?
I'm going to say no.
It does not. 248-539-9797.
Love a Ritz, but Ritz is something that's like you build on. You don't just like get a little small bag of Ritz, do you?
Next up is Zach on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Zach.
How's it going?
Great.
All right.
Flamin' Hot Cheetos, gotta be.
Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Gator. Do you think it makes the top 10?
I think so. The kids love that.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Flamin' Hot Cheetos at number 3 on the list. Well done, Zach. Number 1 and number 2 are still out there.
Hurts my boom boom.
Let's go to Paul next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
All right, sir.
All right. Hey, I'm going to go something outside the box myself, only because I enjoy them and I see them all over the place. Pizzelles, those waffle-like crunchy Krispies.
Gator, do you think Pizzelles made it?
I don't.
Have you ever seen them?
No.
I haven't either. Did not make the top 10. 248-539-9797. Sounds interesting. Next up is Jason. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Yo, I'm going to go with my gut here. My personal favorite is just regular nacho cheese Doritos.
Gator, do you think that made the top 10, the regular Doritos?
Yes.
Number 1. Jason, you got number 1. That is number 1.
There you go.
Still 2 out there. 4, 5, and 7 are still out there.
You got a bowl full of original Doritos and a bowl full of Cool Ranch Doritos. You can only go to one bowl. Which bowl do you go to?
Cool Ranch.
Paul, you the same way?
Yes, Cool Ranch.
All right.
Next up is Al. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Al.
Hey, fellas. I've got the old cheapo brand, but delicious Munchos.
Munchos. God.
Munchos. Remember Munchos?
Yes, I do.
I don't think it's on the list, but they're delicious.
Munchos did not make the top 10, but I thought, I don't know, I guess they didn't make it. Munchos did not make the top 10. Steph, next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Steph.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up?
Sun Chips.
Sun Chips. Just the regular old ones? Any particular flavor?
No, just the regular old ones, the Sun Chips.
All right. Do you think made the top 10, Gator?
No. They're delicious, though.
Did not. Let's bang out a couple more here real quick. Ken, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ken.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. Ken.
Cracker Jacks. Cracker Jacks.
Regular Cracker Jacks. Do you think Cracker Jacks made it?
No.
Kind of a classic. It did not. 248-539-9797.
With tattoos, yes.
Lee is next. Hi, Lee.
Hey, guys, how about jalapeno crunchers?
Jalapeno crunchers?
Yep.
I'm going to say no. Crunchers are a great potato chip, though.
Did not make the top 10. One more. We go to Larry. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Larry.
Yeah, I was going to say Doritos, but just plain old kettle chips.
Kettle chips. You think the regular kettle chips made it?
No.
They did not. We'll give you the top 10. I will tell you my personal favorite checked in at number 29.
29?
Which is surprisingly high for me.
Kale chips are in at 29?
We will get to that coming up at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, it's official. Twin Peaks has added more time to their daily party. All lodges are now open later. That means extra happy hours run Monday through Thursday late night. Late night happy hour starts at 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and runs till midnight. That gives you late workers and night owls an extra hour to take advantage of the amazing happy hour specials. Bring the crew over to enjoy amazing deals on shareable items like the $3 fried pickles and $5 hand-cut and breaded to order mozzarella cheese bites. Wash it down with great drink deals like the $3 well drinks and $4 tall domestic drafts. Or buy a round of cheap shots for the group, priced at $3.99. Swing by tonight and take advantage of their Bourbon and Brews feature. The Twin Peaks girls will be decked out in their hottest pink lingerie, ready to serve you all of your favorites. And a quick reminder, there'll be a weekend of Epic Saturday. This weekend has an Epic Saturday featuring all sorts of incredible college football action as well as UFC 294. Again, great late night hours, extended hours, open late, happy hour late, Monday through Thursday. Visit TwinPeaksRestaurant.com to find a location nearest you and join the E-Club, TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today. Seeing this, best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep.
Any of that make you hungry?
No, it did not.
Still turned off by the cold cheese tortilla chips?
Yeah, that was my lunch today. It was. Look, I gotta figure it out. We gotta get to the grocery store. That's all. I will tell you that you're gonna love this.
Yeah.
My number 1, 2, and 3 on this list ranked 29, 58, and 18.
And 18, okay.
Yeah. Do you care to venture a guess as to my 1, 2, and 3 on the list of top chips or crispy, crunchy snacks? Crisps and crunchy snacks.
What are the ones that are that a multicolored chip, but they're like sweet potato chip?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. They're really good. I'm kind of, but they had beet chips and stuff like that. They're very good.
Yeah, it's not those,
but they're earthy flavored.
Yeah, they are earthy, but no, it's not those. Look, it's I'll go over the top 10, then we'll circle back.
Okay.
These are top 10 chips, crisps, and crunchy snacks. It comes from Ranker. And starting at number 10, Alex number 1, because there was 2 Alexes that got through, had Funyuns. Gator got number 9, which was Lay's sour cream and onion. At number 8, Gator also got that, Cool Ranch Doritos. Nobody got number 7. Checking in at number 7. Oh, and you wrote one down, right?
I did.
What was the one you wrote down?
Pizza pretzel combos.
Okay. At number 7, Pringles sour cream and onion flavor.
Yeah, Pringles, solid call.
Number 6, the sour cream and cheddar Ruffles. Alex number 2 got that.
So good.
At number 5, Cheetos Puffs.
Yeah, well, so you got to go either original or Puffs.
At number 4, Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its?
Yeah.
Huh.
OR, man.
OR?
Overrated.
Oh, wow. I thought you were going to go old school. I mean,
no.
That's
number 3, Zach got Flamin' Hot Cheetos. Number 2, nobody got this one. Care to venture a guess?
Goldfish?
Lay's barbecue potato chips. Number 1, Jason got Doritos.
So I'll agree with you. The Cheez-Its being overrated because I think I like Goldfish better.
Okay.
Goldfish
did make the list at number 15.
I like Cheez-Its, but just the regular cheddar Goldfish seems like I would be higher than that.
My little guy, his number 1 ranked 14. He would have said Takis. Him and his buddies love
No
Takis.
idea what Takis are.
Takis are, I don't know how to describe them. They're like typically Fuego little sticks that are like chips. But
did combos show up?
Combos I did not see.
For you, wasabi peas, is that something that would be on there?
That's great.
Almonds?
Almonds did not make it. No, almonds are not. I went with actual chips here.
Okay,
type
I'm just
things. Yeah, Cracker Jack, by the way, was 43. Somebody guessed that.
White cheddar popcorn.
Smart Food number 29 is my number 1. Yes, Smart Food white cheddar popcorn. Well done. Number 2 of mine that ranked 58 is barbecued baked Lay's potato chips.
The baked Lay's.
Yep.
Of course, I think the baked ones.
You got it. Have you ever had them though?
Yeah, I think I've had them in the past. They're fine.
Yep.
I'd rather have the regular Lay's.
Yep. And number 3 on my list is
Or the non-baked ones, I mean.
Yeah, right. I got you. Is the honey barbecue twist from Fritos.
Those are delicious.
Yeah,
those are really good. I can't believe that there were no combos on the list.
That's what I'm living on the edge. Well, hold on. The list is, I got to scroll and scroll and scroll, and it's like 110 chips.
Well, if it's not there by 50, something's wrong.
Combos aren't bad. I like the pizza flavored ones.
Yeah.
If I were ever to do that, which
Nacho cheese are good. They have the other ones. There's like a buffalo chicken one. Delicious.
I am not seeing combos, and I'm through 75.
Any pretzels on there?
I'm not seeing any pretzels.
Wow. And unfortunately, like we said, there's probably no love for local, which would be Better Made. Better Made's outstanding.
Yes, it is.
And Better Made hot chips.
That's one of my favorite flavors.
Oh.
The bag just says hot.
Yeah.
What's the flavor? Hot.
It's hot. The red and white bag, it's amazing.
Yeah, there's no combos. So anyway, 248-539-9797. I feel like is there hostility growing or no?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Not the intent.
No, it's not towards you. It's never towards, well, it's rarely towards you.
Sometimes it is.
It's infrequently towards you.
Yep. All right, so Lions taking on Baltimore this coming Sunday. Gator, I saw something today, heard something today. It was a bold prediction about our Lions, and it was followed up with a serious question about the Lions. The bold prediction was Jeff Saturday this morning on ESPN. He predicts that the Detroit Lions will finish with the best record in football. Now, that's in bounds now. That's within the guardrails.
Yeah.
We can talk about that. His concern is, can they handle the pressure come playoff time? Because they just haven't been there. They've been individuals that have been there, but they haven't, this team hasn't been there. By that time, we could have CJ Gardner-Johnson back, and we all know he was on a Philly team that went to the Super Bowl. Jared Goff went to a Super Bowl. These are leaders on the team that have had postseason success before. But Gator, so what? First of all, what do you think of the bold prediction? The Lions will finish with the best record in football.
I mean, I think it's in front of them. They have the easiest path to do it. The schedule is lighter for them, just going by the numbers. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to disagree with that. They've got an excellent chance of doing that.
And what about the concern that they can't handle the pressure?
I'm not concerned about that as much. I get it because they haven't been there, but as you mentioned, they've got leaders that have. And they went into the season with plenty of pressure. To start the season against the Super Bowl champs on the road at Arrowhead and to come away with a win, that's big. That's big time. To try to validate, even though Green Bay is not Green Bay, what we've seen before, but winning at Green Bay is always going to be good for this team and this franchise. And they did it easily.
Yeah.
There you go. Going to Tampa Bay. Some people think that's a playoff team. Well, you handled that and rendered them useless. That was pretty good performance. I'm not as concerned about that anymore. I mean, part of that is in the back of my mind, but it's not as big as maybe it was because they've got at least one pretty big road win under their belts, and it's against the best team in football.
248-539-9797. How do you feel about that, Lions fans? Are you comfortable with being in the discussion, best record in football? And are you worried about whether or not this team can handle the pressure? It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. Player. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that
So he was involved in
an
an incident.
apparently he was playing
pickup basketball in
Calabasas, right? But California Monday night. Those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury.
He got
of
into
playing
an
that Philly and San
altercation
Francisco
and an
don't.
argument with a man while playing
This is
pickup
true.
basketball.
The Bears, and we'll see.
According
what
to a story on
happens with,
TMZ, that
Justin
man
Fields,
got
if he-
into his
if he's
car
hurt for a long term, or if he was
and
just
tried
out
to
for,
run
the rest of
Owens
that game
over.
yesterday. Excuse me.
Drove into
If he's
Owens'
out
knees.
long term,
What's the matter with
that torpedoes
Police
what they're
officers
trying
took
to
a
build.
report for assault with a deadly
big old
weapon. No
detour.
arrests have been made yet. Owens was not seriously hurt and did not require a hospital visit. So there's a couple things about this. One, in this day and age, I never suspect that anyone's going to get away with it not being caught on camera somewhere. I feel like security cameras are everywhere. There'll be video of this. 2 is what you said. What the hell's wrong with people? Who gets into an altercation so big that your problem solving is to run someone over with a car? And T.O., you got to, what are you doing, man?
Well, he didn't get in the car.
No, he didn't get in the car, but I think I'll be interested to hear how this goes down, because I wouldn't, like, do you think that there's a place you can play basketball where you're not likely to get run over by a car?
Lots of places.
Right? I mean, where are you choosing to play?
I
don't want to victim blame here. I got to be careful. I don't know any details, but for Terrell Owens, you got a lot more to lose, my guess is, than almost everybody out there. So maybe you shouldn't talk too much trash either, right? Would it surprise you? Would it surprise you if he was?
No, it wouldn't surprise me, but you talk. I guess. I mean, you think cooler heads could prevail?
You think they could,
but it doesn't. Doesn't work out. It didn't work out that way last year in the tunnel. Didn't work out this way for Terrell Owens.
Well, probably just about every assault you can look back at it and say,
yeah, I
maybe
imagine
not a good idea.
Yeah, I would imagine everybody's got something to say leading up to some kind of squabble there. Yeah,
Thank God he's not
it gets
hurt.
out of hand. Yeah, exactly. Thank God. I mean, but problem solving and conflict resolution.
Well,
we've often talked about how crazy things have gotten.
Anger management.
Yeah, how quickly people fly off the handle. And, now that we're in this world of cell phone technology with recording everything, and people have dash cams all over the place, and there are videos every second that are posted of nut jobs that are on planes or in the back seat of Uber vehicles, or just driving on the road, and you pull up to a stoplight and somebody didn't like that you passed them, and they start yelling at you. I mean, it's amazing how devolved we've become when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah, and the moral of the story, too, is whether or not there's more of these incidents or we just are aware of them more because there are cameras everywhere, we should all know there are cameras everywhere.
Everywhere.
So I remind my kids of that all the time. There are cameras everywhere. I don't think they're running around doing a lot of nefarious things, but I tell them there are cameras everywhere.
Everywhere.
So there's no real such thing, I think, really anymore as privacy when you're out in public. Maybe behind your own closed doors, but. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Rodney, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rodney.
Good afternoon, fellas. How y'all doing?
We're good, Rodney. How are you?
I'm doing good, fellas. I got some good news.
You do?
The Lions is going to go 16-1, 15-2.
One or the other, huh?
I think that's excellent news.
It's almost it's almost crazy talk. It's borderline crazy talk, and yet this is what they've done. They've set themselves up where the rest of the schedule seems lighter, and on paper they should be favored in almost every game. They're not favored this week, but you still like their chances.
Yeah, and you're right. It's crazy talk, especially when you talk about home, the Lion fans. There's not too many people that will believe that. But let me tell you why I say that. Because when I look at the schedule, fellas, and I went through the schedule, first of all, the Lions is going to sweep the division. Let me say that again. The Lions is going to sweep the division. So that's 5 wins on top of what we got right now. Now, you look at the other 6 teams. The only team that really is to worry about, to me, is the Ravens. Because like I heard somebody say earlier, them linebackers in Baltimore, that defense pretty good. I don't worry about Dallas because I think Dallas is just done. And by the time we get down to that game, Dallas is going to be out of it. I don't see Dallas really doing anything. They got a lot going on. So, I mean, I don't see them losing any of these.
So, Rodney, you're missing the most obvious loss, and that is the unexplained loss that every team suffers at one point or another.
Well, I mean, yeah, but history shows that hasn't always happened. We had a 16-0 team. We had a 15-1 or something like that. Yeah. So, and look, I think the Lions want to do it. What I mean is, I think Jared Goff, number one, he has such a chip on his shoulders. He wants to embarrass everybody who doubts him. They want to do it. I think Jared Goff wants to cut everybody's throat who doubts them by beating every team comes in front of him.
Yeah, I
That's
think
a different mentality, fellas.
Baltimore is a tough one. Doug, you mentioned at Dallas towards the end of the season. I mean, Dak Prescott is so hit and miss, but when he's hit, he's really good. New Orleans is another one on the road that's tough. They're all the road games, right, that we're looking at. The home schedule, I'm not afraid of the Raiders, the Bears, the Packers, the Broncos, or the Vikings.
I'm going to say that I love Rodney's call, and I love Rodney's belief and passion behind it. I don't think the Lions are so good that they are immune to what has befallen.
I agree with that.
I would say 99% of teams, which is the unexplained, every team's got talent loss in the NFL.
Right. Did San Francisco just lose to Cleveland with a scrap heap quarterback, or was that just me?
No, that just happened. Yeah.
Did Dallas lose to a horrible Arizona team with I'm sorry, was it Josh Dobbs at quarterback?
Another scrap heap quarterback, yes.
Huh, that happened.
Yes.
Oh, these
one more.
Did Philadelphia lose to
a scrap heap?
It's Zach Wilson. I totally get why they'd lose to the Jets.
Scrap heap quarterback.
No scrap heap quarterback. It's a first round pick, second overall.
Gators was a big Zach Wilson
still
fan.
Am.
He's still hoping.
Come on, baby.
He's still hoping. I get it. It just happens. Now, the thing about the Baltimore game is Rodney sees that as the final major hurdle. I mean,
it's game 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only 10 more after it.
Not even halfway. He's looking at this and he's like, does he look at the schedule and he sees Rutgers, UMass, Bethune-Cookman? Like, is that what he sees? You know?
I know what you're saying.
There are unexplained losses that happen in this league. And in fact, I mean, if you had to bet right now, over under in Vegas, number of Lions losses this season, I'll set it at 4.5. Would you bet the over or under 4.5?
Before the season, I was a 12-5 guy.
Yep.
They're playing better than I thought they would.
I
don't want to change because I don't want to change my expectations.
I was an 11-6 guy. Yeah, we try to plant the flag and stand by.
I don't want to change.
So this question inherently makes us change our minds.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that. So I'm not going to answer you. I'm not playing your.
You're not playing my stupid game, like the stupid game you played yesterday. 248-539-9797. We'll get some ticket texts coming up and your phone calls. Carson Anderson. Hey, Jeff Saturday says that the Lions will have the best record in football. Rodney says the Lions are going 16-1, but if they lose Sunday 15-2. Who's with them? 97-1 the ticket.
If you're looking for a better night's sleep like I was a few months ago, let me tell you something. Check out True Sleep. You can find their stores in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion. It's not just about finding a comfortable bed. It's about finding the right sleep system, which means the mattress. It means the pillows. It means the adjustable base. And let me tell you something. The adjustable base, it's a game changer. Listen, if you want to splurge, you can get the BedTech BT6500 adjustable base. It's top of the line. I've got it. I absolutely love it. And right now, you can get 0% financing for up to 48 months at True Sleep. You can find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today. Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Unnamed texter writes, the Lions will go 2-2 between New Orleans, the Chargers, Baltimore, and Dallas, then split with Minnesota, win the rest 13-4. So there are only 3 losses. 2 will come against New Orleans, the Chargers, Baltimore, Dallas. Will lose to Minnesota 13-4. I mean, 13-4 would be incredible. Lions' inexplicable loss was the loss to the Seahawks. I think they lose this week and go 15-2. No respect for the Seahawks. The Seahawks, I mean, some teams have problems. And Detroit's
got a Seahawks problem.
It might be a Seahawk problem.
If the Lions make the playoffs and they're hosting a playoff game and on the schedule, here come the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be looking forward to it because they should be, a favorite in that game. And yet at the same time, I'm also going to be a little nervy because this is a team that has handed them their lunch 3 straight years.
Yep.
What's weird about that is I was telling Doug before the show, like you could excuse it last year because Geno had a really good year last year. But this year, the only really good game he played was against the Lions.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, he also got hurt after that. One of those hip tackles that the NFL is looking to outlaw.
The hip drop?
The hip drop tackle, yeah.
248-539-9797. Nick is on 97.1 the ticket. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. I actually am not so worried about Baltimore this week just because, especially if you watch last week, they let teams back in the games late, and I think we'll jump on that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be more worried a little bit down the road. Just something I've noticed watching Baltimore, especially when they're in, I guess, quote-unquote prime time in London. But, no, I think the whole season kind of is going to be on that game that we lose, right? I mean, remember the Cardinals came in, they didn't think they were going to lose the Lions when we were 0-13-1, and it kind of threw their whole good season into a mess right away, right? So I don't know, that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I think it is going to happen. I'm not delirious. Not for those, I let those people have fun, but I don't think we're going to go 16-1, right? I think it's a hard league to do that in. That's where I'm kind of looking, but it's also kind of the reason I don't want to make any big trades. I think we have guys coming back from injury, Pascal, CJ, GJ, that are going to help. So that's kind of where I'm at the Lions season right now.
So the Lions have had a compared to other NFC contenders, they appear to me to have the most serious injury issue, and they're still humming right along. And so the idea, what players are they going to get back that are going to help them? Well, Brian Branch, they're going to get back, and he's going to help a lot. Jahmyr Gibbs, we assume is going to help, but we're not sure he's going to help a ton. I think Brian Branch pretty optimistic he's going to help a ton.
I think I would expect Jahmyr Gibbs to, if he comes back healthy, to help out a ton.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful, but I'm not quite as. Are you as convinced that Gibbs is going to be good as you are that Branch is going to be good?
Yes.
Okay. I am.
I think the talent.
I'm more bullish about Branch than I am Gibbs, but that doesn't mean I don't have hope for Gibbs. Other players that are going to come back that could help: Josh Pascal. That could help. Jonah Jackson.
Jonah Jackson will help a lot.
Hal Vaitai.
Well, Hal's ready to play, but Glasgow's getting the nod over him. So what I like is that the depth is there. Hal's not 100%, but I'm calling him Hal like we're good buddies. I'm sorry, Scott, you've got the mistaken. It's Vaitai's played. He's good enough, right?
Can he play instead of Oasika?
Not on that side, perhaps.
Oh, could Glasgow play on that side?
I don't know. Maybe these guys are just right guards, but they don't want. I mean, Vaitai was suited up last week, but only played special teams because they're not ready for him with his. They don't think his knee is ready for the rigors of the full game. And when it is he a starter over Glasgow, or is Glasgow passed him by?
248-539-9797. Let's go to Stan. You're next. What's up, Stan?
Hey, gentlemen.
Hi.
I when you asked for predictions at the beginning of the season, before it started, I gave you 13-4.
Nice.
Now I'm gonna double down on mine. I'm telling you right now, they'll go 16-4.
I see what you did.
But you added 3 more wins. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Hey, that doesn't add up to 17. How can they possibly
20 games?
Oh, you get it. You know what I'm talking
about.
Damn
right, we got it.
Stan. Yes, talk about feeling bullish.
Chesty, very chesty.
Well,
very chesty.
Let me just say this. I've never been over to Caesars and Windsor. Went over and backed it up.
Oh, did you?
My wife's holding the ticket.
And how much? How much did you? How much do you stand to win on this?
Oh, it was plus 2,000.
Okay.
So 20-1.
Yeah. So
Yep.
I don't know if you're comfortable sharing how much you bet. You don't have to.
Well, maybe with the call screen.
Okay, that's fair. Now, Stan, that's all right. Yeah, you already good for you, and I like the way you roll, my man. I like the way you think.
All right.
Take care. 248-539-9797. It's going to be fun to go back and revisit potentially preseason predictions and bold ass predictions. But Ron is next. What's up, Ron? Ron, are you there?
Man? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
All right, Ron.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Yeah. I think the Lions gonna go 16-1. The Bucks. Not the Bucks. I'm sorry. The Buccaneers was a tough game despite the score, and I think they played good. And I am a little worried about the Ravens, but after the Ravens, it should be clear sailing. And
what about the typical unexpected NFL loss or two that seems to befall almost every team?
I got faith, man. They playing good.
You know what? People don't want
injured.
I think maybe we can all see that there could be that game, but nobody wants to call their shot and say what it is because you don't know because it's an unknown.
It is an unknown, but you have to remember one of the things about the people said about the Lions is the Lions will come up and they'll win a game that nobody expects them to win. Yes. Yes. And now the Lions are the team that will lose a game that nobody expects them to lose.
Yeah, but
because
through 6 games, people talk about the up-down theory and all that crap, and it has not befallen the Lions with the up-down
we're going to
theory.
be that team, though, for a Chicago fan base or for a Denver fan base or for, I know, maybe not Denver, a Green Bay fan base that they win a game that they aren't expected to win. Okay, look, right. Am I wrong?
My groan gets you to go back. No, I understand what you're saying, and you're right. Will they lose another game? Of course they'll lose another game. I'm like 95% sure they're going to lose another game.
We totally inadvertently have just dubbed the term that Detroit is right now. We are chesty. We are very, very chesty.
Awfully chesty.
This is
very buxom. This town is buxom.
Yeah. Now here's the scary thing. When they lose 2 in a row, if they lose 2 in a row at some point this year, there are people listening right now. Like, I heard those calls back in October, and I thought you people were crazy. Because they could lose 2 in a row. And it's okay. Especially for Hammer, I guess. She's got the shoot the boot guarantee.
Yeah, no back-to-back losses.
Yeah. She made that shoot the boot guarantee. By the way, the best football hit of the weekend probably happened last night in the NLCS. When a fan got lit the F up by security running onto the field.
Post-game, yeah.
Post-game, and he was looking into the outfield stands with his hands in the air when security came from the infield. It was an illegal blindside hit for sure. Helpless receiver. But, man, did he get jacked up.
He got tackled and taken to the ground quickly.
Yes.
Have you seen the other video that corresponds with that from the players in the handshake line, and they hear the crowd go, ooh, and everybody turns around?
I did see that.
Yeah. It's a big hit. This is why you don't run onto the field of play.
There's all kinds of reasons, but this is another one, is you might get lit up. That fan's in concussion protocol. He's doubtful for next week.
Probably banned from the stadium.
That too.
At this point.
Yep.
Hope you enjoyed your Game 2 experience,
He
sir.
will be appearing in front of the commissioner. We swing around the country, college football next. 97.1 The Ticket. seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number one seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, "I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today." Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, "Are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league." Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans there.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, well, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that #1 seed.
Okay, right before we got to the college football stuff, there was some
chesty Lions
fans calling in
about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore,
feeling very bold.
The Lions' schedule compared
about
to
their
San Francisco and Philadelphia's.
And some people are like, all right, here we go. Matt in Ann Arbor writes, everyone predicting 15-2 or 16-1 need to be drug tested. Campbell's still learning as a coach. There are significant injuries on the horizon, and sweeping all division games is not a mortal lock. Everyone needs to wake up and smell the reality of this team. Okay, let's go over this. Campbell's still learning as a coach. I would argue that every coach, if they're not evolving and learning, then they're not a good coach. You have to constantly be learning and evolving. So I don't know that this is something that's a negative about Dan Campbell. In fact, being younger head coaches, they might be less reluctant to change. They might be less stubborn. So I don't think of this as a negative. Do you think that's a negative?
I think he's trying to say it as a negative, but no,
I don't think there's any doubt he's trying to use it as a negative. But I
don't take it that way at all. I think you're right. He's a guy who's. I think Dan Campbell's open to new ideas and new thoughts, and he processes it and makes decisions. I think,
and that's a good thing.
It's a great thing. It's a great thing. And what he does one week may not apply to the next week because circumstances are different within every situation. So I don't think it's a bad thing.
Next up, he says there are significant injuries on the horizon.
Look, you can predict it's a blanket statement to say that someone's going to get hurt in the last 11 games. Yeah, I think you're right,
and it also applies to 31 other teams.
Exactly, every team's going to have to deal with that.
I'll cross that one out as having legitimacy. Sweeping all division games is not a mortal lock. It is not. I would agree with that, and I agree with him predicting 15-2 or 16-1. Well, I don't know if they need to be drug tested, but I don't think. If I had to guess right now, if the over under on losses is 2.5, I would bet the over.
I agree.
I don't know that I agree with his reasoning, but Matt, I agree with your conclusion.
Oh yeah, people are very chesty about this team right now.
They absolutely are.
And it's foreign territory. Lions fans haven't been here in a long time. Now, has the team started off 5-1 before? Yes. Has the team looked this good starting off 5-1?
No, they're winning games by double digits.
I mean, the fact that they've gotten it done offensively and defensively, that the quarterback is playing at an MVP-like level.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've seen Stafford play like that before, but was the defense as good while he was doing that? Was the offensive line intact? This offensive line still isn't intact.
No.
So I think they got room to improve. I mean, I honestly do. Jameson Williams is only going to help this team moving forward as long as they stay healthy. What he can do on the field and opening things up for other players. And yeah, I want to get Jonah Jackson back and let's get this running game going again.
Ray writes in, these people are binge drinking the Kool-Aid. Calm down with the 16-1. We have some tough games coming up. Yeah, they have less tough games though than the teams they're competing with. Like I think 16-1 is Kool-Aid, gargling with the stuff, right? Drinking it by the oil drum. However, they have less tough games than everybody else that's competing in the NFC. Nick, but you lose games you're not supposed to lose. It happens. Nick and Scranton, neither the Lions or Ravens go over 100 yards rushing. This sets up for a Goff Lamar shootout, 28-17 Lions. Lions could lose 3 more. Chargers, Cowboys, and I know we'll drop one to the Vikings. That's from an unnamed texter. Yeah, and finishing 13-4 would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll take 13-4. You tell me to go 13-4 right now, I'll take it.
Yep. To be great, every team has to vanquish its nemesis in the playoffs. Seattle is the Lions' nemesis right now, not the Packers. That's from Hank and Shelby. That is true. A nemesis, I think a nemesis in some ways has to be either a team that has always dominated you or a team that's dominating you in spite of the fact that you're just about the same team. And that's what Seattle is right now. I think Detroit and Seattle, Detroit's probably better than Seattle, but in the last 2 years, they're very similar teams, and Seattle has beaten Detroit twice. And this year's is kind of more inexplicable than yesterday's.
Yeah,
last year's, not yesterday's.
The 3 losses in a row to Seattle, it's tough.
Didn't I tell you I was having a rough show?
It's okay, man. I'm here to pick you up. Yep. Although I'm not sure if I'm picking you up, but I'm here to support you. How's that?
That's great. Lions will go 14-3 with losses to Chargers and Cowboys. Number 2 seed will host Seattle in the divisional round. Great.
The Chargers, do they still scare you? I mean, because they're
Chargers.
capable?
Yes. I'm going to stick with them because they've played 5 games. They've done some mind-numbingly dumb stuff, but it's a long season. They play 5 games. Guess who just tweeted out practicing today? Did you see this?
I know who is. Oh, for the Lions?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I saw it for another team. Yeah.
Kyler Murray.
That's right.
Yep.
He's going to practice the Cardinals, opening the window for his return to the field. I'm happy about that because Kyler Murray is a talent. I want to see him back on the field. Let's see if he's learned anything.
Yeah.
But he's fun to watch. He's fun to watch, like a water bug all over the field.
Yep. I mean, and look, he got hit. That's one of those running quarterbacks that got hurt, but he got hurt with a non-contact injury.
Yeah.
And that was just one of those weird ones where took the wrong step and down he went.
And Anthony Richardson is having season-ending surgery with the Colts.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so that means Minshew mania will continue. Well, Gardner Minshew had some horrible decisions in the game on Sunday. He still threw for over 300 yards, but I mean, when you're throwing 3 interceptions and just bad, it doesn't help your team out at all.
Tom in Flat Rock writes in, the Lions already have 3 pretty impressive road wins. Lambeau is Lambeau, even in September. Kansas City speaks for itself, no asterisk, and Tampa looks like a playoff team. Well, I mean, they are in a playoff position as of right now. Is Tampa leading the NFC South? Somebody's got to. Who won it last year and went 8-7? Was it Tampa? Did Tampa win it last year at 8-7?
The division?
Yeah, the NFC South.
Well, you have to go 9-8.
8-9. Sorry,
8-9.
Yeah, it was Tampa. Yeah, at 8-9. My bad. Under. I have them going 14-3 to get Campbell over 500 as Lions coach. I'd be very happy with 13-4, let alone 14-3. But all this stuff seems to be in play and within bounds as it pertains to our Lions. Again, unexplained losses happen all the time that don't make sense on paper. Here's Rico Beard joining us in studio.
Who just lost?
Nobody. We're just the Lions fans are very chesty today, and we're.
They got angry Sunday pregame show.
Did they?
Because I said, well, I think they'll win, but it'll be a close game. You mean you don't believe in this team? Like, guys, I think it's going to be a close game.
You did that exact same thing to me last week. When I said I thought they'd win, and you're like, you don't believe in this team.
Well, I was joking.
Were you? Oh, okay. I thought you were. I
was joking.
Okay, so you took some heat for thinking they'd win a close game?
Lions fans are becoming a little chesty, a little cocky now that they believe that every game is going to be a 20-point victory, that they're playing the Big Ten West. And you look at their schedule, they're not that far off. Let's just be real. Hey, Gator. What's going on, my bear?
Hi, Rico. How are you? Wait, I'm sorry. Let me do eye contact. I'm trying to make out what the hat is.
Oh, it's just a hat.
Well, it's a black hat, but it's a very subtle. It's got something written on the front. I just can't.
Just says coach.
Does it?
Are you a coach?
No.
Like the brand?
Like
the handbags?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on, man. What is that?
No, hold on. We can't pull that off. I think he can pull that off.
It's a hat, man. You pull it off, Doug?
I don't
What
know.
makes you buy a coach hat?
It was black. It was on sale, and
There it is.
He liked it.
yeah,
That's all.
I put it on and was like,
All right.
okay.
There's nothing wrong with liking a hat and buying it. I got all kinds of meaningless hats that don't mean a thing. I just like the way they look.
I'm just busting
Gator,
what lies beneath.
I'll get you one if you want.
No, that's okay.
I don't think Gator can pull it off.
I definitely couldn't.
Yeah.
I got the hat. It goes with the bag, so it's all good.
Sweet. What do you got planned coming up next?
A couple things. One, well, if we're lucky enough, Mike's going to grace us with another. He's going to drop another name that he has for MSU's next coach. So
The first one was what? Chip Kelly was the first
Chip
one?
Kelly said Chip Kelly bringing his own QB, which honestly, I think that the next coach, you got to tell me who that next QB is going to be because I don't think that guy is at State right now. So yeah, if we're lucky, he's going to drop a name. Also, I mean, I guess Campbell kind of talked. He didn't want to talk about Jared Goff and the extension, and I think it's inevitable. It's like, okay, when are we going to just finally say Jared Goff's the guy? Go ahead and pay this man.
Well, Campbell basically said he is the guy and he
Right,
wants
but
him here, but it's not. Dan Campbell
It's not
doesn't
his
write
job.
the
Yes,
contract.
Not
yeah.
his job, but yeah, but
He can't undermine his boss's job. He can't. I think he handled it well in terms of what he
yeah, they're
said.
roommates. He already know. He's seen the contract laying on the breakfast table.
It's quite possible, yes.
Yeah.
All right, have a great show.
Oh.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
How is everybody on a Wednesday? Caller Ron made the show yesterday. He really did. It was tremendous.
I don't know. Gov second with the spicy garlic.
Well, remember, there's double Gov.
All right.
I mean, it's double your pleasure. Welcome in. We've got a lot of ground to cover today. We will get to the Lions at 3 o'clock. And Rico has said, Michael, my thirst for coaching carousel news needs quenching. And the only thing that will do that is you releasing another name on your secret list.
Mike, I got a fever.
Cowbell. 4 o'clock. I'll give you another name. Because that's all.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. No, it's again, I thought the first name I mentioned, I didn't see anywhere. It was on no list, and I take great pride in telling you that, to my knowledge, the second name I'm about to give you has not appeared anywhere. It's well-versed. It's a coach that's under the age of 50. It's a guy who's built a program. It's someone with an offense rooted in power running game. And you could get his quarterback to come with him.
Oh, I was about to say, it's Sharon Moore.
Ha! Honestly, it wouldn't be the worst thing.
And then they can get Orji to be the quarterback.
He brought his quarterback.
Yeah.
He brought his QB.
So we'll get to that at 4. We are going to get to 3 o'clock. Dan Campbell was asked about Jared Goff and a contract extension. We're going to talk about it. Rico's trying to trade one of your good young players. We're going to talk about that. But I wanted to open with something because we didn't get to this yesterday, but I have to get this off of my chest. You guys know I really don't like college football coaches who whine. Not a big fan of it. I don't like college football coaches who are martyrs. It bothers me. I have a quote from a college football coach that it's really unbelievable until you consider the source, and I wanted to just have fun with it for a second. That fair?
Yeah.
Let me read this quote to you. We're at a point where if you don't go undefeated, you are losers. You're terrible. And that is such a terrible mindset. And honestly, maybe we need to lose a few games and lighten up the bandwagon. Sometimes the bandwagon gets a little too full. That's the one good thing about going through a little so-called adversity. You really find out who's with you and who's not. Now, who would that be from? When did you meet Will Smith?
You know what?
Who would that be from?
I saw the quote, and I didn't want to read it because I didn't want to know. I tried to stay as blind to this as possible.
Because that's the fun, and I appreciate that.
I respect the game.
Who has been one of the more disingenuous, out-of-touch, whiny coaches?
Oh, I just figured it out now.
Who once said that their program was built on NIL? The name, image, and likeness of Jesus.
Oh, never mind. I was going to go Nick Saban, but that's not him.
This coach knows Nick Saban.
I thought about Saban at first.
This coach once lived in a car. This coach has a name that isn't real, but it's real.
This coach is a part of a program that I buried a few years ago.
I give you Dabo Sweeney. Now, here's the funny part with this.
Wait a minute. Did he really say, basically, he told some fans to jump off the bandwagon?
Here's the problem I have.
When did you meet Will Smith?
When did you meet Will Smith? So, do you know the sign that Clemson hangs in their practice facility? It adorns the entire wall as you walk in and walk out of their football building. Best is the standard. Close quote. Best is the standard. Dabo. Clemson fans have a right to be pissed when you got 2 losses before the calendar hit October. Fans have a right to get pissed. You refuse to use NIL. And they're watching talent erosion. Like on opening night when you got spanked by Nona, except Nona was Mike Elko and Duke. I just like when you hear coaches cry about NIL or coaches cry about expectation, explain to me what we as fans are allowed to do. Like this morning, I got a new nickname for somebody at this station. His name's Johnny Tryhard. You heard little Costa and his little Mr. Marbles routine. Oh, Mike and Rico said they're not going to watch the game. Tell us what we're allowed to do as fans. If you can't hold your coach to a standard, but pay him $10 million a year, that doesn't make any sense. No. If your coach simply needs the highest payroll in order to be successful, then are you really a good coach in the first place?
See, here's what's going on. We can all agree college football has changed, right?
I've heard that.
And what I don't think that college football coaches have realized that being a fan has also changed. Where it used to be, when you were a fan through thick and thin. No matter what, team 12-0, team 0-12. I'm renewing my season tickets. I'm right there. Rah, rah. Go State, go Aggies, go Tech.
Shut up, old man. Wait a minute. I just had an epiphany. Rico's just sparked a topic. People, this is the happy accident of radio. It's like Rico put a bunch of ingredients in that silver bowl of his and produced the most delicious salad ever. What are the new fan rules? With the sport changing the way it's changed, and I have said this, my love for this sport is diminishing on a minute-by-minute basis. What are the new accepted college football fan rules?
I'm with you. I had a conversation with a MSU season ticket holder this morning. And you know who it was?
Alan Howler.
It was Chuck.
Everything comes back to Chuck, doesn't it?
Everything comes back to Chuck. But he's saying, because we were talking about the selling of tickets, and he was like, I don't want to be surrounded by, a bunch of Michigan fans. And I'm like, well, if you guys didn't sell your tickets, you wouldn't be surrounded by Michigan fans. But he's like, that's true, but I don't need to see a bad product. But I'm like, but you're causing the bad environment because you're selling the tickets. And it basically boiled down to, at what point are you deemed a bad fan? Because I think with college football changing, I do think that the rules are now different for fans, where you don't have to sit there, whether your team's 0-12 or 12-0, and support your team no matter what. That through the transfer portal and NIL and them and college football basically saying, we really don't care that much about you, but we need you to stay loyal like, a Labrador retriever. I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
So let's do this. 248-539-9797. Everybody wants to lecture everybody about what these rules are. About, like if I have to hear, again, from his mountaintop of safety school city, like a guy who couldn't get into Michigan or Michigan State lecturing us on what it's like to be a fan. If I have to hear Jim Costa lay out what these rules are, like he's some scion of integrity, no one even goes to CMU games. So here's my point. I'll establish a rule as somebody who actually got into a school they wanted to attend. They wanted pro football. They wanted to make this NFL light. They wanted to get paid, right?
Yep.
Right. Then guess what? I, as a fan, have every right to rip my school's ass when they don't achieve. It's the same thing we do with the NFL. No longer are they college athletes. No longer do they go to the school because they wanted to or love it. What a campus. I'm a psychology man. No. You want to be a hired gun? But you want to be mercenaries?
No. But here's the thing. Because this is so new, you still have some people who went to the school because they love the campus, because they wanted to go into this major. It's not all mercenaries, and it's not all just, hey, this is a great campus. It's a mixture. But you're right. Things have changed. And where you used to be like, well, these are just kids.
Nope.
Not everybody falls in that criteria anymore.
New fan rule. You can boo college athletes. I used to be the guy who says you can't boo at the stadium. That's terrible. Boo the coach. You can't boo the kids. You can boo the kids now.
They're getting paid now.
I was about to say, no. You can boo the kids getting paid.
You can boo them.
All of them.
I'm booing all of them.
All of them.
All of them. You know what? There's a guy on. I'm not going to say it. I know.
What does it rhyme with?
I know a player in college football who's atrocious. He's awful, and he has a brand new car. I'm booing his ass. I can do whatever I want. These are the new fan rules.
Well, I'm saying, if you're getting paid, yes. But if you are,
then put a helmet sticker for the guys who are getting paid, so I know who to boo.
You know what? Fair.
But
it's the new pride sticker.
Right.
We put a dollar sign on their helmet. Boop.
Dollar
boo
sign.
his ass.
Either you see a dollar sign or a penny. You can't boo penny players.
No, but that's why you can't limit it to just the players that are getting paid. Utah's getting, all the players are getting a car. All of them are getting a car.
All of them are booable.
Boom.
The new fan rules.
Boom.
You know what else fans can do now? Fans can opt out. If the players can opt out when their needs aren't served, then why can't I opt out when the product is egregiously bad and not entertaining?
So are you saying that we're going to be burying a term from here on out? No longer is there a fair weather fan.
No, not anymore in college football.
So you are a fan for the year.
I'm a fan for the moment.
Or until your team goes down the toilet.
Yep. Why struggle? Half players aren't even going to be there no more. Why sit there and waste my life?
I've been told that that's a part of being a fan is you go through the struggle so that when you get the good stuff, it feels that much better.
Right. Okay.
That's gone. No, but I'm saying with the new college football and all the money being tossed around, I think it is unfair to ask fans to be the same.
Thank you.
And root for us no matter what.
The rules have changed, people. Rico is establishing a new Bill of Fan Rights for the new wave of college football. Oh, and by the way, this isn't just about that quote. Rico's got a news story. Rico was at the congressional hearings. Wait till you hear the word they're about to use with college football. You're not going to believe it. We'll get to it next, respectfully. And I'm shuffling my papers like a news anchor for no reason.
Okay, more
Bill Bonds.
And that's the news. What about a short declarative sentence?
Rich Fisher over here. Well, you know what? How fitting. Things are changing so fast these days. That's a great thing. Back in the day, we were lucky to get one video to load on our desktop. Go ahead, hit it, Mike. Just go ahead. All right. But now there's Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the fastest speeds rolling out all the time. And internet so powerful, it can power a whole house full of devices at once with an ultra low lag. So while one person's streaming a movie in their room, another person can be playing video games in the basement while somebody else is doing the latest TikTok dance in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through November 15th, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number one seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good. You know, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Hi there. So listen, if you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, slip and fall, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. We've told you, when you get injured, you get David, you get paid. David personally makes sure you get every dime you deserve.
Jeff Darlington,
and David
ESPN
never takes
reporter,
a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know
tweeted
someone
out a
who
video
is,
last night
tell him to call David
of
Femininio.
Lions fans just going nuts
65
after
crash
the
or
game.
go to
and he,
the
and he
website.
tweets,
Get
I've seen
get
a
paid.
lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions.
All right, here's Rico with his take on the UAW strike. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Go ahead. There's just you know what kills you? There's so much serious stuff going on right now.
It is.
And you want to talk Lions and stick to the plan, Stan, and we will. But man, the world's upside down. So much serious stuff going on right now. Go ahead. What you wanted to add a layer? You said you had a secret question. You wanted to ambush me. What?
Well, no. There is a question before I get to the word that we're talking about, but talking about new fans and what can be expected. What are the new rules for fans? Because college football is changing every day. It's like a kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
But fans are expected to be the same people they were 50 years ago. You root for your team, and you always root for your team no matter who comes and who leaves. Where it used to be, you knew a player was going to be there for 4 or 5 years unless they went pro. Now you don't even know if they're going to be there next game because they just opted out into the portal. So my question, Mike, is, especially in lieu of the game coming up this weekend, are you a bad fan if you sell your seats? If you're a season ticket holder and you sell your seats to the opposing team, knowing you're now going to have all of the it's kind of like what the Lions fans are doing at opposing stadiums, and they're taking it over. Yeah. You're now going to be seeing that in college.
Okay. Here's what I will tell you. Two parts. Part one, I would never sell my tickets to Scumbag Wolverine. Wouldn't do it. But that's me taking ownership of my money, and I'd rather burn the money than let one of those happy idiots sit in my seat. However, fans are not bad fans for doing it. I don't have a right to tell people what to do with their money. And these schools are ripoff artists. They're extortionists. What they charge you to go to these games and sit in inferior facilities, let's face it, Spartan Stadium, the Big House, the Shoe, they're all completely inferior facilities to places like Ford Field, SoFi, or any NFL arena.
Yeah, but also, look, those things were built a long time ago.
NMP, not my problem. You're bilking people out of their money. Then you make them pay a seat license. You know what? When the product blows and the weather blows and fans don't want to go, you know what? Get your money back. I don't have a problem if that stadium's full of Wolverines this weekend. Believe me, in the summer, there wasn't any Spartan that was going to sell their ticket to this game to those scumbags. But when Mel Tucker did what he did and the football program's upended, this has gone from being one of the most hostile environments out there. This will be a daycare center. Yeah. This will be a 50-50 crowd. And I don't begrudge any fan going and getting their money. I don't. Would I do it? No. But I'm not going to condemn people for doing it.
Right, because my thing was, you know what?
Well, how much are tickets even going for? $10?
Not that much, I don't think. I think a lot of Spartan fans thought that, oh, this thing's going to be worth a lot of money, and they realized you flooded the market, and now you just get spiteful Wolverine fans who just want to come and tap dance on your grave.
As they should.
At Spartan Stadium.
As they should.
And the seats are cheap. So I don't think that they're that expensive.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I just wouldn't do it. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. Because my thing was, I probably would just eat the cost of the tickets.
Correct.
I'm not going to sell them. I'm just going to leave the seats empty because I think that would, an empty stadium for a big game like that on national TV, I think sends an even bigger message to the university of we're not supporting this. We don't like this.
David, what are the ticket texters saying on a host of topics?
Someone says the new transfer portal, the fan edition, that should be a rule. You can go wherever you want, season to season.
I have
like
a new
players.
favorite team every 2.5 hours, whoever I bet on. Don't ask me to care about Michigan State.
Middle Tennessee?
Oh, your guy had a touchdown last night. I saw that early. Your guy had another TD, Metcalf. That's your boy, number 9.
Elijah.
That's your guy.
Mike, Rico, lifelong MSU Spartan, I 100% agree. I am under no obligation to suffer through a miserable product, and I now hate cookies.
It's going to be very difficult.
He hurt himself with that topic this morning.
It's going to be very difficult for schools to get angry at fans because the fans are seeing everything that the schools are getting financially handed to them, and they're demanding more. With more money comes higher expectations. And when you don't get those expectations, then you ask yourself, well, why am I supporting this school? I'm getting nothing from this because you're not even giving me winning. If you're winning games, I'll accept the fact that you're making hundreds of millions, but I get nothing right now.
By the way, someone on Ticket Text is saying the tickets right now, $70 for a single ticket, $120 for a pair. Oof.
That is so. Tickets to a game like this, I think the face lower bowl is $185. Does that sound about right? Or have they raised that again?
That sounds about right, I guess.
Point is, it's roughly $200 face value. So yeah, value. Listen, you want to go to the game, go to the game. Because whatever I told you 4 months ago, 3 months ago, that don't apply now. Spartan fans do not care. No matter how hard, Cookies wants them to care or whatever, Gov or any of the guys, you're going to win 50-0. We don't care. Go do it. Burn the stadium. Do whatever the hell you like. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. My team's terrible. My coach ruined my entire program. But I wouldn't sell the tickets. I'd give them to someone who doesn't have a chance to go, knowing they're not a scumbag, Wolverine incel, or the seats would stay empty.
See, I was about to say, if I knew that it was going to a Spartan fan or, if David was like, you know what, I want to take my kid. Fine.
Yeah.
You can go.
Now
Here
let
are the
me.
seats.
Okay. I'm not kissing David's ass. But in a serious manner, if I went to David when I used to have tickets and I said, David, do you want to take the boys? And I used to have 4 seats. Mm-hmm. I would give them to David, even though David technically is a POS Wolverine.
Right, but half the
his
clan
kids deserve
to enjoy the matchup.
Right, they tolerate you as their father. So at the least I can do is get them nice seats.
And 2 of the kids are good kids.
Right. Now, does that make me, there's always an outlier.
No, but if it's for parents taking a kid for their first experience or something like that,
yes,
I'm all for that. But other than that, I'm not selling to an opposing fan base.
No.
I would just let the seats stay empty so when the camera on Peacock or NBC swings around, they're like, wow, this place is only half full. Yeah, because we're not happy with what's going on there.
It's funny. I had tickets for 18 years. I never sold a ticket. Never. I ate plenty of them. Believe me, there were some lean years in there. And there were plenty of times you couldn't give a ticket away. But I never sold them.
No, because I can only imagine where this game is going to be probably 50-50 Wolverine fans.
Sounds right.
But then I'm thinking
maybe 60-40 State, but there'll be a heavy Wolverine
Will there
presence.
be anybody there for the Nebraska game? Seriously, last one out, please turn off the lights. Because it ain't like Nebraska's going to be ponying up and driving across the country to see their team.
True. David?
Someone says, I would gladly sell my tickets to a Wolverine scumbag. They may bleed maize and blue, but their money is green and white.
That's right. Hey, you know what, too? For all the people who want to say you're a bad fan, when the sport decided to make everything about money, then why can't a fan? The sport,
and that's what it boils down to.
They have ruined everything we love about this sport in the name of money. How the hell am I going to tell a fan not to sell their ticket to this weekend's game? I know I wouldn't, but I don't begrudge anybody who does. If you can get a couple $100 for your tickets, take your wife out for the anniversary, and some scumbag Wolverine bought your dinner. Well, then you know what? Good on you.
But see, here's the thing. You can't sit here and talk about, they took over the stadium. You gave him the seat. Like when I hear other opposing teams talking about Lions fans taking over Green Bay, you can't complain. You sold them the seats.
It's a shame.
So similar to the pros, like if you got a good team, you're going to start following them like they're a rock group.
If the Tuck thing didn't happen and they're just 4-2, Wolverine was not getting their way into that stadium.
It would probably be like 80-20. Somebody would pay top price to get in there.
If you want to say, but bottom line is that wasn't going to be a good place for them.
No.
Now it's going to be a home game.
So
and rightfully so, because our program is dead.
Hey, we got a text from John from Ann Arbor. So is it safe that we can go into the stadium, Mike?
Yeah, what's his bit with that? I see John all the time around here. He's never brought it up to me.
No idea.
And by the way, like my point gets backed up every week when I'm watching fans pummel each other in the stands at college and pro games every weekend. I saw a fan die earlier this year at a Patriots game. I saw a guy go flying down the stairs at Soldier Field this past week.
You know what? It's not just guys, it's women too.
Sure. My point was the rivalry had reached a toxic point. I said what I said and I meant it. But clearly things are different 120 days later. Mel Tucker wrecked everything. There is no life force to this game. So,
and that's the bad thing.
It's safe. Go. Do whatever you want. It's a weird sticking point for John, and I don't get that.
Because now it seems as if you're just going to opt out. Like you did all this. You made this claim that Spartan fans are going to be all these big, tough people, and now since you're losing, well, you don't care. So it's kind of backhanded mocking you.
Well, that's fine.
So that's all.
I mean, it's absent of talent, but like that's fine. But like you could at least do it in a funny manner. So, I am opting out.
Well, I mean, but
fans are opting out.
There's a lot of Wolverine fans who heard that and say, "Oh, I guess it's safe. Are we still going to eat a battery? Ha ha ha!" It's like, oh, okay.
I honestly, no, probably not. Nor did I ever endorse that behavior. I said, like as a state fan,
I would say, you know what?
As a state fan, I wouldn't go to the big house. Okay, as a state fan. I like if I were a Yankee fan, I wouldn't go to Fenway. Guys, this is a pretty standard rule for me. If you're a Lions fan and you make the playoffs and they're playing Philly in the playoffs, don't go. That's where we've arrived at. Okay? You don't believe me? Cruise around and look at what you're seeing every weekend at stadiums. College and pro. It's a societal issue.
High school. You can even go high school, Mike. I hate to say it.
That's really disturbing if that's the case. 248-539-9797, Northville Lumber. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex decking than Northville Lumber. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. You know, it's almost as, honestly, has MSU been penalized enough where the penalty flags could cover 26 football fields? It's actually getting close.
I was about to say, we're getting close.
All colors. Varieties, styles, Trex decking, railing, lighting.
Holding, number 58. There you go.
I'm going to ignore that. It's Northville Lumber. Whether you're a do-it-yourselfer or a pro, they got you covered. Call today, Northville Lumber, or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we got Lions at 3. Interesting Jared Goff stuff. Got some sound from Dan Campbell. 4 o'clock, Rico has demanded I reveal another name from my list.
Yes, the people need to know.
I will do it.
I want to know if it's the name that I heard yesterday.
Okay, we'll talk. Let's get to the people, though. See what they have to say. New fan rules. We told you about Dabo crying. There's discussion coming out of the congressional hearings of the U word in college football.
Yeah. Union.
Yeah. Believe that when I see it. But let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey.
You know, I'm a State fan. I used to have season tickets. I gave them up once they never made any improvements to the stadium experience for fans.
Yeah.
Or standard fans. If you're a Michigan fan, why would you even go up to that dump, though? I mean, you can get better concessions at Ann Arbor Pioneer, and you're going to go up there in 40-degree rain and
John,
watch them play a MAC team?
John, you know why. Because it's a part of the rivalry that's not a rivalry that they claim but sometimes don't claim. When you could put a beat down on a team that you absolutely hate and have fun doing it and watch it, you want to go to the game. It could be a monsoon. You'll sit through that monsoon to see the pain of the Spartan players losing a game. That's why.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe I've lost care this year, but
you have.
Yeah, and that's okay. And by the way, John, I agree totally with your statement about the facility. It's a joke. There are a million things they could do to make that place look better, and they choose not to. They just half-ass it.
No, Mike, they're making improvements.
Okay.
They seriously, in the last 2 years, have made improvements in the stadium. More are coming. Unfortunately, funny thing happened along the way. Your coach got
Gotcha.
That guy got fired and things got derailed a little bit. But no, they have made improvements to the stadium. They're starting to condense it down. Remember you said it should be smaller?
Yes.
They're starting to condense the stadium down and put better seats in there. So changes were made in the concourse, but then a funny thing happened along the way in a hotel room in Florida.
Hey, hire Urban, and I'm getting you season tickets. We'll be back. We'll be like Bert and Ernie, me and you.
We bring the Lambo back.
The two old men at the opera, me and you. Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jim, what's going on, bud?
Yeah, hey, guys. Going to the game, I'm a Spartan fan. I'm an alum, and our team is most of our coaches are terrible, as we all know. It's going to be really painful to be there, but I want to be there not because I'm proud of the product or I have any hope that we're going to win. I just want to support the players that are out there. You know, it's not their fault, everything that they're going through, and, I think we need to be there for them. Hey, last thing, kind of a shout-out to your sponsors. I get my wood from Northville Lumber and Hims.
There you go. There you go. Good for you.
No, and
that's
funny.
An old school mentality. I'm not making fun of Jim for doing that. I'm saying, now, Jim didn't do this. You can't put that on today's fans.
Right.
I think a lot of people have smartened up that this isn't what Jim is saying. Right. This isn't going up and supporting the boys and supporting the school. But they're mercenaries.
But some fans still feel that way, and the schools are expecting every fan to be that way and every fan to support the players no matter what. And I do get it. Man, these players didn't ask for Tucker to do what he did. They came out here thinking, okay, we just want to be a good team. We know we're not going to be great, but then our coach, gets fired. We're out there like a rudderless ship. I understand.
But that's the funny part. It's not funny. It's the peak of dishonesty, actually. Because, again, Cookies did what he did this morning, and I'm just like, oh, poor Jim. Because I had this conversation with Jim off the air. And I go, dude, you die on some of the dumbest hills in the world. Like, why? There are so many ways you could talk about this game. I go, but do whatever you want. No. But the point is, the idea, they're like, well, I mean, there's always a chance. It's like that's what we're doing. Guys, MSU's 103rd in total offense. They're 115th in penalties. They're one of the most undisciplined teams in the land.
No, I mean,
you're facing arguably the best team in America, and you don't understand why State fans are going, Saturday night at 8, I'm probably doing something else.
Right. I mean, it's like, you play your Powerball. And, for a second you think, well, what if I hit? But, deep down.
Correct.
I just kind of donated money to whoever the eventual winner is going to be. But, yeah, it did get to the point where, because because I sent you the text that they're wearing the black uniforms that night, and I was just like, oh, don't do that. But then I had a conversation. Go ahead and hit the button. Had a conversation with a former player, and he made a lot of sense. And he said, I get why fans get upset because there's always going to be next year. But for the seniors, they don't have next year. They wanted to wear these black uniforms. This is for them, and fans just got to get over that. This has nothing to do with the fan base. It's for the players and it's for the seniors. It's not something I would recommend doing.
It's really about they're never going to be able to wear it again because they're going to be a punchline like the silver space units that we wore against Duke all those years ago.
And that's why I don't want to see it. But as he said, a guy like Trey Mosley doesn't get another year where he could say, okay, well, next year you can wear the black jerseys. I'm hoping that they just set it aside and say, you know what, we're going to wear these again. I mean, heck, the Duke jerseys, yeah, those silver ones, they were gone.
Thank God.
But even once, remember they had the neon highlighter ones that they wore against Maryland. They never wore those again, and they beat Maryland.
But you know what I compare it to? It's like when Michigan wore the Bumblebees. The way they got their ass beat that day, they were never wearing those things again, and they didn't.
No, but they wore the blue version because the blue version, they beat the Notre Dame.
Yeah, I remember
so they
that.
kept those. They threw away the white versions.
David,
I would love to see the black jersey stay regardless.
David, you're the most judgmental person on the show. What is your take on the new fan rules? What is your take on what Rico and I are saying about the game this week?
Well, it's interesting because right before Rico brought up the whole selling the tickets, that was my rule. You can sell whatever you want. If your team isn't good, Fan Portal, you're a fan of something else, sell your tickets if you want. Make money because they're all making money.
That's right.
So do it.
And that's where schools got to realize it's not, the 1980s. And it's not even 2000 anymore where fans
Rico,
just stick with you.
It's not 2015 anymore.
Heck, it ain't 2019.
Okay, point's been made. It's a new day.
Yeah.
Let's go to Adam. He'll get the last word on this deal. Adam, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike? How's it going, Rico?
Hey.
Basically, my buddy's in the Marines, and he gets about 4 days off, and he decided to take this weekend just for the Michigan State game. This was about a year ago, and I tried to convince him not to do it. I've been trying to convince him we should go to the casino or something and not go sit in the rain, but it's going to be absolutely horrible if you ask me.
Listen,
and we're both diehard State fans.
I know. You know what, Adam, in the end, you got to just enjoy the time with your friend, and you got to make it a worthwhile experience because you don't get to hang out with him that much. But I'm with you. I'd much rather do that and hang out at home watching the game and stay warm and turn the channel. But what are you going to do? The guy gets 4 days off a year or whatever it is. He wants to go to the game. Look, this summer I would have told you it was a great idea. Because I was looking forward to this game for years. I wanted to get their ass at night for years. And following what went down last year and that con artist routine that Ward and Jim pulled and the railroading of the 8 players, you know what? Yeah, I wanted them. And I wanted it to be really an unbelievable environment. I can't change what happened. But clearly that's not going to be the case anymore. And yeah, the rain. Adam, it's poncho season, my man.
Well, no, it's only supposed to rain during the day. At night, you'll be okay. It'll be cold.
Right, but I'm saying for tailgate.
Oh.
You cannot go into that Hey, when you enter that stadium, you know what you can't be still? You cannot be.
But you know what?
You cannot be.
Here's the thing.
You cannot be.
If you're a State fan, you can feel good about yourself, at least for a little bit. You can go watch the basketball team play the green and white game. So you don't have to stand outside in the rain. There you go.
248-539-9797. We have an unbelievable episode of On the Board coming up. I gave Kenny a bet that he endorsed. And Kenny's going to be live at the game. We're going to talk about it. We're going to get to the Lions at 3.
You know what? When you're a celebrity, you do get to. Is he dropping the puck?
Oh, the way Hatchet Man did it, the Flint Firebirds or whatever it was?
Yeah, well, he does reads now. Kenny, we need you to drop the puck.
I sure love the agave. All right, 248-539-9797. Kenny's leaving. College football Saturday, whether your team stinks like mine or whether you're a Wolverine thinking about a national title, Old Nation has got a complete lineup of beers for you to enjoy M43, the B43, Oktoberfest, and more. You don't believe me? Fine. How about the reviews? Untapped just named him one of the best regional breweries in America. No other Michigan brewery made that list. So when you're buying beer, ask for Old Nation by name. Grab some today. Check them out at oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
All right, before we get to on the board, David, a couple ticket texts round this out.
Yes, sir. Ticket text here says, if I can pull up my computer screen, yes, you are a bad fan without a doubt. If you're into season tickets for the profit, then you're in it for the wrong reasons, they say.
But isn't that the schools are in it for profit? I can't sit here and
fan rules are stupid.
I can't sit here and get angry because a fan said my team is bad and I want to make as much money as I can off of them. I can't get mad at that.
Or
I wouldn't do it, but I can't get mad.
My team is bad. Like, I love, where are the bonus points for the people who sit and suffer? I'm sorry, do you get a discount coupon to the team store?
You don't get this.
Do you get your own national title trophy when the school gets it done? Do they refund your kids' tuition? Do they give you a discount on your tickets? Hey, you've been a loyal sucker for all these years. We'd like to give you 10% off your seat license. Like, does any of that take place? Fan rules are so outdated. These sports decided to whore out for every last penny. Guess what? We have a right to change how we behave. No, I don't need to watch that Saturday. No, I don't need to go. No, you don't have to care if a Wolverine buys your ticket because their money spends just as well as any other cut rate scumbag. Dumb fan rules. Ridiculous. Oh, you haven't suffered with the Lions for a decade, but now that they're good, what? You enjoy it less? Who cares?
No,
do what you want to do.
You don't have the long-suffering story. You just jumped on the bandwagon. It doesn't mean the same as it does for me because I've watched it for 25 years of pain.
Cool.
Okay, right. We still watch the same game. Get the same results.
You want to go on the board? Let's go on the board before we talk Lions. Is very exciting. Not that Liberty sleptwalked through that game last night to win 42-35 and not cover. Rico had the touchdown prop. Liberty let us all down. But I have a bet tonight I'm going to join Kenny on. Kenny made his Pucks a Lot debut on Cash Ticket today, and I brought it up. I said, Kenny, I kind of want to bet the Wings tonight. Plus 115 at home against the Penguins. The aging, geriatric, oxygen tank wielding Pittsburgh Penguins. The Wings are young, energetic, high flying, but DeBrincat's too short. Listen, clearly the goaltending might be a bit of an issue. They're gonna need to score some goals, but you're getting plus odds at home. They're filled with life. And let's face it, you can't bet on a team whose pregame meal is Ensure and calcium pills. Let's go Wings plus 115 tonight. Rico.
Mike, you know what? Fresh off of hitting the another touchdown for Middle Tennessee, I think I'm going to opt out, but I do have a very weird number for you. You would like to guess, let's go to the Big Ten West.
Okay.
The over-under for Minnesota and Iowa.
32.5.
Wrong. Lower.
31.5?
Yes.
The Big Ten is so bad.
I'm like, do you take the over?
Yeah, you go under.
Really?
You just last week, Iowa and Wisconsin played 34.5, and me and Cookies are like, if totals are this low, you have to go under. You have to look at it and go, oh my God, how couldn't you go over? Therefore, reverse psychology,
Gotcha.
You got to go under. Last year, Minnesota and Iowa played. I think the over-under was 29.5, and I still went under. The game finished 13-10. Okay. You have to go under.
Just curious.
Or value your life more than this and don't play.
I'm not playing. I just happened to see, doing research to do the pod tomorrow, and it was just like, whoa.
If you wanted to bet a college football game tonight, again, the Wings, Kenny will school you more on. If you're desperate for college ball, I'm not telling you to do this. I'm saying if you did it, it'd be New Mexico State laying 3 tonight at UTEP. I give you Diego Pavia, New Mexico State quarterback who's usually good for about 80 or 90 yards rushing. He's short and built like an oil drum, but somehow he moves around. Diego Pavia.
You would take the 3?
No, you lay the 3.
You lay the 3? Okay. So
this is a rivalry game. You know who's coaching New Mexico State?
It's former Minnesota.
Gopher, Jerry Kill.
Yeah.
He's coaching New Mexico State.
If you take Diego Pavera and New Mexico State.
Pavia.
Pavia,
tomato. What do you got? What's the rushing prop?
It's plus 190 if you take yours and add that with a Pavia anytime touchdown. Plus 190.
You got to be desperate if you're betting that crap. I'd be careful.
Did
Kenny,
you see Paella? You said Paella?
Yeah.
It's Diego Pavia. Kenny.
Stromboli.
There is no quarterback named Paulie Stromboli. Please, there's no quarterback in the history of Earth. Like, hey, Johnny Brajal at quarterback. Jesus. Larry Linguini. All right, what do you got, Kenny? We going wings?
Yeah, we're going
Kurt
wings.
Capicola.
Exactly. Free wings pick plus 115. All the nerdy stats are there, too. The expected goals, the high danger chances.
What about the Corsi?
No, but the Fenwick is. So that's important, too. And also, you said goaltending might be a problem. I like over 6.5, too, if you're looking to bet an over.
How about a 4-3 wings final?
Done. Perfect. Covers it all.
Everybody wins.
Yes.
And will you be there tonight?
There is a chance. It's quite possible. I'm not dropping the puck, Rico, but I might be there.
Why not? Giving away agave.
He's singing the national anthem is what he's doing.
Oh, my God.
So
Will he be pouring shots in the concourse?
I have a few choices if you so choose. You can go Corey Seager tonight at plus 280 to hit a home run. Or you can go, call the number if you do this. FIU is going to Sam Houston State.
Oh, the Bearcats with a K.
Sam Houston State doesn't have a win this year, but they are a favorite 5.5. I'm going Sam Houston State, the Bearcat.
You know Florida FIU has the saddest turnover Lambo in history?
Yeah.
FIU made a Lambo look like a radio flyer. It's the saddest Lamborghini ever. And it just has a little FIU sticker on it. I don't even think it's a real car.
Parked in the end zone. Yeah, it could just be cardboard.
Kids,
don't sit on it.
I really think it's cardboard.
Don't sit on the car. Just stand next to it.
Sam Houston State.
It's the 2020 Lambo. It's the cardboard cutout.
And then here's my final choice.
There's more.
You asked people to bet Sam Houston State tonight.
Yeah.
They're Roberto at a whorehouse. They can't score.
Yeah, you don't have to at all. But this is a hedge for me. It's a personal hedge for me. Chelsea Gray is out for the Aces, the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA championship right now with a bad foot injury. So hedge with plus 210 for the Liberty to win the championship. They're going to have to come back from 0-2 for the first time in WNBA history. But without Chelsea Gray, it's possible now.
People, that we've hit the bottom of the chili pot. We got WNBA futures, Kenny talking Fenwick, Rico betting on New Mexico State, and Diego Pavia.
Hey, just wait. A few months, doing Caitlin Clark 3-pointers.
Okay. Yep, that about sums that up.
Hey, it's money in the bank. It counts.
Lions conversation next. Sweet Jesus. Thanks, Gov. All right, FanDuel. Let's get after it. Yes, you could bet a Diego Pavea anytime touchdown prop tonight. I don't encourage it. But my point is FanDuel has betting markets on everything. It's insanity. That's why they're America's #1 sportsbook. So visit FanDuel.com/tickets so you don't miss out on their next promotion. No sweat same game parlay stuff, odds boosts, and the rest. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund, $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still
Oh, that is tremendous. Try the agave. All right.
Sorry about that, Tito's.
Stop it. It's tremendous. We're building a brand here.
We're building something here. We're building something here.
I'm building my resignation letter.
Everybody, what's wrong? Oh, I didn't hear that.
He said he's building his resignation letter.
No, Kenny, come on. That's innocent fun. Everybody relax. Good God. I blame Roberto.
Go Dogs.
Go Cats. All right. Let's focus. Get to the Lions here. Very exciting times. Hold on. David's now yelling back there.
I'm yelling at him. We all have songs about us. Relax.
Relax.
Hey, I got a dance school. Hey, remember my crime school when I made the mistake?
We have a song about your colon.
No, but I'm saying when I did the whole, hey, you want to go to a crime school?
Right.
Good career in crime.
Now, we can go 2 ways with this. I was going to ask Michigan fans a question, but I can wait. We can do Lions. It was interesting. I was looking up there at one of the TVs, power rankings, different things. Michigan's your betting favorite to win the national title now with the Brock Bowers news. But I wonder where fans are. Do Michigan fans believe they are the favorite to win the Natty?
Okay, but you know what the funny thing is? I don't know if you kept watching. Michigan, I wanted to say they're around either a 35 or 40% chance of making the college football playoffs. You know who has a better chance? Ohio State.
I don't get that.
Ohio State has a 56% chance of making the college football playoffs. I don't get it either, but I just thought that it was funny when you looked at the different numbers in the ESPN FPI.
Right. Well, the thing I've lost is Ohio State all of a sudden the boogeyman? Like, is there this version of Ohio State that's going to pop out of the box that we haven't seen?
No. Every time I think about this, I think about you and listening to your different podcasts. Nothing about this makes sense.
None.
Which means you got to go with it because it doesn't make sense.
Well,
when you told me about the whole, hey, Pitt and Louisville, doesn't make sense. Better take Pitt.
Got to go to Pitt. But look, we're going to find out a lot about both teams this Saturday when they square off. Pitt and Ohio State.
Penn State.
Penn State and Ohio State while Michigan has their scrimmage. I want to leave it there for Michigan fans. I'm happy to talk about it. I think you have a right to believe you could win it all. Do you believe you're the favorite to do so? Do you believe the stars are aligning and it is everyone chasing you? That's different than saying, I believe we can do it.
But you know what, Mike? I think it's difficult because it's the same way it's difficult for Lions fans when I brought up you could be the number 1 seed. Whoa. Slow it, bro. No. I don't want to believe that just yet. Right. I don't want to get hurt. I'll believe it when I see it. And I think both fan bases are in that same category. I think they want to, but they're afraid of the pain if it doesn't happen.
Okay, look. I'll throw the number out. It can be in the background. I think we've done a good job this week of having multiple topics going at one time because I know the Lions are still the number 1 story. I get it. I wish it was a normal rivalry week and we just talked MSU, Michigan all 5 days. but it's not. We're terrible. Let's get to the Lions stuff. And Michigan fan, if you want to tell us your perspective on it, go ahead. I think it's...
Well, you're a fair weather fan, according to the morning show.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
I know. Just saying.
I've been a State fan my whole life. I don't have to...
Why are you bailing on them now?
Because they're unwatchable dreck.
Real fan would stay.
Okay.
Those who stay will be, be champions, David?
Yes.
Or leave with 96 credits of nonsense like Dennis Norfleet. Just let me make a point, and I will also say this. You do realize if they're in the game at halftime, I'll watch. They got to earn my time.
No, I think that's fair.
Well, thank you.
No, because I'm probably going to stick around.
I know, because you're a real fan.
I'm a real fan.
All right. Rico's going to be taking the game in with Earl Robinson. It's going to be a classic.
Probably not.
What? Earl's dead. I feel rather embarrassed.
Okay.
You know what, David? I feel terrible. I didn't know he was dead. I had no idea.
Yeah.
All right, my bad. Well, we'll move along. So why don't we go to the Lions? David, you have Dan Campbell audio I'd like to play, if that's okay. He was asked a question about Jared Goff extension talks. I want to just play you a clip of what he had to say, and then we can have a conversation about it, because I think we're looking in real time at Jared Goff securing the bag, and I'll explain why. But take a listen to what Dan Campbell had to say. I love his answer. I do. It's not just a what is he supposed to say thing. He said exactly what he needed to say, which is he needs to be with us. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going there. I'm not going. That is a Brad Holmes thing. Steer clear of it. Let me ask you this. With David Montgomery's injury, and now you're looking at, let's assume Montgomery's out 4 games. He misses the Tampa game when he gets hurt. He's going to miss this week against Baltimore, next week against the Raiders, bye week, and let's say he misses the Charger game. Let's say it's a full month he's out. Rib cartilage, they get him right. We need you for the stretch drive. Okay. We saw Jared Goff, not single-handedly, but when you have to throw it 40-plus times.
No, I think you could say single-handedly.
All right, single baby-handedly, went out there. And by the way, on third downs, I think he went 9 for 13 for 130 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no picks. He put the team on his back and secured the bag. What have we talked about over the next 3 weeks? Baltimore, Raiders, Chargers. Win 2 of 3. You're going to have to do it without your bell cow back. You might have to do it without Jahmyr Gibbs. If Jared Goff shepherds us through this next 3 games, or if you want to take the Tampa game plus 2, go 3-1 in those 4, and you're sitting at 7-2. Hasn't he earned unilateral support for a new contract? Mm-hmm. Even if you're one of these idiots, you have to come to the table and go, we've got to get this man paid. We've got to get this man taken care of.
Well, at least Jim Costa has changed a little bit and said, hey, if Goff wins the MVP, then he will eat as much crow as you can feed him, because he says at that point, yes, he's arrived, he's here.
So he's put an impossible situation out there for himself.
Well, because he's one of the leading MVP candidates as of now.
MVP means nothing to me.
When I look at this, I've told you a long time ago that Goff was going to be your guy.
You said it since Jump Street. You don't need to be shy about it. Yeah. You said it when they traded for him. Yeah. You have owned it from the beginning. Okay?
Okay.
Now let's move on to the rest of your point.
But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the more it's going to cost you. Go ahead and lock this man up now. I don't want to hear what happens when Ben Johnson leaves. You'll figure it out. Okay? I'm sure the next offensive coordinator will see what Ben Johnson did and say, hey, Jared, we're going to keep this same offense. I'm not going to screw things up because I want to get a head coaching job just like Ben did. And I know I'm linked to you. So whatever you do, I'm going to make sure you're happy. So I'm not worried about the next OC. But every day that goes by, the cost of keeping him here goes up another $1.
So let me throw this out there. Let's have some fun for a second. Now, I have no idea what Goff's reps want. Some quarterbacks are taking shorter, fully guaranteed deals. Other quarterbacks, hell, we saw Mahomes sign a 10-year deal. Now, that'll get redone, et cetera.
But 5 times.
Right. Just work with me on a framework that if Goff and company go 2-1 in the next 3, no David Montgomery, we're sitting at 7-2. Every right to dream about being the 1 seed and making a run at a Super Bowl. 5 at 225. Are you ready to give him that kind of deal? Not 5 at 250. Not a full Mahomesian, but you're going to give him a deal that is going to be well north of $40 million a year. Well north of what Daniel Jones got, but not quite what you're going to see, a Josh Allen cash in on.
So $45 million a year.
Right, that middle ground. He ain't discount no more, but he's not going to redefine the market.
See, and the reason why I wanted to say $45 million a year because people heard $225 million and lost their mind. Probably swerved off the side of the road and said, "No way in the world do you pay Jared Goff over $200 million." Look at the breakdown, folks, because that's where it gets lost in the sauce. $45 million a year, yeah. Daniel Jones got $40 million a year. The cost of being a quarterback in the NFL goes up, and sometimes you just happen to be in the right place, right time, and it's Jared Goff's time. He's going to make not 50, but if you can get him at $45 million, I know this sounds crazy. That's a steal. That's a bargain.
5 at 225. David, he goes 2-1 his next 3. Kenny, I know you're a big Lions guy. We're going to be in the luxury suite at the home playoff game. I've manifested it.
Yeah, I'm all in on that.
5 at 225.
It's reasonable because this guy is the guy that you've probably at this point trusted to get you to a playoff win, something that this city has not seen in quite some time, and now you want to see more from that. Yes, absolutely, I'm in on that.
We're splitting hairs, Mike. I would have said 4 at 180. Same amount of value. I'm just taking 1 a year off.
I don't have any problem with it. It was, how about this? AAV 45 a year.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable AAV 45 a year? And look, Goff's people are probably going to want 50. To which I would end up telling you, sometimes you don't get a choice. You have a quarterback. And here's the other thing. If we're going to play this game of, well, could Jared Goff start for this? Jared Goff is worth more to you than anybody else. Because Jared Goff is the one who has learned this entire offense. Yeah. Jared Goff is the one with the relationships with these players.
Here's the reality, and David, and then I'll let you. I'm sorry for cutting you off. The sad reality, Mike, and I pray to God this never happens. But I think people would appreciate Goff more if Goff wasn't there for a few weeks, and then you see how things don't look the same, and then you understand why you need to lock him up. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not wishing hurt upon anybody. But I think that would sway the Costaites of maybe we do have something here and we need to keep this man around as long as possible.
248-539-9797. Next 3 weeks, you go 2-1. 3-1 for the quadrant where Goff is going to have to carry the load because David Montgomery's not going to be here. Isn't it time to pay him? Call it 45 a year. You're right, Rico. Let's not get hung up in amount of time. 45 a year.
And if he wants the full 50, maybe you just sweeten the deal and say, how about this? We'll give you more guaranteed money up front. Yeah. So, you know what? Out of the 180, you get 120 guaranteed.
Ready?
Yeah.
Kenny Cott, take him to church.
It's a heated rivalry. Maybe you started your festivities early. Cure that hangover with the game day version of the Tito's Bloody Mary. Warm up for that game day festivities with a zesty drink made for spicing up your season, topped with enough garnishes to last until halftime. This one's simple. Ounce and a half of Tito's, 4 ounces of Bloody Mary mix, combine it into a glass, and you're off and running. Garnishes, anything you want. Olives, pickles, lemons, bacon, cheese cubes, boiled shrimp. Anything your heart desires, there's no wrong combination for your Tito's Bloody Mary. Recipes for all the premium Tito's drinks on our YouTube page all week long, or go to Tito'sVodka.com. 80 proof Tito's handmade vodka, distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas.
Get him, Kenny!
Crafted
Tito's!
to be savored responsibly.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. And what's not for debate as well, the best mattress in the game, the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Indeed, Kenny. Indeed. David, some of the ticket texts we're rapping about. I don't know why it's funny.
Or, wait, him and Gov. I could already see it now.
Which one do you want?
The spicy meatball or whatever.
So stupid. All right. David, ticket text. We're talking Goff contract. Dan Campbell was asked about it. I thought he answered it perfectly. And I've just put a scenario before you. If you go 2-1 over the next 3 games and you're 7-2, Goff's going to have to do what he did Sunday, where he kind of carried you. It's time to pay the guy. So I said AAV, $45 million a year. 5 at 225, 4 at 180, whatever you consider it. It's just he's not quite going to be that $50 million guy, but he's sure as hell better than a $40 million Danny Jones or Kirk Cousins. He's a $45 million a year quarterback. Are you good with it? And guys, reality, you're welcome to call up and say, Mike, he won't take that deal. It's possible. But I wanted to have the conversation. David, what do you got?
All day, 5 for 225. Lock it in today. I want to hear the breaking news siren. Okay. Will from Detroit, sign Goff for 5 at 45 a year. I love it. Guarantee at least 140 of it, and I'll be just okay. 5 at 45 sounds like a steal. Rico's right. Every day you wait, the price goes up. That is from Paul.
Because for those people saying, I need him to go and win the division and go win a playoff game, that's fine. But now you're looking at $50 million a year. It just went up in value.
Yeah, someone else is saying they agree with you, Rico. Say you hit the nail right on the head. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Without Jared Goff, the offense will be stagnant and the defense will be fatigued. Goff's time-consuming drives helps both sides of the ball. Another one says, let die be your shepherd. In these tiny hands, we put the future of the franchise.
So let me ask you a question. So right here, guys, let me give you context. Something people rarely want to do at this place. Is it safe to go to the stadium? All right. Context.
Tools.
Context. Here is the AAV, the average annual valuation for each quarterback in football. All right. So I'll give you the top 10 and we'll go from there. All right. You got 3 guys making $40 million per. It's Daniel Jones, Dak Prescott, Matthew Stafford. We all agree Goff is going to sign a deal above those guys. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. The next one is Josh Allen at $43 million. He signed a $258 million deal. $150 is guaranteed. $45 million is Patrick Mahomes. Signed the $450 million deal with $140 guaranteed. And again, that deal's going to get redone. He will move up. Then it's
like Nick Saban's contract.
Yes. Then it's Deshaun Watson and Kyler Murray. Yikes and yikes times 2. $46 million and $46.1 with $230 million is the total. Deshaun Watson is fully guaranteed. Kyler's at $160. And then you get into an area that I just don't think Goff's going to get into. Russell Wilson at $49, and then the 5-0 club. Jalen Hurts at $51, Lamar at $52, Herbert at $52.5, and Joe Burrow at $55. So when I said $45, it ends up putting Goff somewhere in that 6 to 10 range. He could be solidly in at, call it 46. He'll sign a deal like Kyler. 46 mil, we go 5 years, you get the 230, and probably 160 of it's guaranteed. Does that make sense to everybody? Would you be okay with it?
I think so. I think Goff's people will be okay with it because it gives him longevity. It gives him boiled shrimp and longevity.
I mean, what more boiled shrimp can you buy for $250 million?
But it gives him, because if he doesn't get the $45 million, at least he knows that I get the guaranteed money up front and I'm going to be a Lion for a long time.
The real number might end up being 47.
And I was just thinking we may split the difference to about 47 to 48 million.
See, and I wasn't going to argue over that because I would think his people will want more than Kyler Murray. So a big 47, 48.
And that's
but
how
it's
it
not
works.
crazy.
And if
right?
that's the case, then all right, if I'm the Lions, I'll give you 48, but 4 years. We'll extend you 4 years, 48 million, and we just go for it.
Let me tell you one thing.
Because if you're waiting for him to win a playoff game, he's going to be a lot more expensive than that.
Your boy better start winning games, period.
Who?
Your man, Goldilocks, Justin Herbert.
He's okay.
$252 million. He can't win a close game to save his life.
Cousins made a living off of doing that.
Noted. Joe, 97. Joe, really? What is this guy on hold? Who plays this music?
Roberto? Who is this?
Is this the Bee Gees?
This is from 1983. This is.
Let's try this one. I want to try this one more time. Joe. What is this? I wouldn't hold for 10 seconds if this is the music you play.
I think that's like the plan. They do that so that you don't.
What's the music we could play? Hold on. Here's my question. What's wrong, David?
I'm listening to you. I want to hear what you're going to say. I don't know. I'm a little worried now.
No, don't be. I was going to say, instead of being on hold and being able to listen to the show, we ought to force our callers to hear this stuff.
Leave it in the background the whole time.
No. You know what would be funny? The next time Cookies fills in for one of us and he starts going on his anti-golf stuff is to just start playing this music in the background. Where all of a sudden he says, I didn't go golf, this, that, and the other, and...
Coming up next, got a 2 for Tuesday, your chance to win Taylor Swift tickets. What's the scariest Halloween outfit you've ever worn? Call us.
What's your favorite candy?
It's a Haunted Tuesday. You're listening live. Your chance to see Eddie Money coming up.
Most overrated Halloween candy. Give us a call.
Chocolate or fruity candy?
Our
Which
candy
one?
corn's a snack. Call us. We'll take the next 8 callers.
Would you eat that?
All right. You know what? It's probably best we go to Doug. We've lost Rico. That's it. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, my God. Roberto's out of control with those drops today, man. What's going on in there?
I'm just trying to I'm trying to fun it up a little bit. My team's going to lose by 50 Saturday. Cut me a break.
I feel you, Mike. I'm so sorry about that, man. I don't blame you for not wanting to watch that monstrosity. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I understand your predicament, but you guys are sure making the day fun. So, but anyway, I wanted to comment on the golf stuff and say we got to pay the man. After that performance Sunday, he was a surgeon out there. Not only was he throwing the ball accurately, but when pressure came, he was delivering the ball and being smart and getting rid of it and not turning it over. And I think that 47, 48 million, I'd be completely fine with that. And like you said, without golf, what would happen? I mean, I don't think we would have the same offense. He's also, I talked to Rico about this like a week and a half ago. He's become a leader in that locker room, and he's a major component to our success. I define any other quarterback that we would want at this situation, and I'm ready to pay him. He's grown. He's become a great asset to our team, to our franchise, and I'm ready. I want to pay him. Let's lock him up for 4 years and let's go for it, like I said. But I think it's the right time.
Yeah, and look, he currently makes about 32.5. He's going to want a legitimate raise. I think getting to that 47 number is probably what it takes. And look, I loved what Dan Campbell said. While I'm not going there about contract stuff, I'll make it clear he needs to be with us.
Yeah.
That's about as much as I could ever ask a coach to say when it comes down to a contract.
And you know what? He's the captain of the team, Mike. And as I've stated before, I normally don't put a whole lot into the whole rah-rah post-game speech stuff, but you clearly see this team will follow him wherever he wants them to go.
Did you hear what Todd Bowles said about Baker Mayfield headed into the game last week? Because it's the equivalent of what I feel like Dan Campbell could ask this team to do. He was saying about Baker, basically what I love about him is I could ask him to put his face into a fan, and he would ask me, where's the fan? Like, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell could get this team to walk through fire. That's
he
a powerful thing.
Jared Goff is doing everything I think we wanted Matt Stafford to do for a long time, and Stafford just wouldn't do it. But Goff is getting it done. He just doesn't have the Stafford love that people have for Matt.
Listen, he's playing elite football. 248-539-9797.
Almost like Brock Purdy.
There you go. John Jansen weight loss fiesta, whether you want to lose 10 or 100 pounds or anywhere in between, idealu.us. You sign up today, you get a $200 Visa gift card. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days with idealu.us. Now, again, they'll take you through the program, how they got John on the path to success. John lost 63 pounds, and he's kept it off. You're interested, you want to have some results, go to idealu.us. You can lose weight just like John. Lose weight, get the Visa gift card, and in 30 days, you could be 30 pounds lighter. Jansen did it, so can you. Way less. Go to idealu.us. All right, David, give me a few of the ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. We got a football today coming up, and then we felt it was time. There's a little bit of a lull in the coaching search buzz and fun and fiesta.
Quit slow playing it. Mike's giving us a name, folks.
Another name.
Yeah.
And again, last time I gave a name, all I know is it struck up a ton of conversation, and very few could make fun of it. And I think it will do the same here.
You were reaching too high. Unless his last name is Candle, just set the bar low.
Wow. David.
Goff is probably even better than the stats say. Sunday, his completion percentage was around 70%, and he probably threw away 5 passes at the feet of the receiver. His percentage could be closer to 80. Pay that man the money. Goff is a tough guy. He's taken some big hits, and he gets up and keeps on going. That alone is worth something in this age of China doll players like DeAndre Swift. 5 at 250 give him money that he's proud of.
Yeah, hold on. All right. This isn't about feelings now. It's business.
Right. With this offensive line, Goff is a $45 million quarterback. If he doesn't have this good O-line in front of him, he's a $30 million quarterback. So I would pay him because we have the O-line.
Guys, if you want to play this game, understand something. That's every quarterback. Every quarterback. You can always take the quarterback out of the situation they're in, put them on another team that doesn't have the same amount of help, and say they wouldn't be as good. I mean, look no further than down the road. Take J.J. McCarthy, put him on Michigan State. You think it looks the same? Come on, guys. Quarterback is still going to be dependent on players around him.
Right.
You need a running game. You need protection. You need a great play caller. You need receivers. Now, not all of us are as privileged as Brock Purdy, but most quarterbacks are given something. Hell, why do you think Caleb Williams is out here maybe demanding partial ownership of a team? He knows he's going to go to a god-awful team that could ruin his life.
Mm-hmm. He could be the next, Bryce Young, sitting in Carolina like, yeah.
Yikes. Let's check in on Joe, see how that music's going. Oh, Joe's back.
Yay!
Joe. Uh-oh.
Joe?
Hey. Joe, before we get into it, we got to know, what were you on hold with? Because that elevator music was special.
Oh, well, you know, that's just the way it works.
Okay, then. All right, Joe, what do you got?
Well, look, it's a couple of things I want to discuss. But the main one is, yeah, you need to pay Goff his money. But you know what you can do? You can franchise tag him for a couple of years. What do you think about that? And what are we going to do with the elephant in the room about a running back for the trade deadline?
So you're saying just franchise Goff for the next couple years, don't pay him anything, but go after a running back.
I can't take much more, Joe. And honestly,
that's just how it is.
Yeah, I think we're moving on. I can't do it.
I've heard this argument before. You don't have to extend Goff, just keep signing him to a franchise tag.
Then you're going to alienate the player and create unnecessary tension. Right. If you have a quarterback, you must hold on to them. You have one or you don't. And if you don't, you have no chance to win in this league. Right. Jared Goff, listen.
Because when you keep franchising a quarterback, you're basically saying, I think you're going to fail at any moment, but I'm kind of forced to pay you for at least one more year. If you just go ahead and extend him, what you're saying is, we believe in you. You're our right now. I don't need to worry about the future. You are here and now, and we're winning with you. You're going to pay him the same money if you franchise tag him or just give it to him up front.
Correct. I think people sometimes forget that these people are human beings.
Yeah, you want to feel wanted.
And on surface, yes, you want to feel wanted. What happens if you're tagging him? In that process, you're going to have to pay Penei Sewell. He might see that and say, wow, so clearly I'm not as valuable to them.
I just want to throw this out there.
I understand that.
No. You're going to pay Amon-Ra.
There it is. That's the other player.
And people's heads are going to explode. I hate to break to you. Amon-Ra might not get the $30 million a year that Tyreek Hill got. He's going to get every bit of 25. And if I'm his agent, I'm asking for 27.5. You are going to pay me every bit of what Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown, and Cooper Kupp make. So people have to let go of the number.
No, I get the number, but here's where we disagree. I'm not paying a wide receiver that much money. Any wide receiver. It's not an Amon-Ra thing. Wide receiver is the one position where If you go into the draft, you could find another one
How
to
dare
replace
you?
them.
Okay.
And Mike, he is one of the best wide receivers in the league. This is across the board.
Are you mad because you made a bad investment in Deebo Samuel at 24 a year?
No, I wouldn't pay it.
Okay, I am.
Honestly,
I will
I
just
don't
tell
think it's
you
a
this
bad
is one of the
investment.
only teams where the wide receiver is the heartbeat of this. Amon-Ra embodies this city. He embodies the message of the coach. He's not a diva like some of these other goofballs.
No, Mike, he's not. But it's just kind of how you don't pay running backs. That's how I feel about wide receivers.
Yeah, we don't pay running backs.
I feel the same about wide receivers. And that's why you see a lot of top ones get moved around because it's like, you know what? You could be their problem, not mine.
David, give me a few ticket texts. We got a football today, and we got people calling in on the golf stuff. We will continue to roll with it, and I'm going to debut a new name off my hermetically sealed MSU coaching candidate list. No one's talked about this name, just like no one talked about my man Chip Kelly.
Mike breaks down Tom Herman in the 4 o'clock hour.
No, this one is this one comes with a twist. And it's a twist that only you and David are fit to speak on. And that has nothing to do with race.
Does he eat boiled shrimp?
You know what? To hell with it. We're hiring Bubba Gump. Boiled shrimp, fried shrimp, Creole shrimp,
kebab,
All right.
Deep fried shrimp.
David, take a text, please.
Why sign
Bubba,
him?
no.
Forrest, I'm dying.
Okay.
I know.
Stop it now. Stop it now. What?
Oh, Bubba.
I can't read this.
And Bubba died right in my arms.
How am I supposed to read now?
I swear to God, the way you talk, I feel like that's how Jay Johnson's brain works.
Introduce you to my wife, Susan.
Lieutenant Dan, you have new legs. You see what happens when your football team sucks? 3:40 on a Wednesday afternoon, we're quoting Forrest Gump.
And at that point, I knew Lieutenant Dan had made his peace with God.
You really missed your calling.
Sounds so good at this.
We got a GD thespian in the midst here. This guy's going to win a Tony Award by 5. Rico Hamilton, go. All right. You know what?
Got to take your shot, man. Got to take your shot.
All right. F the ticket text. I'm here to tell you about Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor look bad? Is it dull gray concrete, cracked, stained, or worse? Old paint job in one day. You transform that into the gold standard, a new Comer and Cross premium garage floor. They make it easy because they do everything. They move all your junk out, get the job done in one day, move all your junk back in just the way you left it. 4 times stronger than epoxy, guaranteed to not chip, crack, or yellow. And in one day, you're going to love your new Comer and Cross garage floor, and it's going to last. Get your free estimate, 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443. Man, they got you covered. Go to ComerandCrossGarage.com. You tell them I sent you. You get $250 off their best price.
seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like it's.
All right, take a time out from your calls and the Lions stuff and the rest. Let's go around the league. We got some trade rumors, contract talks, teams tanking, players wanting ownership, and more. It's time for Football Today.
Yeah, let's start there with the Caleb Williams story, which, by the way, this whole thing about wanting ownership, that's about a 3-month-old story. Because if you remember back when his father was quoted as saying he didn't like the process of the NFL draft and he didn't want to go to a team that was bad, he wanted to have a choice. Well, then there was snippets in that story that he said he wanted ownership in the team. Of course, he can't get this, but what's going on with Caleb Williams? I mean, this whole I want ownership stuff and I don't want to go to a team that's bad.
David, I think it's posturing. And you've seen it before when quarterbacks come out in the draft. I don't want to go to certain cities. If you're going to draft me, I'm going to make it so difficult for you that I want you to pass or trade the pick to a city I want to go to. That's all he's doing.
Let me give you a different spin. I think it is a perfect storm. It's more than just this. He's arguably the most hyped prospect, if not since Andrew Luck, definitely since Trevor Lawrence. In the NIL age, he's already become wealthy. Let's face it, he's getting paid 7 figures a year already.
Yeah, he's in 3 different commercials every Saturday.
National TV. So he's being empowered by the chaos and the storm of where college football is.
Taking advantage of it.
And is. But he's making asks that even Aaron Rodgers couldn't pull off. Rodgers wanted a piece of the Jets, and the league went, Jets, we got you. That's not happening. I think he also understands some of these teams that could be picking number 1 overall, it could be really bad for him. Mm-hmm. So I don't love it, but we've created these monsters, and this is where we are. I mean, he's going to hit the league. He's already making probably 3 times the amount of money that Desmond Ridder makes as a starter in this league. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I didn't mean to get like
no. And
wordsy,
that's just from his commercials, from Heisman House and all of that stuff. Wendy's, yeah.
So another example of why there shouldn't be Thursday night football. The 2 teams that are playing this Thursday are dealing with injuries only because it's a short week. Ryan Ramczyk, the offensive tackle for the Saints, won't play because he's still in concussion protocol. Give him extra days. He made clear. The big one, of course, that's big too for the Saints, but the big one for the Jags is their quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, dealing with a ankle injury. Knee injury. He is questionable right now, but he probably would start no matter what come Sunday if the game was Sunday, but now he may not start on Thursday.
You know what? The league can really fix this, and they've kind of done it with the whole London thing. You go to London and you get the bye week off. You're going to play on Thursday. You play Thursday after your bye week, giving you a ton of time to rest players. And then after that Thursday game, you get another 10 days off to get back into the flow of things. It's a really simple fix for the NFL. I don't get it, but yeah, be prepared for another bad Thursday night game.
I'll give you my fix. Get rid of Thursday night football altogether.
Not going to happen. It should.
It's horrible.
But it makes too much money.
It's horrible for the players, and it's horrible for the fans. And you know who else it's horrible for? Not that anyone's going to cry for them, but coaches.
No.
This isn't good organizationally. No coach in this league likes Thursday games. No players like it. It's much like television money in college. It's only benefiting the school. It's only benefiting the owner.
I would tell Amazon or whatever, hey, we're going to start Thursday Night Football as soon as we start the bye weeks. When you come off the bye week, you're eligible because that means you had enough time to heal, and then you still have another 10 days after the game. That's the smartest thing to do, David. You're not going to stop it because you've already cut the checks.
Lions fans, listen intently to this next story. Is there trouble on the horizon in Seattle? I bring that up for this reason. Through 5 weeks, the Seahawks ranked 15th in passing yards. DK Metcalf, however, has fewer than 5 receptions in 4 of the 6 contests, and he's eclipsed 75 yards in just one of those games. He's showing frustration every week more and more.
Did you see him this week? He's
Shoved the
wide
defender.
open on a play.
Oh, yeah.
And he turns back and he goes, he just waves his hand and just walks. He was so mad.
Every week it gets worse and worse with his frustration. So is there trouble on the horizon in Seattle?
Ah, jeez.
Either that or, you know what, he goes full every other receiver who says, I'm always open 24/7, blah, blah, blah. And they finally just say, you know what, the game plan is we're going to throw to DK 15 times today and see what happens. Make him happy, and you move on. That's the only way you pacify a wide receiver, David.
The problem I have, and again, this is why I would pay Amon-Ra whatever he wants.
And that's what I said. It actually leads into what you said about, I don't think St. Brown would ever demand, hey, I'm always open. You know what he would say? Okay, did we win the game? Okay, cool. And now I got to go out and hit the jugs machine because Reynolds caught more passes than me.
I understand in the moment you will laugh at this statement, but the more you think about it, I think the more you will agree with me. Amon-Ra is going to go down as arguably, outside of Barry, the best draft pick that this organization has ever made. Because this dude was drafted in the later rounds. This dude is a top 5 wide receiver. There is no diva. There is no injury concern.
What about Stephen Tulloch?
This dude is all about the work. And this guy embodies this town in a way that very few Lions, regardless of position, have ever achieved. He's everything. He's your creative player. He is your dream sequence Detroit Lion.
No, you got me on the draft pick because I'm going to say Calvin, but Calvin was taken high.
Barry is all-time great and forever will be the best draft pick you've ever had. I would argue Amon-Ra might be number 2. That's how much I think of him. I think this kid, by the time he's done, is going to go to 7 or 8 Pro Bowls. He'll be an all-pro at some point, and all he does is work.
And see, my only caveat to that, because I believe in this guy, it's going to be Branch. I think Branch is going to be the safety that this team hasn't had since, what was it, Benny Blades back there.
Yeah, but even he's a second-round pick versus Amon-Ra being a
Yeah, no, guys,
round,
I wasn't
But
turning this
you're
into
right.
a bleeping contest. I was just
Mike, it's good discussion.
just making a point like this,
Very
dude.
good discussion. It's just the 3 of us. Don't worry about
I've never seen him do that crap that these other receivers do. That's why I love him.
Yeah,
I love he memorized all the receivers taken ahead of him. I love that stuff.
That's psychopath behavior. Now, here's the thing. You got to hope that it doesn't bleed over because you know who else did that and was good at first? He was a good team player, but then different sport. It was Draymond Green. Draymond could recite everybody that was drafted ahead of him. That was his motivating ship. And then all of a sudden, he went Hollywood.
And nutshot. All right. Draymond's problem, he can't stop kicking people in the balls.
You're right about that.
So that's not a good thing?
Let's close it out with this because we all saw the Jets beat the Eagles for the first time in their franchise history, which is crazy. But the Jets didn't have their 2 best corners.
DJ Reed and Sauce.
Yeah. Did you learn more about the Eagles in that game or the Jets in that game? The Jets, by the way, are 3-3 after losing.
Yeah, I will say I didn't like Salah's comment. Take it easy, Rob. I think you learned about the Eagles. I've been saying this for a while, that you can win games and still not be right. Yeah. Losing Gannon, losing Shane Steichen, the offense isn't the same. And what the Jets did is they took the running game away and forced Jalen Hurts to be a real quarterback. It's not there. Hurts hasn't quite looked right all year. So I think it says more about the Eagles.
Yeah, the Chiefs the same way. Chiefs have been winning.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's not the same Chiefs team. It's almost like the knockoff version. It's the Hydrox of Chiefs.
Wow, knockoff cookies?
Mm-hmm.
Good for you.
Nice pull.
Nice. By the way, fun fact. When the Giants lost in Buffalo, do you know that is the Giants' first loss in the state of New York in 30 years?
What?
Because they play in New Jersey.
Yeah, they play in New Jersey. There's also a stat from their game as well that they had
Brian Daboll's an idiot.
No, they had more passing yards, more rushing yards, fewer fumbles lost, fewer interceptions, and than their opponent, and they still lost, which
Hey,
was
David.
134-0 before that.
David,
in the
congratulations. You just described MSU's last 3 games.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize for
You
that.
just described their last 3 games. They outdid everything except the score.
And that is in football today.
Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today. Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans there.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep.
All right, 4 o'clock. You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind. Rico has demanded this. Now, what I said from the start when Mel Tucker got fired and the coaching search was going to do is I don't do the whole, hey, here's a huge list, and it's like loosely researched. It's not well thought out, and it's a waste of everyone's time. That's generally what's been happening. Now, It's clear the number 1, 2, and 3 choice in all of this would be Urban Meyer, so that goes without saying. But then I gave you the first name off of the secret list a couple of weeks ago, and it was a caper. It follows in the footsteps of something similar to Lincoln Riley, Caleb Williams. It was Chip Kelly and getting Dante Moore to come home. Whether you liked it or didn't like it, it was thought-provoking. It's different, and it hadn't been mentioned. And at a worst case, you force a poverty program like UCLA to choke and pay Chip $10 million a year. Now, you want to say he's a weird guy. You want to say you don't like him. You want to say that winning 9 games a year at UCLA is not impressive. You do whatever you like. But Rico wanted another name today. So the name I'm giving you, this coach is 46 years old. He's got head coaching experience in building and being at a program long enough to see it through at both the 1AA level and D1. He has won a National Coach of the Year award, albeit COVID. He is in his first year at a new school. Offensive mind. His offensive philosophy is rooted in, it's very similar to Lance Leopold's offense. It's kind of like a triple option from the shotgun. It's power running, tons of pre-snap candy, great play action, deep shots, etc. Now, my one fear, I don't know how he would play up here because he's like ultimate God squatter and not like in a private manner. Like D'Antonio was a man of faith, but it was private. That was his thing. This guy's a little more forward.
Dabo?
No. Similar, though.
Mr. Marbles?
I want to give you a man named Jamie Chadwell, head coach at Liberty. He's got Liberty 7-0. You could get Chadwell, who makes $4 million a year, and get his quarterback, former top 100 overall player, former Tennessee recruit, now just a sophomore, Caton Salter. Dual threat QB.
From Coastal?
Caton Salter's at Liberty.
No. I mean the Liberty coach.
Yes.
Okay.
He coached Coastal.
Right.
Before that, it was East Tennessee State, where he turned them into an 11-win program and making the 1AA playoffs. Now he's 46. Now, again, taking the Liberty job. Liberty is, that's a unique place, and I'll leave it there. He said his faith guided him to that decision. Now, again, I don't know how it would play bringing a big-time Southern religious dude up here. I don't know if that would work. I don't know if that works in the Big Ten, but whatever. The point I'm making is he checks a lot of boxes. Young, knows how to build with limited resources, has walked into Liberty, and they're 7-0, and I watched them play last night again. They played poorly, but offensively put up 400 yards rushing.
Right.
You're going to play in the Big Ten. You're going to be playing in November. You got to run the football. Do I like his defense? No. Do I like any defense that features 3-down linemen? No. Could I convince him to hire a different DC? I don't know. But I'm making a point. It's a name that's not brought up, but he has built programs. And that offense, I get him, I get Salter, and we move this thing forward. I give you Jamie Chadwell, age 46. Go ahead. Let me hear all the chicken heads. Let me hear all the chuckle heads. Come on out. Make fun of that idea. Go ahead.
I've said, you know what? Urban aside, whoever the next coach is, you got to bring your own QB because I don't think that the next QB is here unless you really feel like I can do something with one of the guys, well, two of the guys on State's roster. I don't think Noah Kim is an option, but you got to be able to bring a quarterback in from day one. If you want to flip a program around, that's how you do it nowadays. I don't hate it. As a matter of fact, it's innovative. Kind of like your Chip Kelly.
Try.
Got the brain juices going like, okay, this isn't, I don't think the whole, I'm not too worried about the whole faith thing up here.
No,
I don't say there's churches here.
I'm not being slanderous about it. I'm saying it is approached differently in the South. It's
right.
And look.
But I wonder if he's just playing it up because of the school that he's at.
Well, yeah, Liberty is a different spot.
Right. So whereas, you know what, I got to play up the whole God squad and Jesus is my OC type of thing.
Bottom line, I wanted to give you something. There's name number 2 off my list. Completely different than Chip Kelly. Same approach. I want the coach and I want their quarterback.
You have to have an offensive-minded coach, especially if you want to jump.
I will tell you, when you watch Liberty play, it's like if you've watched Kansas play. You got a hard time figuring out where the football is on a lot of plays.
Lots of motion, pre-snap motion.
And it's all based on power. Tons of tight ends, tons of motion. You'll run a little bit of a speed option. You'll do some RPO. But when they take their shots, guys are wide open. It's hard to stop it. Now, defensively, I hate his defense. They play all man. They're only rushing 3. That flies completely in the face of why you would play man. You want to apply pressure so you're not exposing your corners. Here they are rushing 3 and dropping 8 every.
Right, you really want to get away with man like the old no-fly zone when you have 4 guys who can get to the quarterback at any given time. But you know what? If you're not married to your DC, then I would easily say go for it. That would be a name that I'll put on the list. Now, if he's like, no, my defensive coordinator has to go with me, a la Lincoln Riley, then you can stay.
Then you can stay in Lynchburg, Virginia.
Yeah, you can stay
so
right.
So, David, you're an outsider. I'm not.
Is that where Liberty is?
Yeah, Lynchburg, Virginia. Up on the mountain.
When did you meet Will Smith?
When did you meet Will Smith? David, go ahead. I know that is, again, it's not as sexy as Chip Kelly. But you're understanding that to make my list, I'm getting you and your quarterback. Because I am a firm believer. We have seen this now multiple times in the portal era. We've seen it with Deion bringing Shedeur. We've seen it with Lincoln Riley bringing Caleb. We see the impact of coach and quarterback as a duo.
Yeah.
I'm intentional about how I've built my magical list that no one cares about.
Saw it out in Washington. So, yeah, it works. You bring your quarterback, you start winning. I build a system around you. Kalen DeBoer, he brought in Michael Penix. Kind of worked out.
David, what are your thoughts?
That's a name that I wouldn't have thought of. I'll tell you that.
What, a heathen hiring the most devout Christian man in America?
I'm not saying that's why I'm shocked by it, but I was thinking more Power 5 coach. And so I wasn't thinking going to a Liberty, but you're right. His age fits. He has a quarterback there. So it makes total sense. I'm with you though. I just don't know if he would move to the Big Ten because of the religious reason.
Right, may not work. You don't have ties here. Again, it's when people continue to throw Jonathan Smith's name out there. Nobody follows Oregon State football here more than me. I love OSU. I've been talking about this guy for 2 years now. Hell, we were talking about him and that wild havoc-ridden defense of his with Trent Bray, the coordinator. I love OSU. But Jonathan Smith has never been past the state of Idaho. You have to factor these things in when you come to a place like this and you go, all right, well, what do you know about this place? Mm-hmm. What do you know about the Midwest? What do you understand? Now, again, if that doesn't matter to you, fine. So I understand. It's the same thing with Jamie Chadwell. The difference is Jamie Chadwell is not a Liberty alum. Jonathan Smith played at Oregon State, went to school at Oregon State, has coached it. That's his alma mater. Getting a guy to leave his alma mater when they're at their desperate point, that's really hard to do. I still am a bit of a goofball. I believe Oregon State is going to salvage a conference out of this. They're good, man. They just poured a ton of money into that stadium. Maybe the Big 12 comes calling, whatever it is. If you hate the idea, make fun of it. But I'm giving you stuff where at least I research it, I think about it, I'm intentional, I've got a game plan.
I like it. I do like it. Not a ton of history here in the Midwest, but
I hate that he wears a visor. That's a negative.
That's not a deal breaker for me.
You can't trust guys who wear visors. Something about it.
Well, I mean, you up for another name that I've been hearing?
Go ahead.
Not Urban. You want it now? Do we have time, David?
Sure.
Yeah, why not? And again, I'm not going to turn this into an hour of radio, but I wanted to offer the name.
Well, since we're here.
Yeah, please.
What if we go the coordinator route?
Uh-oh. Okay.
Let's go the coordinator route. Yes, never had a head coaching job, but
oh boy,
I like the offense. He's familiar with the Midwest. About Ryan Grubb, OC for Washington.
He was at Eastern with DeBoer for 1 year, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was an O-line coach, I think.
That offense is potent.
Okay.
Now, granted, they have NFL players.
Now, understand, my list features head coaches only.
Okay.
But if we're talking coordinators, how do I argue that? Grubb is becoming a name. He's going to get a job sooner
he
than
literally
later.
turned down Nick Saban in Alabama last year. Bama wanted top dollar. He ended up getting paid like $2 million to stay in Washington.
He's going to get a job. And I understand he was DeBoer's OC at Fresno. I like the pathway. I'm not against it. I don't know enough about the man. And I'm man enough to say that. I haven't dug in on coordinators because I don't believe a coordinator can win here. I don't believe you can win at Michigan State unless you have on-the-job training somewhere else. I think it is too difficult.
See, I think that this is one that you can, because you could literally go out and recruit and say, hey, especially if like Penix wins the Heisman, yeah, my offense. I helped make this kid who he is. Come here. We'll do the same with you, son. I think it works. You have a small window for this to work.
Okay.
Now, next year, he may not be as hot, but this year,
no, and I'm not making fun of it. Yeah. I would need to dig in on what coaches, what is his tree? What kind of a staff could he put? See, here's your issue. When you hire a head coach, you've got pull in assembling a staff. When you hire a coordinator, it's a lot harder.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're wrong. Am I wrong for thinking that MSU needs someone with experience?
See, I'm not going with experience, Mike. I'm going with somebody who can bring the fun plays back, the offense.
Bring the fun
touchdowns.
Plays.
No,
what a T-shirt that would be.
Because if you're Michigan State, screw the all the different helmets and all of that, the gimmicky. If you could bring an offense that kids want to play for, they'll come here. Because not everybody's going to make it to Ohio State or Michigan or Notre Dame.
Right.
But if you could bring an option where you're fun, hey, let's go to MSU. They throw the ball to 5 different, they play 5 wide. Or they
so here's
do
what
this.
I want to do. People, ticket text, because I don't expect this to be a caller topic. I know it's not as known as Chip Kelly, the name I brought up a few weeks ago. Ticket text, hit it up. David, get the first 10 or 15 to a straw poll. What do you make of the name I brought up? And I'm not making fun of Rico's name in any way, shape, or form. I just believe needs some experience.
No, I get it.
Let's do some ticket text. We'll get to football today. Lots left to do today. Rico, tell them.
Well, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Why? Because you want a career in radio, or maybe you want to go into TV, you're a graphics design artist. You don't like what you're doing and you're ready for a change. Specs at LTU can help you get that change started. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications program through Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. What does that mean? Well, it means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program. And then while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate programs today.
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. They are your one-stop shop for heat, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. Generators in stock and on sale. If Mastercraft can't get to you for same-day service, they're going to take $100 off your next-day service. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, we get to a football today coming up. Also, Rico with an interesting note coming out of these congressional hearings for college football. The U word has been used, and that ain't university. We'll talk about it. We'll get back into the Lions at 5.
And it ain't Miami either.
Yeah, it is definitely not the U.
The U.
David Ticketex on my latest name.
Yep, I grabbed the first 10, 15. Here we go. I like it, Mike. Haven't heard that name before. I love the hire of Chadwell, Kyle, and Fenton. Chadwell is a very Southern and openly political, not my cup of tea. I like Kiffin for the job, though. You didn't want a MAC coach, but is this even better? Find someone that has experience coaching in the NFL, they say. Like Rico, I'm desperate for a competent, high-flying offense in East Lansing, so I like the Washington OC selection.
The reason for that is because whoever gets this job, you're already behind the 8 ball. You're sitting in the deadly triangle of Ohio State, Michigan, and Notre Dame. You have to siphon off talent. You have to offer them something that they're not going to see from those other 3 schools. So that's what I'm saying. If you can go with a high-flying offense, I think it can work. I mean, you go Purdue, except for you also bring in a defense. But Purdue put people in the league. You knew they were going to score a ton of points. They were a fun offense to watch.
Mike, Rico really can't argue either coach mentioned. Both wouldn't require breaking the bank like Uncle Urban, but the 2 solid nominees. Chadwell is an awesome selection, checks an awful lot of boxes from character to sound football. Great call, Mike.
I could just see when Wojo walked in here. But you didn't want my MAC guys, but you want Liberty.
Because that's...
Hey!
Do you know how much better a level the Sun Belt is than the MAC, or than now Liberty and Conference USA? The MAC is awful. The MAC's an atrocity.
I'm just preparing you. He's going to, you made fun of my MAC people.
You know what? Bob's next original sentence or thought will be his first. I don't care.
Okay.
When has Bob ever brought something compelling or thought-provoking to one of his columns regarding Michigan State? So it doesn't matter what Bob says.
I'll hang up and listen.
Someone says, boo. Nope. I hate both selections. It's Urban or shut it down for me.
I will say this. You're all right. I don't want to kill the fun because Lord knows the team's terrible. The game this weekend's going to suck. The Urban thing is that lifeline. But do you know the problem that's being created right now? The problem is if it's not Urban, and again, I think the odds are still against it. If it's not him, you do realize you don't get to just burn the next guy at the stake because they're not Urban.
He becomes Tim Floyd.
Yeah, that's right.
The guy who followed up Phil Jackson with the Bulls.
I mean, I want to be supportive, but yes, it is incumbent upon the school to make a hire that's easy to support. But yeah, I think the Urban thing, until or unless I see him say no on Fox Big Noon Kickoff, I'm not going to buy some off-brand comment at the Knoxville QB Club. If he truly wasn't going to coach Michigan State or truly wasn't interested in seeing what the market bears, maybe Texas A&M, maybe Billy Napier's out and he goes back to Florida, whatever. The fact he hasn't been asked about it on the pregame show tells you he has had to have said behind closed doors, MF, don't you dare, and that don't stand for my friend, don't you dare ask me this live on TV.
Right. Because you know they would ask, hey, Urban, what about this as part of a bit or spin a wheel or something like that. They had no problem putting Mike Elko under the, hey, MSU, Mike, you want to go? And he had to do the thumbs down like, hey, guys, why did we just do this live on TV?
Right.
Urban's sitting there for 3 hours and says nothing. Big Ten Network, nothing. He's told them, don't mention this.
They go through every Big Ten game in the pregame in that show. Michigan State comes up, it can come up with the coaching search and nothing. So,
You don't
so
even
far.
hear Joel and Gus talk
Exactly.
about it.
Now, if they ask him and he's like, hell no, I'll never coach those scumbags, we can put it to bed. Maybe.
But the fact that like I said, A&M, MSU's out there, Florida, possibly Ohio State again.
And so just understand, it's going to be very difficult for this fan base. If they don't get the dream candidate, don't turn the next guy into a nightmare. Let's at least see now, if they hire a bum, if they hire somebody that I think is straight ass,
right?
I'll tell you.
If his initials are PN, then okay. Denard.
Oh, dear God.
If you're simply going back to D'Antonio or anybody like that,
then I'll tell you what.
I can't help
if they hire Narduzzi, here's what our donors are going to sound like when they call the Spartan Fund.
I thought you were going to go with the guy from yesterday.
OMG.
Right. And we like to welcome Pat Narduzzi. Yeah, pretty much.
David, go ahead.
I like Chadwell. One of the first I looked up. Hate his defense, though.
I hate it.
Jim Leonard for DC. Then you might have
Leonard,
something.
that's the guy I couldn't think of his name.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you want to do a real power move, since you're not going to be playing him that much, just pony up the money and go over to Penn State and tell Manny Diaz you're not going to be the DC here.
What the hell are you going to offer him? He's already making $2 million.
2.5.
That ain't going to do it.
3.
They'll just keep him at 2.5. They'll give him more.
I was going to say
3.
All right. Well, good luck. I wish you good luck on your pursuit of Manny Diaz's DC.
Well, I guess, okay, go get Leonard then.
Blooms off the rose with old Jimmy. Yeah. It is. Yeah. Go ahead.
It may be. Someone said, I take it, meaning Chadwell, but prefer Matt Campbell.
What?
Talk about bloom off the road.
What, are you on drugs?
Yeah,
Matt,
he should have took the job 3 years ago.
Let's go live to the donors table. Matt Campbell. Shut it down. John Taffer with raw chicken. Shut it down.
Look at this.
You don't deserve to serve food. Shut it down.
Hasn't Oregon State been through enough with being left with no conference? Now you want to take their coach?
I don't want to take their coach. I don't think it's a good idea. I would need to understand, do you know what you're walking into here? Now, what I like about Jonathan Smith, I'll leave you with this. Coaching at Oregon State is very similar dealing with Oregon as it is Michigan State dealing with Michigan. Now, it's a heightened level here, but you understand what it's like.
Maybe the compromise. You don't get him. Maybe you go take their DC and bring him here.
You're obsessed with coordinator. I'm telling you.
No, not as the head coach.
Oh.
As the defensive coordinator for Michigan State.
Oh, Trent Bray?
Yeah.
Havoc.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Pre-snap, they look like 11 gremlins on the field. They're moving all over the place. They're stunts and it's amazing.
Not as a head coach.
Okay.
But we need to get a defensive coordinator
I'm
here.
in $2.5 million.
Like a pit bull on a chain.
Put him on the Dave Aranda plan at LSU back in the day.
Let's do it.
Let's go. All right. Well,
I'll even throw in a stupid coach in waiting tag on there. It doesn't mean anything.
Sponsored by who? You know they got every sponsor for coaches' names, right?
Sponsored by Hulu. I don't care.
Hulu has live sports.
Wow. All right. Let's get to football today, shall we? Pizza. It's great when your team's terrible. I mean, team's down by 30. Grab a slice. It's great when your team's great.
It's pizza, baby. It doesn't matter.
Right. Your team's up by 40. Grab a slice. It's Hungry Howie's. Now, the thing that does matter, October, their month of giving, they're going to raise $5 million with the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Every pizza that is bought, a portion of the proceeds goes to the great cause, the National Breast Cancer Foundation. So, whether your team's winning or losing, order some pizza, donate to a great cause. It's Hungry Howie's month of giving. Hungry Howie's Pizza.
seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But
All right, let's go around the league a little bit, David. Let's do a little football today. Lots to talk about. We'll get back into the Lions as we head towards 5 o'clock. And Rico has a use of a word in college football that, while it makes sense, I really can't believe we've arrived here. We'll get to that momentarily. David?
Let's talk quarterbacks for a quick minute. Let's go over to Tennessee first. They lost to the Ravens by 8 in London. Didn't look that great, but the game also ended with Ryan Tannehill leaving the game early because of an ankle injury. They are now 2-4. Ryan Tannehill has looked awful. Is it now time for Will Levis?
Yes. I mean, what else is there to say?
Malik Willis sucks as well.
No, I was going to say, you could tell that kid's done. They went out and drafted another QB. Yeah, you got to play Levis.
Yeah.
No way around it.
Yeah, just take your chances and see what happens for this year and let him know. The rest of this year is not on you. Just go get better. Plain and simple.
Yeah,
Don't worry about playoffs and any of that stuff. You just do you.
Is it possible they could be drafting another quarterback next year?
Yeah.
It is 3 years in a row.
Yeah, and it's why, hey, shout out all of the idiots. It's why you don't draft quarterbacks in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round. They're wasted assets. For every one Russell Wilson or Tom Brady, there's 500 guys that are garbage and infinitely replaceable. So now Tennessee's bad. They get a top 5 pick. You think you're not taking Caleb Williams or Drake May or Michael Penix because you have checks notes Will Levis and Malik Willis? Nope.
Hey, all I got to say is maybe the Lions get lucky and they draft another quarterback, David. Not to hijack yours, but I saw the Athletic in their mock draft. And you know who's not in the 1st round, Mike?
What?
Michael Penix.
How?
Not in there at all.
It doesn't make sense.
He gets the Hendon Hooker Award. They said he'll be 25, so he's going to be too old to be drafted that high. Plus, he's got a history of injuries. So maybe somebody's going to get a steal with him in the 2nd round.
It really doesn't add up to me. I think he's got the best pure arm talent of any quarterback in the game right now. I mean, I think Drake May is the best quarterback overall for upside and all things considered. But I like Penix.
I think they got Drake May going number 4, Caleb going 1, and then the next quarterback is JJ going to the Minnesota Vikings.
Huh?
At the 10th pick overall.
He throws 14 passes a game. I'm not even gonna let it bother me. Just move it along. I have never in my life seen a kid who's done less get more shine. It is truly remarkable to me. Unbelievable.
He is outstanding, I hear. Let's go over to Chicago here.
What about the Don?
David, all I know is I've seen him have to throw the ball in 2 career games, and he's lost them both.
Don't let facts get in the way.
My bad.
Bears quarterback Justin Fields dislocated his thumb. It's expected to keep him out for, quote, however long it takes for swelling and stiffness to reside and strength to come back so he can grip the ball. Basically, they're about to tank. Has Justin Fields taken his last snap in Chicago?
Wow, it's a great question.
It is.
Jesus, David.
I think so. I think if they can get the number 1 pick, they can hit the reset button.
Yeah.
And everybody's on the same page because this was a broken family across the board. So now you'll have a coach, GM, and they'll go out and pick their guy. And, yeah, you'll shop Justin around. I think he could find another spot to land and be a good quarterback someplace else. I just don't think it was ever going to work in Chicago. It was set up to fail. But, yes, I think he's done. I think Caleb Williams will be the next quarterback of the Chicago Bears.
I think part of it is Eberflus gone. You know, what type of coach do they hire? Look, maybe somebody believes, well, if you don't have the number 1 pick, I don't get Caleb. That does complicate it. I'll agree with Rico, but man, are there a lot of unknowns there. How dare you ask that question?
But think about it.
How unfair.
And you'll be able to double dip and go back in because in that mock draft I looked at, he went 1. You know who went 3? Because Chicago has the Panthers pick as well. They took
Marvin Harrison Jr.
You realize this still doesn't fix the fact they're terrible on the O-line and D-line.
Yeah, but
okay, my bad for wanting to build a winner.
And in his mock,
but the Giants take an old lineman.
Yeah, an old lineman goes number 2. So right in between their picks. Well, of course, it's early. It is still October. I want to know if you're ready to admit something, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Your quarterback, he did not look good against one of the best defenses in the NFL. Are you ready to admit that Brock Purdy is not that great?
Now, David, I think you just said. He went up against one of the best defenses in the NFL, minus 2 pieces. When you lose Debo and McCaffrey, yeah, they made him look less than stellar. He didn't look great. It was a game that, honestly, if Moody would have hit the field goal, they didn't deserve to win, but they would have stole a victory, kind of like what the Buffalo Bills did. But no, I never said he was a Hall of Famer, but he knows how to work that system. So, yeah. But hey, you know what? Shout out Jim Schwartz. They came up with a game plan and made him uncomfortable all day long.
Yeah, it's interesting stat here on the Browns defense. In 5 weeks, they've allowed just 1,002 yards this season, which is the 3rd fewest through first 5 games since the 1970 merger.
And you know what? It's my fault because I didn't listen to Mike and Boomer. But apparently Schwartz just beats Kyle Shanahan like a drum.
It's all that wide 9. It disrupts that off-tackle run game that you guys want to establish.
Schwartz is now 8-1 or 9-1 over Kyle Shanahan. So I should have known better. But David never said he was a world beater. But yeah, it was what everybody out. Trust me, I got a ton of people saying, "Oh, look at your privileged quarterback now." Don't worry about it. He'll be back.
Oh, Roger Goodell is back for another 3 years. A new contract today through March of 2027. A lot of people believe he's 65 now, that this will be his final contract as the NFL commissioner. He'll retire. He'll be almost 70.
What? Does he work now? What does he do?
He gets contracts done for the NFL to get lots of TV deals. You're a TV man.
David,
you're a TV man.
You know what the deal is? He picks up the phone. Hey, you guys want to re-up? Sure. All right. What do you want to do after that? That's it. He literally works maybe about 3 days a year. He's got to do the draft. He's got to re-up the TV deals. And in the other 4 years, while he's waiting on the deals, nothing. He sweater shops. Where's he going to go? Who's going to pay him this much money?
Probably not going to go anywhere. You're probably right about that.
It's like a Supreme Court justice. This is a job for life.
It is a job for life. So I'm going to go through a few names here. We are about less than 2 weeks away from the trade deadline. Yay or nay, and if this guy gets dealt. Let's start with Devontae Adams.
Man, I still think that's a nay. That's a hell of a lot of money for a guy who's going to be 32. He's a great player, but I don't know. It's just a wide receiver of that caliber this time of year. I say no to that.
I think it's a yay. I think it's a team that's saying, you know what, we're a receiver away. We get this guy. Yeah, I do say yay.
Chase Young.
Nay. They're in a playoff chase. They're good. They're winning, and he's actually playing well. I'm going to say no to that.
Unless they want to go cheap and says, well, you know what? He's got a history of injuries. Let's unload him now and let him be somebody else's problems and cross our fingers and hope that he gets injured again. So I'm going to say yay.
Then I'll just close it out here with a pair of Denver Bronco receivers, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy.
I'll say one of them's gone. Is that a cop-out?
No, not at all.
Which one?
They're both they're a bit
the same,
malcontent-ish. Cortland Sutton's a dog. I've seen him quit on a few plays where he's walking around out there. And Jerry Jeudy, I don't know what the hell he was doing
you
with
could
this
pretty much say the same about Jerry Jeudy.
Steve Smith thing, and he's always hurt.
Yeah,
one of them's going to get dealt.
Yeah, that Steve Smith thing was really weird. Like, I tried to go up and apologize, and he said he wanted nothing to do with me. Get away from me, ninja.
Like Jerry Jeudy, you're worried about the wrong thing. You should be worried about the game in front of you coming up.
Right, because I'm Steve. I'm like, look, I'm in the Hall of Fame. You need to get there. Okay? I'm going to be there, not you.
Very true, and that is in football today.
All right, Moran Buick GMC, fall is complete chaos for parents, youth sports, whatever it may be. Moran Buick GMC might be able to help. The 2023 Acadia, 24 months, $266 a month with seating up to 7. The GMC Sierra 1500 from Moran as well. New stock arrives daily with the easiest online ordering system in MoranExpress.com. They've got the whole thing ready for you. The best deals, best prices, great stock. It's all there. So when you want the best price, period, it's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today. Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep.
So we talk new fan rules. If you missed anything, you can use that Odyssey Rewind because basically, with the expansion and everything going on in college football, has the rule changed for fans? Do you still have to be the same person that you were, 5 years ago? Or can you opt out? Can you sell your seats and still be considered a fan of your team? Or do you have to remain uber loyal? If you missed that, we talked about it earlier in the show. David, a couple ticket texts, please.
Yeah, a few ticket texts coming in from the Football Today. Someone saying, David, out of all the people that talk about trades, you don't mention Crosby, Surtain, or Burns. Come on now. Well, then I will. Would Crosby get traded? Surtain or Burns? I mean, we talked about Burns before, so.
I mean, I think if some team is desperate enough, I think they will go after the big ticket names. You need a team that really feels like F those picks, we'll give up whatever it takes, and we'll go for it all. The Burns, it sounds good. I don't think he ends up getting moved. And maybe in the offseason, but not right now, not during the season. Or Crosby either.
Someone says, David, you killed me with the "you're a TV man." Sorry, Rico. I probably should have said that.
Hey, you know what? I've done TV for a long time. I take that as a badge of honor, David.
Justin Fields, it's Mitchell Trubisky 2.0.
No. See, I honestly think that Fields is one of those guys that if he makes it to the right team,
the 49ers,
then all of a sudden, hey, I'm nope. Nope.
You want Justin Fields? Is that what you're saying?
We got Brock Purdy, okay? But if he goes to the right team, then I do think that you have something. I mean, what if he went to Minnesota? Now all of a sudden, you got Justin Jefferson, you got receiver. I mean, you got the rookie from USC, Jordan Addison. No, Jordan Addison.
Oh yes, correct.
You go there, you have receivers. Like he could go to a place that's right on the edge of being something, and I think that he could be that last piece to the puzzle. He'll never get it in Chicago.
Oh, I love these texts from Michigan fans. What do you mean? JJ has only lost one game as a starter. What are you talking about?
Well, what happened? What did I do wrong?
No, we're talking about the JJ conversation within the Football Today.
In 2 games where he had to throw the ball.
Oh, my bad. 1. Sorry. Still doesn't change the other 99% of what I said, but my bad.
I guess technically you could count the MSU game in 2021 where he fumbled.
That fumble was huge.
Then he fumbled again. But,
no, I was more just referring.
It was Blake Corum's fault.
I was more just referring to the TCU game. Yeah. But look, guys, it's very simple.
He doesn't throw the ball enough.
Ever. So I don't know what you want us to say. Oh, well, his completion rate's high. Right. You play scabs and you run the ball 80% of the time, and then you dial up these beautiful, wide open play action passes. Awesome. Now, it's not the kid's fault that he's at U of M, and he's sticking to the script, and he's a good kid, and his teammates love him, and he's got real ability.
And they're winning. But when I sit there and I watch in 2 plays, Michael Penix go down the field against Oregon and score, and it wasn't like, oh, I'm throwing a 5-yard pass and the receiver took it the other 85. No. He made miraculous throws. Michigan's offense is not that. So if I'm in the NFL, I'm looking at a guy that can make plays. Like he's a good game manager, but I haven't seen him having to go out to be a playmaker.
Someone's saying, with your choice of Chadwell, yes. Hire him now. $12 million a year.
Oh yeah, Mike also gave us a new name. So if you missed that, also hit that Odyssey Rewind.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll give you an example, okay? Like, you can't use Shedeur Sanders because that team simply cannot run the ball. But like, if I use Jaden Daniels or Michael Penix, and it's, you want to take a Bo Nix, then you go to a guy. I mean, these guys have thrown 80, 90, 100 more passes through a 5 or 6 week span, and they've done it in some big games. Guys, if JJ lights Penn State on fire and lights OSU up or goes into the playoff, let's say he cuts Georgia apart, you don't think I'll be the first one to tell you, hey, first round status. Guys, I don't know why you get so butthurt about certain things. It's not the kid's fault that they don't play anyone, but I also don't need to give him his flowers when he's never asked to really do anything. Versus, hey, Mike Penix, top 5 showdown. I need you to take this football and win the game right now against Oregon. And he does it in 3 plays. Quinn Ewers, I need you to go to Tuscaloosa. I need you to play Oklahoma in an effing shootout. I don't think it's personal, and you guys want to make it personal.
Because of who we are. That's why.
No, it's because the media narrative. Look, you guys can keep reading articles where JJ's got the 4th or 5th best Heisman odds. I could tell you right now, he's never making my ballot unless he goes into these big games and is throwing for north of 250 and is throwing 25, 30 passes. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So you can call Tim Henning at the Heisman. You can get my vote taken away. You do whatever you want. I will not give the Heisman Trophy to a player who throws 16 passes a game. It's not going to happen. This ain't 1980. All right?
No.
So you do whatever you want.
No.
You want to make me a bastard because a bastard in a basket because I don't want to give the Heisman to J.J. McCarthy.
Dude, if that's the case, then I'd put Dylan Gabriel on my ballot. And he only really had one good game. But he beat Texas. So
see, but this is why when the conversation happened about them being the favorites and they can do this, that's why I don't believe it. Until I see it from him in a game where he has to do it, I cannot go there.
See, David, for me, it's the unnecessary hype. And I guess if you're an announcer, you got to talk about something because Michigan's going to blow this team out. So you just make up things. Well, he's in the Heisman. Who said he's in the Heisman? Well, he is. Well, you keep saying it, but you saying it doesn't mean he's going to make it. But you know what? There's enough people out there if you keep saying it. And look at Michigan. They keep winning big, and JJ's playing half a game. And once again, it's not his fault. But you're not playing anybody, and he's done by halftime. No, sorry. And then Caleb Williams just tossed himself out of the Heisman race because he threw 3 picks. So did JJ. Did we forget about that? That game didn't happen?
Well, here's the other thing. I mean, okay, great example. So we talked about Blake Corum last year. I have no problem if Blake Corum lights it up. Blake Corum's the heartbeat of that team. He's a stud. He's a leader. And he's been leaned on in these big games to carry them. Blake Corum's having a terrible year this year. Okay?
Well, I'll tell you this.
No, I'm saying he's got 12 touchdowns. You know how many times he's rushed for 100 yards this year?
None.
Once. Oh. With 101. Guys, I'm sorry. You're not winning a Heisman Trophy like that.
But once again, he's done. He doesn't play the second half of a game. I understand. You're trying to save him.
Not Blake's fault.
Right.
And in a big game, I'll tell you right now, back against the wall, I got 4th and inches with my season on the line. There's no back in America I'd rather have than Blake Corum. Right. But this idea that your commentary about a player not being worthy of winning the Heisman Trophy is somehow a commentary that they're not a very good player, that is just not how it works for people with an adult brain.
Because even though everybody kept hyping up Caleb Williams this season, I was just like...
He was never winning it for me because he is...
Last year, Caleb Williams won because he was the last man standing. Every week, whoever the Heisman favorite just had a horrible game. And in the end, it was just Caleb out there saying, "Hi, it's me again," and he won the Heisman. But fortunately for him, the votes were already in before the Pac-12 championship game. Most people had already voted him to win the Heisman.
J.J. McCarthy started the season against, literally, and I know, no quarters, raise the Jolly Roger. I'm a huge ECU representative. This is one of the worst ECU teams in the last 10 years, just straight up. He goes 26 of 30, and you go, whoa, maybe this is his year. Rico, he has thrown he threw 25 passes in week 2 against UNLV. 13, 21, 16, 20, 17. I'm sorry, if you don't play for Navy or you're not Tommy Frazier, we're not having this conversation. You can't put the kid in the Heisman Trophy deal. By the way, you played the worst schedule in America. Now, if he has a virtuoso, let's say you get 1, 2, I can't say the Big Ten title game because that's 4 touchdown favorites.
No, I'm saying the Penn State and Ohio State, he throws for north of 600 yards and 7 touchdowns combined in those 2 games.
I got no qualm sending him to New York.
Okay.
But my point to the people is, it's just important you have the conversation. I don't have any problem sending a Wolverine to New York. I've done it before with my Heisman vote.
I was about to send Blake Corum until he got hurt, and Donovan Edwards went in the Ohio State game and pretty much did the same thing, which showed me, wait a minute, maybe it was the offensive line that's special and it's not the running back.
You know, here's the other thing too. If he was supplementing the lack of throwing with a ton of running and he was putting up 80, 90 yards a week on the ground, we have a different conversation.
Like the Denard Robinson type.
Or like Drake May.
Yeah.
Like last year, Drake May had 600 yards rushing to go with like 4,000 yards passing. Well, it's a different conversation.
Right.
Look, there's no qualms about it for me. I'm weird in that I don't treat the Heisman as a big deal, even though I have a vote, because I'd rather win. If I'm a Michigan fan, I am bored by any individual conversation. The conversation I care about is, are we going to win a national title for the first time in 26 years or for the second time since 1949? This is as good of a chance as you've had. That's what I would focus on. But if you want to get butthurt over ticket text because I don't bow down before a guy who throws it 15 times a week, you do whatever you want. Maybe you should meditate like your personal Jesus. Go sit under the goalposts. Close your eyes. Take a nap. We'll talk about whatever you like, but we'll mix in the Jared Goff stuff as well. Next, 97.1.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
All right, 5 o'clock. And I am happy to roll multiple topics into the 5 o'clock. If you want to call in about the J.J. Heisman stuff, go ahead. I have no issue. And it's also a way for us to talk about the game. I mean, if you want to pad a resume and allow a kid to have a better shot to get to New York, yeah, lighting bad teams on fire is a good way to start, but you're not even doing that.
Yeah, because if anything, Michael Penix went out, 400 yards, 4 touchdowns at the half when he played Michigan State, and then he sat down.
My thing is this. If you're a Michigan fan, I don't even know why you care. Because you are now, as we sit here today on October 18th, for the first time in my life, you're the betting favorite to win it all. That's the only thing I would care about. I wouldn't even be able to find a moment to care about whether my quarterback who doesn't throw it 20 times a week going to New York. It doesn't make sense. It'd be like an NFL fan caring about Jared Goff winning the MVP. When you're a Lions fan, you're sitting at 5-1, and for the first time in your life, we're talking about winning a Super Bowl. Nobody cares. There's something psychological with college football fan that if you don't just, like I have said, you can absolutely win the national title. Cutscene. I'm not going to send your quarterback who puts up service academy numbers, and I'm not going to send him to New York. What's the disconnect here? Because I will tell you, you're right in the mix of a year where I think code language. A lot of people are saying, man, this would be the best year for a 12-team playoff. They're telling you it's because no one's that great, which means you have every right to win this thing. Now, Saturday, we're both going to get a look at what Penn State and Ohio State look like versus each other. That's a real data point. You have the potential to be vastly better than both of those teams. I've already said it. I could not make a case to bet Penn State plus 2.5 when you play them. And I can't make a case to bet Ohio State getting 3.5 when you play them. I will be legitimately surprised if you lose one, stunned if you lost them both. Stunned. But that ain't got nothing to do with the Heisman Trophy. And I know what the networks do. I get it. They know where your eyeballs are, and they want to make you happy, so you watch more. Mm-hmm. But my job ain't making you happy. I'm going to shoot you straight. You want your quarterback win the Heisman Trophy, you better be having 300-yard games, 4 or 5 touchdown games, making plays with your feet and your arm, and throwing it 30 times a game plus. If you don't do that, there's nothing for us to talk about. Period.
Well, Kenny, good news for you. Michigan is now tied for the odds-on favorite, along with Georgia.
Ooh, big movement.
Plus 270.
All right. Exactly.
Oh, but I think that they want it all, and they want to hear us say that he's the best person in football, along with it's the full tap dancing on the grave. Yeah, is what you want. And my thing is this: then go show me. I watch a ton of college football all throughout the week. I try to look at the best players, kind of how I do the power rankings. I do that with the Heisman candidates too, David, where I'm like, okay, this guy had a good week against this team. All right, I'll set him over here. Well, you know what? Guy like Caleb, I was already iffy on you, and I'm going to set you over here. You have a chance to get back on the other side.
There's a good one.
Now, no.
Here's a good one. You don't have a single 300-yard game, and you got one game north of 250. Michael Penix doesn't have a game under 300 yards. So what are we even fighting for here? You're nowhere close. You're 10-1. Penix is minus 140. Go win the Natty. Focus on what matters. Right. Instead of bitching, texting in your car at 4 p.m. like a bunch of psychopaths. Now, can we get to regular business here? David, you what? You have something, please?
No, I'm saying yes, we can. I'm just sick and tired of seeing texts come in and say, well, he did it against Ohio State. Why can't you believe he could do it again? I'm sorry. The run game is what created his opportunities in the Ohio State game.
Sir, what you did last year does not mean anything now. Second of all, factually, I could have completed the touchdown to Cornelius Johnson. No one was on him. Can we just, please? David, it's a weird group of fans. You and your people are a weird group of fans.
No, I'm not those people because they already don't claim me anyway, so I'll just be by myself.
Show me love. Tell me I'm pretty.
And I'm happy to. Now, his tests are coming in November. But and again, the Heisman, you can go, well, how can a guy not be on your ballot now, but with one performance get there? Because most of look, I hate to break this to you. Most of what you've done has been meaningless scrimmages the first 7 weeks of the year. When you play Penn State, that's going to be added value. You play Ohio State. This kid shows out in those games, I'm putting him on the ballot to go to New York. It's cut and dry. But what he's done so far, you have not left home. You haven't played anyone with a pulse. You don't throw it 20 times a game. You don't have any explosive games. What do you want me to do? Because other people have been busy playing showdowns and playing road games and lighting up the board. And you know what? Here's the reality. Your offense is not designed for him to do those things. Ergo, it's not designed for him to win the Heisman Trophy. Do you know what they need out of JJ? Exactly what he's giving them. To win games. You shout out Herman Lewis. You play to win the game. That's it. Michigan's formula is exactly what they're doing. They are very difficult to stop, and they wear you down. And they have a championship level of ability and discipline. That's what matters. The Heisman is kid stuff. But there I go saying nice things about your team again. So I don't know, man. Maybe I'm crazy.
Nobody heard that.
Go ahead.
Oh, JJ for Heisman is a Michigan and Fox creation. No fan truly cares about that. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be looking at the ticket text that David's getting.
How many Michigan fans are actually clamoring for a Michigan Heisman winner? Neither Corum nor McCarthy should be anywhere near New York.
Well, I'm with you. But when you get enough of the texts and people are starting to call in now, I'd say it's a portion of your base. Look, and you know what? Maybe part of it is you're bored. Let's face it. You've won every game by 25. It's a statement of A, your schedule's ass, and B, you're dominant. You're headed into a rivalry game that's a dead game this year. You're going to win the game. In my mind, you'll win this thing by north of 35. I've already bet on Michigan. So it's boring. So what do you focus on? Maybe the Heisman stuff. I get that. But I don't know, man. I don't understand that. Because we did the same thing with Aiden. Aiden didn't have the numbers Will Anderson had. And sure as hell didn't deserve to go over K9. Yet you maniacs were calling up all about it. And I'm like, all right, well, if this is what you care about, this is what we talk about. This is what we do. Go ahead, David.
JJ's on a top team in college football, probably going to win a national title. Yes, he deserves to be in New York.
So why? No, tell me why. Because he's on the top team, so should Brock Purdy win the MVP?
I thought he was going to. This goes to you, Mike. You never believed, my friend.
How can someone who threw 3 interceptions against Bowling Green win the Heisman?
Easy.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, hold on, time out. See, I'm not going to do the unfair thing. Caleb throwing 3 interceptions at Notre Dame, and all of a sudden he's not a candidate. That's at Notre Dame, middle of the year, showdown game, prime time. He didn't play that well. His team's not that good, right? JJ had a weird day against Bowling Green. I'm not going to hold that against him. It's the body of work. I didn't think Caleb was having anywhere near the year that Penix has had, to me.
No, he was lucky on a whole lot of throws.
Because
and
all
you
of
knew eventually it was going to catch up to him.
All
and
of it's
did.
off schedule, off platform, wild.
Right.
You know.
I mean, Mike, yeah, you saw, I think it was like week 1 where he fumbled the ball, he picked it back up and then threw it deep. Like, okay, you're living a charmed life right now, but you can't sustain this type of living.
But again, if you wanted to talk about it, well, Caleb threw 3 picks against Notre Dame Saturday night. You're right. He's got 4 total. Okay, so 1 bad night against Notre Dame, look at the body of work. I mean, he's going to throw for 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns and end the year with 5 or 6 interceptions. How do you reconcile that and talk about it doesn't, I don't get it. It doesn't add up to me.
JJ equals Heisman equals elitist attitude. Okay.
No, that's I understand some of that.
Mm-hmm. F the Heisman, win the Natty. Mike
indeed.
driving home. Thank you. Someone understands.
I'm with you, Mike. Mike, I'm with you. That's all I would have time to focus on. And look, to me, the smartest thing you can do is exactly what you're doing. This is the recipe for you to win it all. Play great defense, run the ball. Remember in the preseason, I said no team in America that's not a service academy would benefit more from the new clock changes than you. You can shorten these games with the way you play, condense these games to where every defensive stop you guys have is even more valuable. All that TOP, more valuable. You have the recipe. Nothing in your recipe for winning calls for JJ to put up huge numbers. But the cost of that is, I don't want to hear you Canaries when it comes to the Heisman. That's it. Win games. He's doing exactly what his coaches and teammates need him to do.
Yep. And then he's done. He doesn't play the fourth quarter, and you put him in bubble wrap. And you wait for the next game.
Now, Saturday night, if you want to treat that as a special engagement and you leave him in the fourth quarter and you want to dot MSU with another touchdown, I am the last person to complain. Run it up. Do what you got to do. You were running trick plays on MSU last year trying to run it up.
See, here's where I would say if I'm Harbaugh, I wouldn't do that. Because it's a rivalry game, because you have a team that doesn't like you, when you get up, take him out of the game and let the backup take the punishment.
Yeah, or you just do a deal. We're up by 35 at the end of 3. You're done.
Yeah, that's it. You're not going out in the fourth quarter. You're not running any more plays because I don't need you getting hurt in a game where you're up by 35 just to prove a point.
Yes, David.
It's all about wins when it comes to the Heisman. That's why he should be in the running.
Okay, so hold on.
Wins.
So it's about wins. The numbers don't matter?
Okay, is this the same person that just keeps texting or are these different people?
No, this is different people.
I just feel like I'm having an argument right now with one person. Like, wow.
No.
Okay.
No, this was real. David was deluged by this stuff. And I'm like, wait, off of a one-liner? Okay. That's fine.
And then I'll just end with this.
But guys, the data matters. The numbers matter. Who you play matters. Now, if it doesn't matter and you just go, well, who won the most games, put them there. Ask yourself, is the player the driving force behind them winning? I mean, I could argue behind your running game and your defense, JJ's the third factor. That's not a shot. Versus a guy like Michael Penix, that team, he is the straw that stirs the drink. He's the whole deal. Wow. Caleb Williams is the whole deal. Drake May is the whole deal. Dylan Gabriel is largely the whole deal. That's, again, it's not a shot. Last year before Corum got hurt, you didn't hear us saying we weren't putting him in New York. He was the engine that drove you.
No, I just thought it was funny because all of a sudden last year, well, I think a running back should go, whereas the year before was like, well, no, a running back shouldn't go. Don't throw a flag. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm going to leave that alone. All right, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book right now. New customers, $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. You've been thinking about joining. There's no better time to get in on the action. More markets. I mean, Rico's betting touchdown props on Middle Tennessee receivers. Shout out Metcalf, number 9. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kickoff football the right way on a Wednesday night with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
My friends over at Applebaum and Stone are here to help you. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They'll handle the difficult insurance companies. You can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, guess what? You actually get them. They come to you, and they'll get you the money that you deserve. So pick up the phone. Call Applebaum and Stone right now. 833-WINS-BIG. That's 833-WINS-BIG.
Seasons are very
Tell them
long,
Rico
and
sent you.
things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like it's.
All right, let's get to the people. If you want to hear what Dan Campbell had to say about Jared Goff's contract, you can go Odyssey.com, rewind. We talked about it at 3. It's all positive stuff. There's no negativity with it. We did a little rivalry stuff early in the day, a little college football. It's all there for you. Odyssey.com, rewind. You want to go to the phones? Let's do that. We'll go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, what's going on, bud? How are you?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Good, Adam. What's up?
You guys have an interesting topic about JJ. I'm a huge Michigan fan, but I cannot completely disagree with Mike. I do not care if we have a Heisman candidate in New York. I just want to see a winner.
That's
Give a
right.
favorite odds or tie for favorite odds. I just want to see a winner. And back to the passing, I believe their offense is the same because Corum came back. Donovan Edwards is a more dynamic back. And first of all, I don't know where he's been all year. It seems like he's not even playing. But if it's Donovan Edwards in the backfield leading the way, I think they're a more dynamic offense in terms of passing the ball. And 2, they can't really get recruits in terms of 4- and 5-star wide receivers until I think they have 2 4-stars coming in next year, I believe.
No, but I mean, you're not. Listen. You're in a difficult spot because Adam, the Big Ten goes through Ann Arbor now. You have built this thing to where now you're the one who knocks, but you've built it very intentionally, and you've gone back to what Harbaugh was doing at Stanford, which is football in a phone booth. Now, the benefit is people have to adjust to you. The negative is you're never going to get the players you need to win it in most years. Those dynamic first-round draft pick, like a Nico Collins type guy that you had, you're not getting that guy moving forward. But here's the thing.
Right.
You may not need it this year. This year, it's open. You can do this.
Right. No, we can definitely do this year. I mean, we got a tough 3 last games in November. That's going to be hell, trust me. Maybe not Maryland, but definitely.
Yeah, I was going to say, who's the third
State.
game? Don't you dare say Rico's Welfare Turtles.
No. The only
No.
No. Hear me out. The only problem with that is Maryland is that sandwich game between Penn State and Ohio State.
Yeah, and they're going to get eaten.
So
It's like a trap game before the trap game, if you know what I mean.
right,
trap before the trap.
You should be able to beat Maryland, but it's staying focused and not looking towards the Buckeyes.
For sure.
All right, go ahead.
For sure. And my thing is, I don't think JJ is going to leave this year if he's not a first-round pick. I mean, would you?
No, but they have him as a first-round pick. Like every poll, mock draft I've seen.
They certainly do. They certainly do have him as a first-round pick. I know they have Jaden Davis coming in next year. I don't think he's going to start right away. Who knows? But
I'll tell you right
I
now,
don't think JJ leaving this year.
starting a true freshman in college is generally 9 out of 10. That's a road to 4 losses. So I wouldn't.
But I mean, if they. Technically, the way I look at it next year, they're not going to have the same old line. They're all going to be gone, all going to be drafted.
Next year's a rebuilding year. I hate to break it to you. Your schedule's a nightmare.
It's a rebuild year.
This is, now and again, you'll still
rebuild
win
year.
9 games probably. But Adam, it's now or
9
never. This is it right here. You
It is.
have to
It's
win it
now or never.
now.
It is now or never for sure. Like I said, diehard Michigan fan. I'm hoping for a good game this year. I know you said a couple months ago that if it was a night game, that it would be a cruel spot to be in at that East Lansing at Spartan Stadium.
Well, that's before
It
Mel
won't be that bad
Tucker's.
in the stadium, but
That's
the bars
before
will be
Mel
bad.
Tucker's Love Shack. You can do whatever you want up there. You could host a picnic. No
Right.
Spartans going.
Yeah, Adam, right now, Spartan Stadium is a VRBO.
It's going to be 50-50 Wolverines.
Yeah.
What we said preseason was based on, I don't know, having a coach, having a functioning team.
Heck, if they would have won the last 2 games, I think it would be a different environment than now.
Yeah. I agree. But now it doesn't. Listen, it matters to Wolverine fans, and I'll never tell them it doesn't. You always enjoy
Now
crushing
it matters
your
to
rival.
Wolverine fans, and I think it matters to the players on the team. But to the fans, the Michigan State fans, I do believe a lot have checked out.
I think the only thing I mean, look, I don't want to upset Jim Costa. God forbid I know my own fan base. The only thing Spartan fans are excited for is when we name a new coach. There's nothing here. Any player who thrives will likely leave.
No.
Most of these players, with all due respect, I don't want to insult anyone if you're the father, mom, aunt, or uncle of the players on the team, but these players largely are terrible. So I don't care if they stay.
And the ones who aren't are already being approached by other schools.
Welcome to college football.
I'll just leave it at that. It may be somebody in that booth over there at school looking at one of our players.
You are losing a player. It was announced today that your long snapper, Hank Pepper, is entering the transfer portal.
That was last week.
Yeah, that was last week.
I don't know what he's doing going into the portal. You're a long snapper. But, hey, do your thing, kid. I don't know.
It's cold out there. That's all I got to say.
I don't know what to tell you.
It's cold out in the streets, brother.
David, here's the reality. If you took MSU's players, and it was like gym class, and the only people who got selections were Power 5 teams, I'm not sure there'd be more than 15 guys who transfer out who would land Power 5, starting offers.
Starting offers? Yeah, I think you're right. I would probably take the under.
Okay. So
I don't think you're being mean. I don't think you're being cruel, Mike. I'm just letting people know, because sometimes you take it to the next level. This time, you're not. It's like I said, for me, there's probably 7 kids who I would try my best to keep and build around those 7.
It is what I miss about college football pre-Wild West era here the last few years, is in the old days, if your team sucked, you still watch the game because you knew a majority of those guys, those are your players. They're coming back. You
had the young, you played freshman.
Right, like MSU,
I got something to look forward to.
MSU plays Jordan Hall, the freshman linebacker. Like you're going to watch and go, look, maybe there's a shot. Now, they wanted pro sports light. I treat it like pro sports. You think I watch the Giants every week? Absolutely not. They're terrible.
Watch the Giants.
I watched them on Sunday night.
I was about to say, you can't. I think you can. You won't tell us, but I think deep down you have one set on the Giants.
No.
It may be the little set.
May all 3 of my dogs drop dead at the same time.
Don't do that.
I do not do that, Rico. I don't. I do not have.
2 of your dogs really like me.
I do not have a nefarious Giants live stream. I don't have. No.
You know what, David? I just thought about it. What? It's like your kids. 2 of your kids like me.
Wow.
They sure do.
2 of his dogs like me.
Get all 3.
I can't get all 3.
Kenny's drop has taken over the show. It was caller Ron yesterday, and Kenny today, and Gov yesterday. I mean, we are on a run right now. Touchdown, Michigan. All right.
Touchdown, black guy.
We don't have that as a drop, do we?
It is. It's in one of those, one of Roberto's opens that he has.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I need that on the board. David, there's a spot right here for it. Pencil that right in. Outstanding. Hey, look what we got. That's going to be me. That'll be me Saturday night when it's 42-7. Who scored? I don't know. I'll be Gus. And basically, if you want to know where that comes from, just so you understand context, that's Gus Johnson, the night of the 2017 Holiday Bowl, where State bombed Washington State. And Gus was on some form of sleeping pill. Mm-hmm. And like LJ Scott had maybe the best run of his career. It was like a 50-yard touchdown run. And Gus, it was the opposite of ha. It was, I don't know, black dude. It was unbelievable.
Sad reality is, I thought you were exaggerating. I thought other people, because I was at the game, came home and watched it and was like, wow. He really, it was like I'm working this game under protest. I don't like any of you, and I'm not supposed to be here. I was promised the Rose Bowl. LJ Scott gets the ball, goes, he spins, pirouettes, takes it down the sideline, 65 yards.
And that's all I've got to say about that. All right, it's football season, so let's use this example. 55 miles an hour blindfolded, the length of a football field behind the wheel. Bad idea. Very bad idea. 4.6 seconds. That's the same amount of time it takes for people to text while they're driving. It's an epidemic, it's dangerous, and it kills people. you got to make sure you have life insurance. Distracted drivers is just, it's but one of life's many risks. Have life insurance. It's the right thing to make sure your family's covered if tragedy strikes. Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans, 877-734-2200. Michael's shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantees you the best possible rate. And in the event of a tragic car accident or a devastating diagnosis, your family has coverage. Mike Papura, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
And look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B,
All right, 4 o'clock. You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind. Rico has demanded this. Now, what I said from the start when Mel Tucker got fired and the coaching search was going to do is I don't do the whole, hey, here's a huge list, and it's like loosely researched. It's not well thought out, and it's a waste of everyone's time. That's generally what's been happening. Now, it's clear the number 1, 2, and 3 choice in all of this would be Urban Meyer, so that goes without saying. But then I gave you the first name off of the secret list a couple of weeks ago, and it was a caper. It follows in the footsteps of something similar to Lincoln Riley, Caleb Williams. It was Chip Kelly and getting Dante Moore to come home. Whether you liked it or didn't like it, it was thought-provoking. It's different, and it hadn't been mentioned. And at a worst case, you force a poverty program like UCLA to choke and pay Chip $10 million a year. Now, you want to say he's a weird guy. You want to say you don't like him. You want to say that winning 9 games a year at UCLA is not impressive. You do whatever you like. But Rico wanted another name today. So the name I'm giving you, this coach is 46 years old. He's got head coaching experience in building and being at a program long enough to see it through at both the 1AA level and D1. He has won a National Coach of the Year award, albeit COVID. He is in his first year at a new school. Offensive mind. His offensive philosophy is rooted in, it's very similar to Lance Leopold's offense. It's kind of like a triple option from the shotgun. It's power running, tons of pre-snap candy, great play action, deep shots, etc. Now, my one fear, I don't know how he would play up here because he's like ultimate God squatter and not like in a private manner. Like D'Antonio was a man of faith, but it was private. That was his thing. This guy's a little more forward.
Dabo?
No. Similar, though.
Mr. Marbles?
I want to give you a man named Jamie Chadwell, head coach at Liberty. He's got Liberty 7-0. You could get Chadwell, who makes $4 million a year, and get his quarterback, former top 100 overall player, former Tennessee recruit, now just a sophomore, Caton Salter. Dual threat QB.
From Coastal?
Caton Salter's at Liberty.
No. I mean the Liberty coach.
Yes.
Okay.
He coached Coastal.
Right.
Before that, it was East Tennessee State, where he turned them into an 11-win program and making the 1AA playoffs. Now he's 46. Now, again, taking the Liberty job. Liberty is, that's a unique place, and I'll leave it there. He said his faith guided him to that decision. Now, again, I don't know how it would play bringing a big-time Southern religious dude up here. I don't know if that would work. I don't know if that works in the Big Ten, but whatever. The point I'm making is he checks a lot of boxes. Young, knows how to build with limited resources, has walked into Liberty, and they're 7-0, and I watched them play last night again. They played poorly, but offensively put up 400 yards rushing.
Right.
You're going to play in the Big Ten. You're going to be playing in November. You got to run the football. Do I like his defense? No. Do I like any defense that features 3 down linemen? No. Could I convince him to hire a different DC? I don't know. But I'm making a point. It's a name that's not brought up, but he has built programs. And that offense, I get him, I get Salter, and we move this thing forward. I give you Jamie Chadwell, age 46. Go ahead. Let me hear all the chicken heads. Let me hear all the chuckle heads. Come on out. Make fun of that idea. Go ahead.
I've said, you know what? Urban aside, whoever the next coach is, you got to bring your own QB because I don't think that the next QB is here unless you really feel like I can do something with one of the guys, well, 2 of the guys on State's roster. I don't think Noah Kim is an option, but you got to be able to bring a quarterback in from day one. If you want to flip a program around, that's how you do it nowadays. I don't hate it. As a matter of fact, it's innovative. It's kind of like your Chip Kelly.
Try.
Got the brain juices going like, okay, this isn't, I don't think the whole. I'm not too worried about the whole faith thing up here.
No,
There's-
and I don't say
there's churches here.
You know, I'm not being slanderous about it. I'm saying it is approached differently in the South. It's and look.
But I wonder if he's just playing it up because of the school that he's at.
Well, yeah, Liberty is a different spot.
Right. So whereas, you know what, I got to play up the whole God squad and Jesus is my OC type of thing.
Bottom line, I wanted to give you something. There's name number 2 off my list. Completely different than Chip Kelly. Same approach. I want the coach and I want their quarterback.
You have to have an offensive-minded coach, especially if you want to jump.
I will tell you when you watch Liberty play, it's like if you've watched Kansas play. You got a hard time figuring out where the football is on a lot of plays.
Lots of motion, pre-snap motion.
And it's all based on power. Tons of tight ends, tons of motion. You'll run a little bit of a speed option. You'll do some RPO. But when they take their shots, guys are wide open. It's hard to stop it. Now, defensively, I hate his defense. They play all man. They're only rushing 3. That flies completely in the face of why you would play man. You want to apply pressure so you're not exposing your corners. Here they are rushing 3 and dropping 8 every
Right, you really want to get away with man like the old no-fly zone when you have 4 guys who can get to the quarterback at any given time. But you know what? If you're not married to your DC, then I would easily say go for it. That would be a name that I'll put on the list. Now, if he's like, no, my defensive coordinator has to go with me, a la Lincoln Riley, then you can stay.
Then you
at
can
Liberty.
stay in Lynchburg, Virginia.
You can stay
So,
right
David,
there.
you're an outsider. I'm
Is
not.
that where Liberty is?
Yeah, Lynchburg, Virginia. Up on the mountain.
When did you meet Will Smith?
When did you meet Will Smith? David, good. I know that is, again, it's not as sexy as Chip Kelly. But you're understanding that to make my list, I'm getting you and your quarterback. Because I am a firm believer. We have seen this now multiple times in the portal era. We've seen it with Dion bringing Shador. We've seen it with Lincoln Riley bringing Caleb. We see the impact of coach and quarterback as a duo.
Yeah.
I'm intentional about how I've built my magical list that no one cares about.
Saw it out in Washington. So, yeah, it works. You bring your quarterback, you start winning. I build a system around you. Kalen DeBoer, he brought in Michael Penix. Kind of worked out.
David, what are your thoughts?
That's a name that I wouldn't have thought of. I'll tell you that.
What, a heathen hiring the most devout Christian man in America?
I'm not saying that's why I'm shocked by it, but I was thinking more Power 5 coach. And so I wasn't thinking going to a Liberty, but you're right. His age fits. He has a quarterback there. So it makes total sense. I'm with you though. I just don't know if he would move to the Big Ten because of the religious reason.
Right, may not work. You don't have ties here. Again, it's when people continue to throw Jonathan Smith's name out there. Nobody follows Oregon State football here more than me. I love OSU. I've been talking about this guy for 2 years now. Hell, we were talking about him and that wild, havoc-ridden defense of his with Trent Bray, the coordinator. I love OSU. But Jonathan Smith has never been past the state of Idaho. You have to factor these things in when you come to a place like this and you go, all right, well, what do you know about this place? Mm-hmm. What do you know about the Midwest? What do you understand? Now, again, if that doesn't matter to you, fine. So I understand. It's the same thing with Jamie Chadwell. The difference is Jamie Chadwell is not a Liberty alum. Jonathan Smith played at Oregon State, went to school at Oregon State, has coached it. That's his alma mater. Getting a guy to leave his alma mater when they're at their desperate point, that's really hard to do. I still am a bit of a goofball. I believe Oregon State is going to salvage a conference out of this. They're good, man. They just poured a ton of money into that stadium. Maybe the Big 12 comes calling, whatever it is. If you hate the idea, make fun of it. But I'm giving you stuff where at least I research it, I think about it, I'm intentional, I've got a game plan.
I like it. I do like it.
Thanks, Kenny.
Not a ton of history
when it
here
comes
in the
to an
Midwest,
IRS collection
but
or audit, hate that he wears a visor.
That's a
negative.
That's not a deal breaker for me.
I can't trust guys who wear visors. You need Maurice and Jerry.
Something about
legitimate representation. Abraham and Rose,
up for another name?
Not
that I've
some
been
tax
hearing?
organization, 7
You want it
states
now?
over, and a phone service. This
We have
is
time,
brick and
David?
mortar,
Sure.
real
Yeah,
attorneys.
why not?
And again, I'm
They've
not
been
going to
before
the Supreme Court. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They will advocate for you, fight for you, and guide you through the whole experience. Save your time, save your money, and save the headache. Visit AbrahamandRose.com today, or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
All right, David, couple of ticket texts, and then we'll get it moving for the day. Tomorrow, normal Thursday deal. Do deal breakers. Try to keep mixing in a little Michigan State stuff, even though that game's dead as a doorknob. And the Lions, obviously, a lot of our attention will go towards what matters, which is the game of the week in the NFL, Lions-Ravens. I mean, that is a damn street fight. And it's about pacing. You have the best record in the NFL. I wish we had a top 10 matchup like 2021, guys. We don't. As I will continue to tell you, Michigan State on Saturday is the equivalent of buying a ticket to watch your grandmother get beaten to death with a baseball bat. I'm not interested.
You never know.
Here, we'll do a special hour on Friday. I'll tell you how much State blows. It'll be fantastic.
You never know, Mike.
Okay.
I think you know.
Yeah, I think, David, I think you know.
David, I already gave you the example.
It's like when you
We
play the
all thought this was
Powerball.
gonna happen.
You know you're not winning.
Yeah, you know.
I gave you an example. We all thought this was going to happen, and
That
it ended
doesn't
up being
count.
a pretty good game.
It was COVID.
No, not that game.
Oh.
No, it was Ohio State.
He went back to 1947.
Oh, the Marcus Hall double birds to everybody when he was leaving
the
the field.
Buckeyes were like a 100-point favorite. Yeah.
Still lost.
David, come on.
No, I'm just joking. Someone says, I love the Thursday night football game. We can't get rid of it, Mike.
Listen, I'm just telling you, players hate it, coaches hate it. It's not good for the players. It's a bad product because of it.
You got to fix it. And my thing is, if you're going to do that, you start it in week 5 or whenever the bye weeks start, and the teams who come off the bye week are in the Thursday night game. So you don't have to be forced to like, okay, you only got 3 days rest. All right, we got to sit this guy because he's hurt.
Both Rob and Scott wanted to text us in and let us know that Hydrox was the original. Oreo is the knockoff.
Okay.
Fascinating. Thank you.
If I offered you a Hydrox or Oreo, we all know what we're taking.
Yes, JJ. St. Brown is like Steve Smith Jr., and I love it.
Hell yeah, he is. Yeah. I'm telling you. Like that, you guys, I know we're going to do that show at some point when he's making $27 a year, and I'll defend it every step of the way. He's not your normal wide receiver, guys.
I like him, but I just don't think you pay wide receiver.
I know you're a snob, though. I'm trying to get Amon-Ra that money he got screwed out of on draft day. Dude, he's a dog. He's our hardest working player. He embodies this entire city. He embodies what the coach is selling.
Right,
he
but
never acts out and acts a fool.
The same man who says, David,
we don't pay running backs.
You can't pay wide receivers.
Yes,
either.
you can.
No, you can't.
Wide receivers are way more important in today's game than running backs.
Right, but you could also get a young one and just keep hitting that reset button.
Unbelievable.
Especially after you pay Goff.
Man, ain't nobody trying to hear from you. Your team pays $25 a year to Debo, and you don't even throw it to him.
I mean, that was before,
Mm-hmm.
That was a bargain, but it's a bargain now.
Oh, is it?
It's a bargain.
5th highest paid receiver in the league. It's a bargain.
And he
David.
does a lot more. He runs sweeps.
I must be watching different games.
Sells popcorn.
I don't see Debo doing a whole bunch of Debo things anymore.
We're saving it.
Got it.
We're saving
it
these
for the
plays.
plays.
Yeah, saving those plays.
Saving it for when if they got to come to Ford Field.
Oh, let's hear from the guys. They're at LCA.
Oh,
Hey,
this
Michael.
is exciting.
I was about to say,
We got a
hey,
big
hey,
one
Hyundai.
today.
Plus
Michael.
115 tonight against the geriatric Pens. Let's go.
Couple of 2-1 teams doing
Let's
battle.
go. Is DeBrincat
Michael,
too short now?
Michael, I have a question for you.
Yes, Robert.
How many grandmothers are you going to kill this week? Oh, my God, you're killing Nona or Nana early? Now you're just doing random generic grandmothers?
I was saying.
Well,
my
Joe, he's just
Lord.
going by retirement homes, and they're just catching strays.
No, I
You
didn't
want your pudding?
Well, Rico told us the story of Big Mama. We killed her too. I had no idea.
I heard Big Mama go. I didn't hear Big Mama. I heard Nona go.
He
or
only knew
Nana.
his grandmother as Big Mama, and I said, "Would you buy tickets to watch Big Mama get beaten to death by 3 bums?" And he said, "No, I wouldn't." I said, "Then why are you going to Michigan State?"
No, nobody would pay for that.
Wait a second, Mike. Aren't you going to be there? You guys are broadcasting from there.
No, we're doing a show.
I will be
okay,
there,
so you're not
Rieger.
going to stick around?
Hell no.
Rieger, I'll be
Wait,
there.
so you're going to
Man,
be
I'll be to
driving-
Fowlerville by 7:02. What are you, crazy?
You'll be at Big John's Steakhouse. right? Or
Exactly. I'll be at the Cracker
steak
Barrel
sandwich.
alone in the corner.
I'll be
Rico,
sitting in
Rico.
Wojo's seat waiting for him to get there.
Oh, yeah, Wojo's not going.
I'll get there.
Oh, you're going?
Yeah, of
Oh.
course.
Yeah, he's
It's a
got to
big
be there
game.
for the
Of course you
victory party when they start doing that whole "It's Great to Be" song.
Hey, Jim, how great was it?
Yeah, I'm going to bring my grandmother. Is that okay?
Knowing you, she's probably still alive. You got that aunt who's 200 years old.
Oh, stop it!
You guys know we did a show one time.
Blood
and
type
Wojo
G
admitted that
for
his
gin.
grandmother was hot.
She was. My grandmother, when she was young, was a smoke show. She really was.
What do you guys think of that?
No, the spicy garlic guy is tremendous.
What's that one?
Gus Johnson.
I was
I
imitating
heard
Gus from the 2017 Holiday Bowl.
Yeah. But I congratulate you on coming around to my way of thinking.
What's
You're
that?
setting your level lower. You're setting your aim lower on your head coach.
No, I'm not.
And I think that's a good idea.
I was
Yeah.
asked to give another name. I just happened to. I gave Rico one of my better candidates a couple weeks ago. And I gave you my worst candidate today.
Jamie Chadwell. You know, I watched that game because I bet on it because you said
I
they
bet
would
on it
cover.
too.
And they didn't.
Thanks,
They didn't come
Mike.
close to cover.
Did you not take my bet? You would have won.
Time out. Everybody
Which
calm
was
down.
yours?
Everybody
They gave
calm
up a ton
down.
of points to Middle Tennessee State.
I
said take Elijah Metcalf. Anytime
Gentlemen,
touchdown.
Can we just calm down? Listen,
I'm
we got
listening to
off
Rico
to a
for now.
bad start last night where Caden Salter couldn't find his helmet and threw a pick on the first play because they didn't want to use a timeout. I apologize, and I will refund your bet.
Oh, good. Good.
Oh, that was the rare time I bet $1,000 on the
Yeah,
game.
I bet 10,000, Mike. So
See,
where do I
now-
go?
Now we're just being disingenuous here, and
Okay.
it's insulting.
So, Mike, I was driving to work today, Little Caesars. I have a coaching candidate for you. He went to MSU. He grew up in Ypsilanti. He actually was a personal favorite of Nick Saban. Saban took him to LSU with him to be a recruiting guy, and then he ended up being a head coach in the NFL, not once but twice.
Yeah.
Do you want this guy?
Do you know who it is? It's actually a pretty good idea, I think.
Come on.
Mike has left the room.
Do you not who is this? Who am I talking about?
It's not a bad idea. And not any worse than yours.
It's serious. I'm not
Wait,
trolling.
Has Mike
Has
left?
Mike left?
Because he thinks Rieger's trolling?